said that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
Go ahead. Do it.
I want you to. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Make sure as you're coming in, you hit the like button again. I'm doing a little bit of rebranding on the channel. I know I built a lot of this channel, maybe about 40,000, 50,000 off true crime. Basically, they put it in the true crime category. But again, my plans for what I'm going to do with true crime is just something different. It's going to, giving back to the communities. And I want to be able to, if I'm going to do what I'm doing, which I am 100% committed to, being a voice for the voiceless, giving back to people in need at times. And that's why I built the foundation that I built, the nonprofit, to give back to other families, to do something different, to do something that I want to do, to be a leader for my kids, to be a good role model for them, and be able to pass something down to them when I die. So the other channel, you have T-REV 757. I'm just putting this quick out, putting that out there because I will no longer upload nothing about music on this channel. You may hear like Voice for the Voiceless tracks, a couple at the end, but that's about it. But as far as, what I'm going to be doing, this is going to be fully dedicated to covering stories over here. And then I have that other channel over there where I have a music podcast that I'll be doing 2 to 3 times a week. We got paranormal, which afterlife stuff that, my enjoyments, and then gaming, maybe lives here and there. But it's, it's going to be live streaming and content over there too. But I will be focused on this channel probably more than that one, but there's no telling. Hopefully once I get a few people and bring a few people in here, I'm looking for an editor, looking for people who want to grow, people who want to give back, people who want to help people who aren't about trying to block the next man out. That's not what this is about. We come to here to have these conversations, to give these victims a voice. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. And I'm going to continue to give, my hard work. And when I say hard work, I just mean my heart in general of trying to do something to make a difference, make a change. So again, as you're coming in, smash that like button, hit the notification bell. If you're new to the channel, let's get it going. It's time to jump into tonight's topic, which is, Bryan Kohberger. We've been talking about this guy for a while. Bryan Kohberger, is he the one that committed these murders here in Idaho? There's been a lot of shit going on. Hold on, let me turn this on, make sure we go. How's the sound, by the way? Green Eyes, shout out to you, Jay Clarks. I appreciate you, coming by tonight. Always see you when we talk Idaho 4. That's a fact. What's going on, man? Welcome. Miss Shelly Mouse in the building. She said, hi, fam. Go Birds. Hey, I'm sorry. I can't root for you. I need Kansas City to bend y'all over and spank the shit out you. But, respectfully, man. Angela, what's going on? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Leisure, Seth's in the building. I see allegedly Amber in the building. And I need my people. We're going to be opening the phone lines are going to be open sharp tonight because there's a few things I want to talk about. And if you don't want to talk, then I'll talk to myself then. It just is what it is. That's how it is. Lisa, how are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you, Lisa. I appreciate you. I've been seeing you around. You got a lot of nice things to say. You're a very kind person. That's what I can say about you. Thank you. Stephanie said, hey, everyone, I hope you all had a great weekend. I've been catching up, I'm catching up to a lot of stuff. I have doing rebranding these channels and really getting focused back sharp on what's most important. And that's being on top of content and not all over the fucking place like I have been. Excuse my language, but we got to get it together. That's why I need a content manager. That's why I'm bringing on people to I won't even call it the team, to the family on, especially when it comes to the channel. Editor, like people who are editors or can do certain things. If you believe in me and you have the skill of editing and you want to join, I don't care about breaking off people Google AdSense. If that's what you're here on YouTube for, is Google AdSense, whatever. I just need an editor. I don't care. I got you. I'm looking for dedicated people that believe in the vision, that want to make a change, that want to give back to communities. If that is you and you got a good vision of content, man, hit me up. RevGangTrueCrime@gmail.com. That's specifically for this channel. As far as my other channel, something else that we could talk about. But what's going on, Trey? Welcome to the stream, my friend. I want to jump into this real quick. And before we do open it up, I want to check this little video out, which is 9 shocking new details in the Bryan Kohberger case, which I'll probably just open the lines up and let you guys call, because there's stuff to unpack here, a lot to unpack, from speculation to things that are being brought up present day right now when it comes to this case. So, I appreciate all of the Rev Gang family and you guys here that are joining me here tonight. We're diving into this Bryan Kohberger case and everything that you need to know as far as the latest updates, and the biggest twist so far are really, this new, they keep saying new DNA evidence, which is not new. It's not new. We've heard about this, months and months and months, maybe a year ago, the unknown male DNA, right? People are out here titling it as new. So I had to go ahead and just throw a title as new, because it ain't new though. We've known and heard about this glove. Like, what are we talking about? Then the unknown, I did see something about unknown blood, male blood, but it's just, I don't know, on a rail, right? This unknown male blood on a rail. But let's just keep on moving through here so I can get to what I want to get to, because I had a thought while I was looking at some of this stuff, right? As there's a lot to unpack, like that alleged new DNA evidence, right? The defense's moves, the prosecution strategies, and of course, that controversial online figure, Papa Rogers, right? We talked about that dude a lot over here, y'all. Was he framing? Is this a person that could have been framing Kohberger, or was it Kohberger on that account? That's it. Well, I don't see anything else. He said, damn, his nose is as big as F. Damn. I'm going to turn the camera on in a minute. Come on, maybe we don't mess with that dude around here. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that code, by the way. It's running pretty good.
We're here.
Yeah, we're running good. Bryan, you gave me a code, and I don't know what it did to my computer, but that joint's running like a fucking crack pipe. Excuse my language. Ladies and gentlemen in here, I know. Hold up. Look, let me read that. He said, I believe his faith is shallow. He will meet his maker shortly, John Shank said. You're talking about Bryan, right? He'll meet his maker shortly, huh? So, latest updates, right? First thing first, let's talk about it. Where things stand right now with Kohberger, set to go into trial on August 2025, right? The 11th. I'm pretty sure they picked the jury pool on the 31st of July and they go on the 11th. The prosecution has officially announced their intent to seek the death penalty. Now, the reason why I'm going over what I'm going over right now, and that's for everybody who is coming in who may not be familiar with this case, and like, what the fuck is T-REV talking about right now? Like, what, you were just spitting bars a couple of days ago, now you're back on here talking, different terms. Come on, man. I got to fill you guys in. So, again, they did announce that they're going to seek for that death penalty, and that means they believe they have the evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kohberger was the one who brutally murdered Ethan Chapin, Xander Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves back in November 2022. Well, yeah, November 13th, 2022. They should have put that. They didn't get that right. But here's where things get crazy, y'all. So the DNA evidence controversy, the biggest piece of evidence is that sheath at the knife, that sheath left at the crime scene, which they don't allegedly have the murder weapon, which reportedly had Kohberger's DNA on it. But the defense isn't letting that slide, and they are arguing that investigators used investigative genetic genealogy, which is IgG, to find a match, but did so without a warrant, violating Kohberger's constitutional rights, right? So that's what they're saying. If this dude's rights got violated, talk to me. If this dude's rights got violated, why is he still in fucking jail then? Answer that for me. Sorry, I'm gonna get hectic on these F-bombs tonight, man, but it is what it is. I'm so sick of reading that type of shit. You know, again, I believe in a fair trial, innocent till proven guilty for everybody in America. That's the law. That's why a lot of people love it here, right? Thank you, come on, I appreciate that. But listen, that's why people love it here. True, innocent till proven guilty, but you're not. There's a lot of people that pin you as guilty, and I think this motherfucker right here is guilty, but he is innocent till proven guilty. And if I'm a realist. If there is something that doesn't make sense here, we're gonna call the shit out, right? But I followed this case pretty much from day one. We've covered over, I can't even go, way over 400 hours on the air with this case alone, right? Just this case alone. And I know I see faces in here right now that been here with me through all of that. You know what I mean? So everything that I've seen, the only thing to muddy the waters for me was all the speculation between, the pangs don't mean shit, but yet they're using pangs every fucking day to put people and nail people to the cross on murder cases, etc. So what do you mean pangs don't mean shit? That's how I look at that. You know how many other cases I've done watched over the years with my mom when I was just young and coming up, where I've seen the pattern of people getting hit with pangs. Now, right as the cell phone era started, right on the first 48, I remember that pangs smoking people, and it's just getting better and better and better. And now all of a sudden they want to think that those pangs are going to be off. What was homeboy doing in that area 12 days before? And how many times did he go back after that? That's another good question. You know, we need that answer. You said first time I've seen and been here since 23 and he's still guilty. That's what's up. Say, hey, I respect all opinions. I'm not shutting down no opinions. If you think Kohberger is innocent, I respect you. If we can have conversation till we're blue in the face, as long as we're respectful to each other. At the end of the day, we do not have to believe the same thing. We do not have to share the same insight. You get what I'm saying? This is to bring a conversation to the table for us to be able to watch some clips and hear some or watch some videos, some clips, some things that came out, and be able to actually have a conversation about it without arguing, but being able to get your point across, because there's hundreds of others that follow this case, are going to be watching everything about this case. And again, when this trial comes, I'm going to be literally glued to this shit all week long. It's going to be live here from start time when they go into court all the way to the end of the day. And then we're going to do an afterthought show where we talk about what happened that day. So that's how dedicated I am to it, and how big this case has been to my channel in general and just my life. It's definitely impacted my life, I'm not going to say in like a negative or a bad way. It brought me so many good people and other folks who were able to come into my life and educate me. And I'm talking about you, the viewers. Yeah, you, the viewers. You guys have educated me so much. And I just want to thank every single one of you for, pushing me and pushing me to be a better person, and pushing me to, mature, because it's a fact, man. That's why I love people, because good people do good things. And a lot of you are very good people. And one thing that a lot of you have is a heart, a soul, and you want to see people lift each other up. You don't want to see people tear each other down. And I've been listening and hearing everything you guys been saying. So I do want to say thank you guys for all that love and dedication and that you show to me. I appreciate it. So back to what I was saying, as I just had read off about the whole the IgG to find a match, and but did so without warrant. So they're violating Kohberger's constitutional rights. I always say that's BS. I don't believe it. Hold on, let me open these lines too. Fuck it. I might as well just let the lines fly, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like, when it comes to his rights being violated, why is he still sitting behind bars then? If his rights were violated and that's how he got arrested, shouldn't he be a free man then? Like, I mean, what are we talking about? I appreciate that. Awesome Girl 54. Thank you. He said, thanks for helping T-REV with the computer. We don't have to go through the same pain. Well, we don't know until we play a video. So maybe I need to play this video real quick.
Because the state has
We'll find out right
alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Kohberger to this case.
Bryan Kohberger returns to court, hoping to get the evidence the state has collected against him thrown out.
Yep. I think he might have fixed it, y'all.
As his lawyers reveal new details about the night of the murders.
This witness has claimed that she's not sure
What's going
what
on,
she
Trey?
heard
Welcome.
or saw was real or whether it was at a dream.
And prosecutors are firing back.
We know it wasn't a dream.
Black Hawk, welcome. I just wanted to make sure we were lagging because I do want to finish going through this for those folks again who haven't heard that story. And I'm gonna zip through it so we ain't gotta wait all that time. But again, I just went over that IGG, and if the judge rules it in the defense's favor, then this could weaken the prosecution's case significantly, is what they're saying. So, Rev Gang, you know how big this is, right? If the court suppresses that DNA evidence, the entire narrative could shift for real. Like, that's how I'm looking at it, right? It could shift in so many different directions. So I'm trying to picture how that's going to go if that did happen out of nowhere. But let's jump into that Kohberger alibi. The defense has claimed that on the night of the murders, Kohberger was out on a long solitary drive. Something they say was a regular habit of his, y'all. I think that shit's a joke. So he loves them long drives, huh? Oh, man.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Is that right, Kohberger? You did everything right and they indicted you? Not driving your fucking car over there.
FBI, open up!
What'd he say? Oh, shit. I wasn't expecting to see that. Is that what he said in it? I don't know, Kohberger. They were acting like they seen something, man. I kind of think your boots are smoked just by the way of the things that I've seen. I'm just saying, with your DNA being at the scene, I don't care if it was a pubic hair inside of that motherfucking. I don't care. I don't care if it was a pubic hair on the damn knife. It don't matter. Your DNA was inside of a snapped sheath. Okay, a snapped on a sheath. I'm sorry, a snapped on a sheath. Your DNA was inside of it, which means you fondled that motherfucker. You fondled that knife. That's what that means to me. And if you can't disapprove it, then you are full of shit. Then he did it. I'm telling you this right now, y'all. Listen, if we go into this court date, right, and they don't get rid of that sheath and they cannot explain that, they can't explain this DNA inside of that sheath, or I'm sorry, the snaps. Let me get it correct. But if they can't explain that, like they can't show anything, and then they do have a receipt, like it's been rumored, because if you do remember, there was a rumor very early on about an Amazon receipt of a K-bar knife. And guess what? If there was a K-bar knife that dude bought and they can't find that knife, he's going to get his fucking boots smoked off his feet right on that damn stand. Mark my words. Mark my words. If they can't prove, what is he going to say? I lost it? Oh, well, after the murders, I went out to Lexington. I was in the mountains and I lost my knife. I got the sheath too, It's just a coincidence. I was only over there on my Pennsylvania license plates, and it caught me all the way from my place to here. And now we got this professional coming in, and he's moving things around, and shit like that. Like, what is going on? He said, do you ever sell any of your CDs? When you sell them, do you sign them? Yes, I do, Sonny. I do. I got CDs here. I sell them. But if you're in the U.S. right now, I sell them for what? $12, because it's like $6 to ship them. So really, I mean, that's all that it really is. I usually will sell them like $5 and then the rest shipping. So it comes out to like $12 after tax. So I'm only selling it for $5. Like, I got a couple boxes left of the special edition with a song from the next album on it too. But yes, I do have them. I just don't push them like that. But I appreciate you asking. Joel says, does anyone think he will take the stand in his trial? I don't know. Dude's so cocky, he really might stand up there. He really might do that. Yes, ma'am. He really might take the stand. You never know.
Because they found the evidence discovered the next morning.
Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Bryan Kohberger's quadruple murder trial is scheduled to begin this summer. But if his lawyers get their way, this trial won't start at all. Kohberger's lawyers are trying to get most, if not all, of the evidence in the case thrown out. And they've revealed a lot of new information about the night of the murders. I'll get to that very shortly. Kohberger's lawyers spent 2 days arguing, questioning witnesses, and presenting evidence to Judge Stephen Hippler about a number of things, including investigative genetic genealogy.
Yeah.
That's how Kohberger was identified as a suspect. Kohberger's lawyers also claim that Moscow police officers misled a magistrate in their affidavits when applying for search warrants and when seeking the warrant for Kohberger's arrest. Kohberger is accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle at a house near campus in November of 2022. He says he's innocent. The crime was horrific, and police have said in a probable cause affidavit that Kohberger's DNA was left on the snap of a K-bar knife sheath left next to Maddie Mogan's body. Now, the FBI used that DNA to search genetic genealogy databases, which led to Kohberger's ancestors and eventually to him. Kohberger's lawyers say the FBI's process violated his rights, but the prosecution disagrees. Here's a little bit of attorney Ann Taylor arguing on behalf of Bryan Kohberger.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IgG identification and everything that flows from that.
Is that right?
This is supported by 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IgG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required.
So what they're really trying to say here, I mean, all this DNA, the warrant, the this, the that, the this, screw all that. The real question is, who is this Papa Roger character? Okay. That's what I really want to know, because I sit back and I think about that, because he called it on Facebook, talking about the sheath, like just knew about this sheath being on there, right? Lisa said, who would be surprised if stargazing is legit? Alibi, then I lost it, might be acceptable too. My thing is just this though, Lisa. I know we can have all these outside conversations about different, way too many different aspects, right? I know that. I know we can. But it's the fact that DNA is there. Whether they got it illegal, whether they did it, however they did it. If they did get it illegally or however or whatever, prove it. Prove it was faulty, right? Go. Not only prove that it was faulty or planted, but have some evidence on that. Because I'll tell you what, man, if I hear that there was a receipt that he bought a K-bar knife and all of a sudden there is a K-bar knife sheath at the murder scene with his DNA in it, he definitely did it to me. Especially if there's no sheath. What if, in case he ordered a couple of them, one on another fake account to replace the old one or whatever, something, But I'm saying in general, that's the only way. And then if he does have a receipt and he goes like, well, I sold it to somebody before on November 4th, that was the murders were on the 13th. Then it should be shown whoever you sold it to, right? Because you would probably post it on a marketplace, or maybe a friend, or maybe you would have told on him. What about the whole, did anyone else get arrested? Did anyone else get arrested? What's going on, Tina? Welcome to the stream. As you guys are coming in, make sure you hit the like button, because YouTube is straight up trying to block me out the algorithm, but we're going to beat the switch once again. I've done it many a times. I've sat it like, well, I remember going backwards for a minute and then shot right back up. So we're good. I just got to get back on it. That's all. That's all. You said, I'm pissed they took down the house. If you smash the like button, share on all platforms, that helps break it out too. But other than that, we'll get out of it regardless. You said also, no camera has license plate on it. DM shown pic could not identify BK phone. Shows, or you said shows DMA, or I'm sorry, DMA, listen to me. DM texted friends and all doors open. Murphy opened the door, no blood. Blood on banister, blood glove, new info. Where's that at? Carrie, where's that at? Seriously, we'll keep going. Let me play this.
Required. None was given, and so this must be suppressed.
So
Now, the defense.
I heard about the blood on the banister. Thank you for bringing that up. I did hear about that one. Okay. So you said the all doors opened up. Murphy opened door, no blood. I didn't hear about the Murphy opening the door. So thank you for filling me in on that. Do you have a reference to where we can get some of this information? I mean, I'll do a little research while we're finishing this up.
This maintains the investigative genetic genealogy
Give me the
work
blood on the
performed by
venison.
the FBI violated Kohberger's rights because agents accessed databases of companies that may not have permitted them to do so, which violated the terms of services for those companies.
Let's say my DNA is taken lawfully.
There we go.
What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question? Isn't it a factual question?
Well,
That's a
it
loaded.
is, Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully, and our position.
That part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA was taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me?
Well, Your Honor,
What?
our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named or not named.
For its part, the prosecution's
So hold up. My friend Carrie was just talking about these. Hold up. We're going to pull this up. Could not identify on this new information right here.
says Bryan Kohberger's Fourth Amendment rights are what matter here. And the state says those rights were not violated.
Even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms
Seems to be the evidence.
the terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Kohberger does not have standing to raise a violation.
Like
of the
this
terms of
judge, though.
service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
See,
As we argued in our brief,
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, that's why when I follow or any cases, it's really usually something very tragic, because the petty shit, they can get over that. But the things that I'm hungry and want to fix in our country and want to be a part of or help as much as I possibly can fix is, leading the youth, letting them, giving them the knowledge that we learn as we become, elders. We should be able to pass this down to them so they have a better life, right? So I'm into this because, again, I've witnessed tragedy. I know what it feels like to lose people you love to tragedy, whether it be in a violent manner or an accident, etc. I'm sure a lot of us lost people that we love, right? And also from my childhood of being the things that happened to me in my childhood. I won't even go over them fully. If you know me, you know me. If you don't, you don't. And you'll learn more as we go. But again, that's what drives everything that I do here on this channel, which is what drove me to open up that, again, Voice for the Voiceless nonprofit, so we could get back. And this case is always going to play a big part in that role because it introduced me to a lot of you. And it really created some very good moments for me, probably that I'll never forget. I'll dream about them forever, even when I'm dead. Like, we've had some very, very, very good moments when covering this case. Sad though. Like, it's sad because lives are lost. And at the end of the day, you can't bring them back. And who cannot relate to thinking about in your head, if your daughter is at college right now and she's staying with her roommates and you get a call the next day, imagine picking up that phone that you heard your daughter and 3 of her friends got brutally stabbed to death and murdered. You would want a bunch of people on your side too. And you would want to, you know what I mean? You would want to be heard. You would want to get justice. So, those are the things that drive me when it comes to that. But another thing that really drives the nail into the coffin and makes me go 100% hard on covering cases that, especially with these kids that are being abused, and literally because I've went through that shit. So kids being abused, molested, raped, trigger warning. But dog, we got to change. We got to help do something or push forward or right people to change those laws, because these dudes that are out here rubbing up on these little kids, getting 10 years, get to come back out, do it again. That shit's got to come to an end. because it gets worse. And it's been like that. I'm like, I said it in what, Dear Jesus? What, these boys, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game. This shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. You give up a little info to conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? I say, you let these pedophiles run around and trash shit. They touch kids, but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to want to roll with that shit? You touch a kid, it gets 2 years maximum. You know what I mean? Like, I'm over it. We're over that shit. And it is what it is. That shit's always gonna roll for me because I've been there. I was that kid, the dude that did the shit to me. The motherfucker ain't even, he's got a kid right now sitting with him. So that passion burns through me to end that. Boy.
The individuals, and as came out in testimony today, the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other, with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
the FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree.
Okay.
We won't search those ones.
So
sorry, but to go back on what Kerry was talking about, in the case against Bryan Kohberger, who was accused of November 20, obviously the murders of 2022 on the 13th, they're saying this right here, that forensic analysts revealed the presence of DNA from two unidentified males. One sample was found on a hair I can't even talk straight tonight. One sample was found on a handrail inside the crime scene. And on another glove. I got to make this wording bigger. Can't do it. Nope. Okay, I tried. That ain't working. So again, in the case against Bryan Kohberger, who was accused of the November 2022 murders of the 4 University of Idaho students, forensic analysts revealed the presence of DNA from 2 unidentified males. Now, one sample was found on a handrail inside the crime scene, and another on a glove located outside the residence. Notably, these DNA samples did not match either the victims or Kohberger. Okay. And that was found by, what's his name? What's that dude's name? What's that police officer? Supposedly he locked someone up wrongfully back in the day, though, that Chris McDonough. I remember Mama Callie telling me about that shit. Mama Callie told me he wrongfully locked someone up back in the day, and it bothered her. I remember her sharing that with him. I mean, I don't know the guy. I don't have a problem with him or nothing, but she said that that he definitely had somebody locked up and it was the wrong person or something. That's the guy that reminds me. I'm pretty sure that's the guy with the whole glove thing. One of the gloves being found at the scene. But it says the origins of the unidentified DNA remain unclear. It's possible that the samples could belong to individuals unrelated to the crime, such as previous visitors or residents of the house. Alternatively, they might suggest the involvement of additional individuals in the incident. Now, as of now, investigators have not publicly identified the sources of the DNA samples, and their significance to the case remains undetermined. So it is important to note that while the DNA evidence can be compelling, its presence alone doesn't necessarily indicate involvement in a crime. The context in which the DNA is found, along with the other corroborating evidence, plays a crucial role in determining its relevance. Now, as the investigation progresses and more information becomes available, the implications of these unidentified DNA samples may become clear. So, I mean, I could see, I'm a big DNA person. So when I hear DNA, I'm like, damn, I want to know who that is. Is that somebody who was there? But they've had so many parties at that house, y'all. Jay Clark said it's ridiculous. Patrick said, I hope you don't take it that way. It's hard to provide context and text, for sure. That's why it's important to let people talk. That's why I have people call in. Like, that's why I tell people to call in, because it is important. I think it's very important. You know, you got to give people the floor sometimes and let them get off exactly what they mean. So if Carrie meant something else, then she could call in and say, hey, I didn't mean it like that. I was saying this. This is what I was saying. You get what I mean? So I understand how it could be taken differently. That's probably what a lot of arguments get started on the internet, because people can't really read into what someone's saying. If I feel that way, I'm ready to have a conversation with someone voice to voice so I could really feel what you mean. You know what I mean? You said, I will hold my judgment until all facts come out in court. Prayers to the families. Heartbreaking.
address that part, but on the database piece, the issue is that no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Is this what it was right here? Is this what you were talking about? It might be in this one, because this one, I know this video came out like 5 days ago that we're watching now, and we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch
it for that is
because it says 9 shocking new details in Bryan Kohberger's case, and anybody can feel free, by the way, to call in when you want to. Matter of fact, I need to add this video right here. But yes, anybody can feel free to call in if you want. You have something to say, you want to talk about, you think there's something that I need to break up, you want to bring to the people's attention, feel free to pick up 219-885-9693. The number's always been the same. You're more than welcome to, and you definitely don't have to, because I can fill your ears up too.
Do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large.
What's going on, Green Eyes?
Has been presiding over.
Hold up. Let me do this. I got you. Give me 1 second. $731. What's going on? You live? 731. What's going on? You hear me? Volfin, what's going on, my friend? How you doing? I hope you feel better. I got sick for a while, my damn self. Yes, I lost a lot myself still, but I ain't never went. I'm at like 165 now, and I'm not moving. When y'all found me through Idaho 4, I was a sumo wrestler. I'm serious. I was a dead ass sumo wrestler during Idaho 4. I look like Uncle Zuna when you found me on Idaho 4 in this month. So what's going on, ball fan? Talk to us. What's going on? Talk to us. They're saying, hold up. They're saying they can't hear you. Hold up. I heard her. Everybody's telling me they can't hear. I got it. Hold up. Let me back this. I don't know what's going on there. That's weird. Can't hear her. Tired. Boom. All right.
Look at
again. Say mic check 1 2 1 2, because I can fill them in on all that.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Hold on, can y'all hear it now? Let me know. Let me know if you can hear. Technical difficulties. All right, good. I don't know why I hit it before. You're good though. They can hear you.
Okay, good. All right. So I want to ask a question because I've been sick for 4 months, and you probably wondered where I was, but.
Oh yeah, you go back through that. Go back through that. You were letting me know that you were sick, etc. Go back through that so they can hear you. Though.
Yeah. I'm sorry, everybody. Chat mods. I've been sick for 4 months. I've lost 45 pounds. I mean, got pneumonia, strep, the stomach virus, and the flu. So it almost took me out, but I'm back.
I hope you feel a lot better, though. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I really am. I'm sorry.
Well, I appreciate it. I just had to get off everything. I mean, man, I was down in the bed and couldn't get up. Like, I was really worried. But yeah, I've had to buy all new clothes.
Well, I did. Yeah. I don't know if you caught the beginning of this live. Did you? Maybe not.
No,
okay.
No.
So I'll let you know, just because I know you mod here, right? I wanted to tell you that I was doing some rebranding today. So this channel specifically you see, I changed the name to this channel, and then the second channel is where I will do my music podcast, paranormal podcast, and game. When I probably game when I'm live, I'll use that channel if I do. That's if I do. So that's why I threw that in there. But yes, this channel specifically, I won't be uploading no more music to this channel no more. And if the one I will be is when it has something to do with what we're doing over here now. And the reason why I say that is because let's see, what I built about 15,000 off music over here, and the rest is was true crime. So I want to make that, since I've built it up so much on true, well, they call it true crime. I really know I do it because I want to give back, but you're gonna get put in a box and in a genre. So true crime is what it is. So, but this is where I'll do all the case coverage, live streams, etc. And we'll just run. I'm just gonna run this channel as when I cover cases. So the only time I'll ever be over here is when I'm covering cases or it's anything case related. That way nobody's confused, because somebody wrote me a message, right? And I read it and I was like, okay, I get what they're saying. They were like, Rev, I'm not trying to be a boss or tell you what to do or blah, blah, blah. But I think it would be smart if you did all of your crime stuff on your one channel and then you have another channel for music. You got, and you could, you know what I mean?
That's
I was
a
like,
darn good idea, though.
I see, you got a good point. So I did it. I rebranded it and moved it over. I'll finish everything up and continue. But that's what it'll be. So when you see me, this channel is strictly that. If you love music and you love rocking out with things of that nature, then head over there. It's at like 6,000. We'll keep going though. It's gonna fluctuate up and down as I get settled.
Well, you know, Dear Jesus and Dear Mama are my two favorites of your songs. So
yeah, no doubt.
But good. That's awesome. I'm glad you did that. No, I missed it all. But what I was going to ask you is, and like I said, I've totally been out of the loop. So has Bryan Kohberger's legal defense, are they kind of like a O.J. Simpson type attorney? I mean, it looks like they're flipping over every stone and looking under every rock to me.
They're trying to, they know this. I feel like they know how big this case is with the terabytes of evidence, etc. So they're trying to really do anything that they can to pull off a W and be getting paid big for the next one, is what I'm thinking in my eyes. Yeah. But again, if they did do something faulty, but this is what they're supposed to do. They're doing their job, but I don't know. I feel like they are digging for something to get off on a technicality. I do feel that.
Yeah, I do too. The other thing is, I still don't think, and I don't even know, I know you're watching the case and all, but I still don't think that, I think his daddy knew about it. I mean, as many times as that man got stopped in between Idaho and Pennsylvania, it wasn't no coincidence in my opinion.
Right.
And yeah. I think the daddy was in on it. I mean, I think he was trying to help his son get out of it. You know what I mean?
No doubt. No doubt.
And I could be wrong.
No. So you say you think dad was in on it?
Well, I don't think he was.
Because I feel like his ass would have got spanked by now.
Well, let me rephrase that. I don't think he was in on the M part, but I think he was in on trying to cover it up so he could get his son off.
Oh, so meaning like he had knowledge of certain things, like that, like Dad, I gotta tell you something. Like that.
Yeah, I'm in trouble, Dad.
I can see no. I could see that being a thing because that happened in the case before. There was a woman that what was her name? I just seen it and I was just watching this show a couple months back. We even talked about it on here. It might even have been a month ago. But either way, I had a show on in it was in California. The chick was going to college and dude literally was stalking her, but ended up killing her in the dorm, left. And his parents knew about it. And they were like detecting bones in soil and shit, DNA at the mom's house and the dad's house. The dad ended up getting arrested. There was a lot. There's a lot going on with it. I'm just trying to remember what her name was. I hate to talk about it without giving her name any respect because I can't remember the name off the top. But if anybody knows what case I'm talking about, it should ring a bell because it's still being talked about present day. And this dude, oh my God, this dude just brutally stalked her, took advantage of her, and thought he was going to get away with killing her.
And he may have told his dad, hey, Dad, I got a friend and he stole your knife and blah, blah, blah. We don't know what he told his dad. And they're trying to frame me. And you know what I'm saying? Like, he may have just said, I think I'm just going to get in trouble or whatever. It just seemed like his dad was, I don't know, wasn't that shocked when they kept getting stopped. And yeah, I don't know. He just seemed kind of odd to me. Maybe not to you, but he did to me. But, and then the other thing I was going to say is, was he really out there naked in the woods stargazing? I mean, it's been talked about.
Naked in the
I know
woods.
That's an odd question, but like they said he took off all his clothes and ran in the woods, and that's going to be his defense that he was out there stargazing.
I don't know, man.
I know it's crazy. It's crazy.
There's a lot of crazy stuff when it comes to this case, and another angle that I was talking about, which is why it's the title of Papa Rogers. Papa Rogers, the guy went on to, I don't know if you're familiar with it, right? Or the whole Papa Rogers thing, but this Papa Rogers said maybe he left the knife sheath before anything happened. So I said, is this somebody framing him, or was this Bryan Kohberger?
Wow. That's a different angle.
Yeah.
That puts me in a whole new headspace.
Yeah. Let's see. Hold up. I had made a whole video about it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to call in and take your time, but I wanted to let you know where I've been, because I've been missing in action for a long time.
I love talking cases. This is my thing. This is what I love. It's what I enjoy. So yeah, no doubt. And
yeah,
especially when there's fresh ones.
At it. I've been with you before.
You said what?
I've been with you for a year and a half now. So
I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. You definitely have been here for a minute. And let me see, Papa Rogers. Okay, here it is right here. So for the Papa Rogers factor, I just wanted to fill you in with this. The user, or a user with the handle, obviously, because if you want to go do research on it afterwards, you'll go and see and find the screenshots, etc. So a user, again, with the handle Papa Rogers, was active in the University of Idaho murders case discussion Facebook group. This user made posts analyzing the crime in detail, some of which eerily predicted key evidence before it was made public. The group's admin later claimed that Papa Rogers was removed for suspicious behavior before Kohberger's arrest. Why do people think it was Kohberger predicting the knife? One of Papa Rogers' posts suggested that the killer used a knife and took it with them. This was later confirmed by police before Kohberger was arrested. So,
wow.
Detailed crime scene theories. He discussed the location of the sheath, the number of wounds, and other details before they were public knowledge. That's another thing. That's number two, right? So then we got 3. Tone and wording similarities. Kohberger was a PhD criminology student, and people noticed similarities in writing style between his known work and Papa Rogers' post. So then you got 4, the obsession of the case, which is Papa Rogers was extremely engaged in discussions, almost like he was studying the responses. It gets crazier. It's weird, right? Behavior after the arrest. After Kohberger was arrested, Papa Rogers disappeared from online discussions, leading to speculation that it was indeed him. I guaranteed the Kohberger fans started to live that name up and make it on YouTube and start to do this, that, and the third. My speculation has always been that Papa Rogers was Bryan Kohberger, and I still believe it till this day, until I'm shown 100% proof, or when the trial's over and they don't talk about it, then maybe something there. But I do believe.
Based off of what you said, I think it is too.
But I gotta say this: there is they're talking about this unknown DNA, blood on a handrail, etc. I get it. Everything does, cross all I's, dot all T's. But again, if he bought a K-bar knife off of Amazon and he doesn't have that K-bar knife off Amazon, and there's no sheath, and they can't find the knife in his sheath that he bought, and he can't explain that with his DNA at the scene, his boots are getting smoked.
He's going down.
That's my personal opinion.
I agree. I agree. I do have questions. I mean, like anybody else, like why didn't the girl who's seen him and identified him, why didn't she call 911 if she thought there was a problem and she heard noises? Facts. I mean, why did they wait till 1 o'clock the next day to even call the cops?
Right.
I don't know. I just got tons of questions, but I still think at the end of the day, I still think he's 100% guilty.
Yeah.
But I think he's a smart ass man, and I think he hired some smart attorneys that could find a loophole that might could get him out.
I don't know.
I hope he don't.
Yeah, he would need you. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Nacho Wifey. No, you're right though. It is that. I forgot. That was it. That is it. It's the case of Kristen Smart. That's what we were watching. Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that case.
Yeah. No, I just couldn't remember off the top. But when I watched it, I was like, damn, man, like this is. Maybe it might not even be that one. Let me look. Kristen Smart.
You're thinking about Elizabeth Smart. They're 2 different ones.
Yeah, I was thinking about Elizabeth Smart.
Live with that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, here it is, right here. Yeah. Paul Flores. Yep, that was it. And that's why I was saying that dude went and told his parents, obviously, hey, I killed this girl. Oh my God. So what you just brought up is a possibility. So people who would think he wouldn't go tell his dad, he probably would. You never know.
Well, I don't think the guy had any friends, did he? I mean, from what I've heard and what I've read.
He wrote a letter to his dad, I believe.
Yeah. His dad was his best friend, supposedly.
I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure they found one. I had to look at. Yeah, okay. So during a search of Bryan Kohberger's parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, authorities seized multiple items, including a note from Bryan to his father. The contents of this note have not been publicly disclosed. Talk about a note that might bury you. I don't know. Additionally,
and there was something else.
It says this though. It says, hold on, listen. You need to hear this too, because it says additionally in 2014, Bryan Kohberger's father reported him to the police for stealing his sister's iPhone. When confronted, Bryan warned his father not to do anything stupid. This incident led to Bryan's arrest in a misdemeanor theft charge. These events provided some insight into the relationship between Bryan Kohberger and his father, and through specific details about their interactions remain limited. Now, my question, I wanted to read that part too, because it shows that dad really he called the police on him over a phone with the sister.
Yeah.
So if he hit him up and said, hey, yeah, I stabbed 4 students, wouldn't dad tell on him there too?
I don't know.
That's my thought.
Wasn't he caught doing something weird, like going through the garbage at like 2 or 3 in the morning and wiping it or something crazy?
He was
putting it in
separating
saran bags or something. He was what?
He was separating the trash.
And there was something he was throwing away on the bed or the.
You're talking about the hair, Murphy's hair.
Yes. What
People
was
are.
that?
I call it Murphy's hair because they're speculating that it's Murphy's dog hair, but we don't know that. That has not been stamped 100% Murphy's dog hair, but people do speculate it. Again, and we discuss things that are allegedly here. If you haven't heard of law enforcement, it's absolutely not true. I'm just bringing up the things that are being talked about in the community. I look through the facts. I look through the, because like I said, when you cover this from the beginning and you're seeing all this shit unfold in front of you, and then you start reading this paperwork, the story starts to fill in and in. But now we're stuck at this like spot where they're arguing over the dumbest shit in court. You're seeing all these other cases that I've covered after the fact get justice, and they're still over here arguing about whether they got the DNA correctly or incorrectly. It's like, what the hell? Can we get up in the courtroom and get this shit done? Like, what are we talking about?
Do you think it'll actually be going to court this year, or you think they'll keep fighting over what they're doing is trying to fight over it and give him enough time, I would imagine, because I've watched a lot of cases.
Right.
To get him on manslaughter where he's already served enough time by the time the court comes and they'll let him out.
Man.
That's my opinion. It's why they're doing this. But I still think he's guilty.
Yeah, Angel said it isn't Murphy's hair, as that would mean there was a connection, and both connections have said no connection. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know. We've heard those things be worded so differently, Angel, and you're correct about that. I agree. As far as the connection, who knows? I don't know what's what anymore, because you hear so much shit about this case and what they have and what they don't have and what they possibly might not have and what they possibly do have. That's why I'm like, man.
But the knife was never found, right? Nobody ever found the knife, right?
Well, we can't necessarily say that, because I feel like they're not. It's still gagged in a sense.
Oh yeah.
Is the gag off? Because if the gag's off, then we'd be seeing everything.
I forgot about that.
You know what I mean?
Forgot about that. Yeah. Do you think the change of venue helped him or hurt him?
I don't think it mattered at all.
Yeah.
Because listen, the judge even said it. When the judge said it didn't matter, he was like, yeah, he was better off staying there, pretty much, is what that judge said in the courtroom when we watched and we're catching up on the court days.
Yeah.
You said,
I kind of would agree with that, but Anyway, I just wanted to touch base with you and tell you where
Appreciate
I've
you.
been and touch base with this case and get
Mhm.
caught up because I've been behind.
Shit, I hear you. Me too,
But
Bryan.
I love you guys. Love you,
We
chat. I'll be
appreciate you,
back
my
in the
friend.
chat. Appreciate you, T.
Appreciate you. Lock
Talk
your
to you.
doors. Stay vigilant. Thank you. Thank you for breaking it off. God bless you. Lock your doors. Shout out to her, yo. We appreciate her. I couldn't hear it at first though. Let me know if this is echoing when I hit this. Let me know if this is echoing. Give me 1 second. Let me delete that. Delete this. Delete this. Is that echoing? It probably is because I'm sharing it through. I bet you that did echo. 219-885-96-93. Oh, you're scared. It's all good. Keep going.
It's a way of putting both the defense and the state on the spot
That was wild, though.
when they make their arguments. And he did it right here.
IGG was used in this case. And yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unless the court has any questions, we'd ask you to deny the motion to suppress.
If the FBI, in fact, violated the Fourth Amendment rights of Mr. Kohberger, you would agree the
No
state
doubt.
is
Appreciate you, my brother.
burdened by.
Hold up 1 second. I want to know if it's literally.
By that.
I was like, screw premium. I need to get premium back now. I should have never entered it. Oh well. I need to know if this is echoing though.
If Diddy did diddle dudes, how many dudes did Diddy diddle?
According to my calculations, if Diddy did diddle dudes, Diddy diddled over a billion dudes.
Oh damn! Does that mean Diddy's getting diddle did?
Oh, most definitely. If Diddy's found guilty, Diddy's definitely getting his doodle by dudes with large diddles.
Oh, Diddy done
Is that
did it now.
See what I'm saying? I told you it was echoing. I knew it was because I'm sharing that.
It's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened.
So it'll do that. So for instance, I can't play any sound. See, that's why I got to hook up this stream deck. Where's the stream deck? I got to plug this stream deck in. But then again, I don't have another extra USB. Yep, time to get a new computer.
Burdened by that, yes.
It's safe to say our stories prove the world is unpredictable and having a great lawyer really matters. That's where Morgan & Morgan, the exclusive personal injury law firm of law and crime, comes in. This is a firm with more than 1,000 lawyers because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan won a $29 million verdict for a cyclist in Philadelphia, a $2.7 million verdict for a car accident victim in Florida, and a $5.6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Georgia after the insurance company offered their client $0. Even if you think your case isn't worth millions, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so easy. You can
we know about Morgan.
Click the link in the description.
We know about Morgan and Morgan.
Taylor revealed what we start a claim at
right there.
People.com/crimefix or click the link in the description and pinned in the comments. Then Ann Taylor revealed what one of the surviving roommates told police about the night of the murders. Taylor did this because she wants a Franks hearing to determine whether police lied to get search warrants. Taylor listed a number of instances where she said the officers misled the magistrate when writing their affidavits.
This probable cause affidavit talks about
excuse me,
an interview they had where the person that was interviewed said that she heard things and saw things within her house. But what is written in the probable cause affidavit is seriously lacking in detail. It's wrong and it's false in many places.
So you're saying it's wrong and it's false in many places, huh? This is the only way that you can fix this stupid. Hold on, this is the only way you can fix the echo. You got to do it by, which means anytime that someone called, I'd have to, which is why I picked the phone up and just pull out my personal phone then at that point, because it makes you do this. Now it'll work. Watch, it'll work now. Like this. If Diddy did diddle dudes, how many dudes did he diddle?
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
So you got that. I fixed it. Don't worry, Trey. I fixed it back for you. Don't worry. You know, I had to get it right again. Then you got this.
Baholics Mixtapes.
Oops, wrong one.
Bing bong bong bing bing bing. Bing bong bong bing bing bing. Oh shit! Oh shit! Shut up, bitch!
Go ahead. Do it.
Do it.
I want you to.
There we go. We're good now.
The way the affidavit reads, it says this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the 3rd floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat she thought she heard is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed.
Again, you're just coming in, smash the like button because they got us, boy. They got us in the shadow band, the shadow band realms of all realms. I'm telling you that right now. But I don't know if it's because somebody spam botted me, and I seen it. Wonder who that was, aka something time. It's all good though. I'll show you how to beat that switch.
Shortly after 911 was called,
you, Thank you,
in
my
the
brother.
afternoon of November 13th, 2022, and she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go down the stairs, go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all.
Now, this is really interesting information that we hadn't heard before. Taylor went on to explain why she believes this discrepancy is important.
That is important because that's misleading to the judge. That waters down what was said, and that matters in the probable cause affidavit because the officers, when they wrote this, knew that wasn't the case. They knew this particular person that DM said was upright and running down the stairs, but that's not what happened. That person was killed in the bed and never left the bed. So the officers water that down because they know that fact is wrong, but they don't tell the magistrate that. They also don't tell the magistrate that this witness has claimed memory problems, that this witness has claimed that she's not sure what she heard.
Is that right? Is that right?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! You fucking donkey!
Heard or saw was real, or whether it was at a dream.
So Ann Taylor is saying the surviving roommate claimed to have memory problems and that she didn't know whether what she recalled was a dream or not. Taylor is questioning the surviving roommate's credibility.
There are 2 references to not remembering. A couple of days later, there's a 3rd interview, and there's references to not remembering, being drunk, a statement, I don't know any of it. Like half this stuff. I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. That's at page 399. At page 406, I don't know if this was real or in my mind was just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard, someone was crying in the bathroom. These are definite statements that were not given to the magistrate and in fact were brushed over. And credibility is really, really important when that person is relied on in the investigation.
But the prosecution defended the surviving roommate's statements to the judge, saying her description of the man she saw in the house wearing all black never changed.
The person was a slim, skinny, lean build. And the person was taller than she is around 5'8". That's what's important. It was that general description. And that general description did not change.
It's also important to establish the timeline.
It is. It's important to establish the timeline to know when the timeline match the vehicle surveillance of when a suspect vehicle is coming into the area of 1122 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period.
So you heard right there, Assistant Prosecutor Ashley Jennings said one of the surviving roommates was texting what she was seeing. That is really interesting and had been rumored on social media. Jennings continued.
The defendant argues when an eyewitness states she's not sure anything she saw was real, a magistrate should know about it. Well, the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real. And we know it wasn't a dream because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory. They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen, that somehow we got it wrong.
The probable cause affidavits also contain information about Bryan Kohberger's cell phone records.
There
And it
we
really
go.
made it sound like he was near the house on King Road a dozen times. But Ann Taylor is saying that's another way that the officers misled the court.
Based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Kohberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true.
But the prosecution says the officers did not misstate the evidence about those cell towers.
Here's what is in evidence,
There
though.
we go.
And based off of the PC affidavit, is that the phone was in the area for the tower that provides service to the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true. Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant. Their argument is merely a clarification about which member did what work. And that doesn't matter to the ultimate determination for probable cause.
Now, when it comes to the issue of probable cause, the judge asked this very pointed question.
When there's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Kohberger. Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
The judge just literally fucking smacked every single word they said right out their head or mouth right there. Say that again. Drop that again, Judge.
Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Damn.
And that doesn't
let that man cook. Hold up. Where we at? Let that man cook. Let me get my sound thing right. Hold up 1 second.
Are you not entertained?
Did you not hear that? Yeah, that'll get you cooked twice on Sunday. What are we talking about? That ain't no BS. That's far from BS. He's right. That would get anyone in this chat room, anyone on the internet, I don't care who you are, that's definitely going to get you smoked. And that's a fact, Jack.
Let that man cook.
Did you hear what he said again? Hold up. Let me get this right.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
And Taylor over here acting like Donald Trump did during this message right here.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Is that right? He said, hold my pan and let me get the cook.
Let that man cook.
Listen, here it is. Here it goes. He's gonna cook. And it's not even more, doesn't even want to play no more. Doesn't even want to play no more. It's lagging, man. Ain't no more 720. What's going on?
about which member did what work. And that doesn't matter to the ultimate determination for probable cause.
Now, when it comes to the issue of probable cause, the judge asked this very pointed question.
When there's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Kohberger. Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Let that man cook.
Not in this context. Not in this context because of the IGG work.
The defense is also trying to get evidence from Kohberger's arrest in Pennsylvania at his parents' home and statements he made thrown out, claiming the search violated his rights since the warrant was a no-knock warrant.
Essentially watching Mr. Kohberger as he moves around his house via snipers. I mean, they were quite safe, and there was simply no reason to bash the doors in momentarily after yelling from their barricade.
What'd you do? Want him to walk in, put him in a fucking dress, and push him off in a wheelchair like he was the national racing champion? I don't even know. Saying the general, I mean, yeah, they're gonna blow the doors off that bitch. He allegedly stabbed 4 people to death. What do you think? They're gonna come in there and just, how you doing, man? Cool, you ready, dude? Let's go, man. Yeah, let's sing out. Let's go golf. You look golf. Come back and talk about this knife that you know, this sheath with a little DNA in it. Like, come on.
There's 2 issues. There's officer safety. There's also destruction of evidence.
It's crazy, man.
In the cases that we cited, Judge,
What's going on?
The claim has been that there's evidence being destroyed. The evidence, what's known to the officers is something along the lines of, I hear somebody running away after they announce themselves. It's not typical that the police simply don't knock and announce at all. In those cases, they usually give the person the opportunity to surrender, but it's not a particularly long one. And in this case, they don't do that at all. And the only thing they knew is that he's walking around from room to room and that he has.
And would you, knowing who you're allegedly about to go arrest, I mean, this might be that person, again, innocent until proven guilty, but we're picking up on a guy whose friggin' DNA was on the snapped of a knife sheath of 4 people brutally stabbed to death. You want them to come in there and play princess with them and shit. Like, seriously, they come in, like they're about to come in and paint each other's nails and play patty cake. Like, dude, get your soft ass out of this courtroom. I mean, you already sound stupid as shit. Fire this dude.
Some kitchen gloves on, and I don't think that equates necessarily to the destruction of,
crazy.
You know,
well, that's not all they knew, but I won't go into the detail in order to.
I want to bring in Philip Dubé. He works as court-appointed counsel in Los Angeles County. So, Philip, I want you to talk to me a little bit about this whole issue that Kohberger's attorneys are talking about. The no-knock.
Heather, I see the people coming in. Heather, Pirate Radio, smash that like button, bring it. All topics. Get Ann Potts in here. I need to cook against Ann Potts. Ann Potts is the defense. Where's the defense at? Ann Potts, bring your ass. Lord, Jesus, God, I am calling upon the one and only Annie Potts. She works with Ann Taylor. She's at her. I'm just kidding. That's my dog, Annie Potts. But she definitely has some good points. Love talking with her. Shout out to Ann Potts. Hope you've been doing well. I know you'll come back.
When he was arrested at his parents' house in Pennsylvania, his attorneys are saying it was overkill. It violated his rights. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, even assuming that it was overkill and it violated his rights, the U.S. Supreme Court has already spoken on this issue. It was back in 2006 in a case called Hudson versus Michigan. And that involved the search of a residence with a warrant. And they did not sufficiently knock and announce their presence before raiding the residence. And what the court said is that suppression of the evidence is no longer a remedy for the technical violation. The rule exists really just, first of all, that there is a fear that maybe the people inside are dangerous, that they have a weapon, or that there could be imminent destruction of evidence, or that someone could escape. And the fact that somebody didn't knock and wait a few seconds before barging in or waiting for them to open up the door is too technical of a violation constitutionally to say the remedy should be to throw out everything recovered in the property. So the remedy, if any, really is in tort law or in civil rights litigation in the civil courts. So I don't believe that their motion has merit. As ignominious and as offensive it may have been to go in there at that hour, whatever hour it was, doesn't violate the Fourth Amendment. It might violate local tort law or federal civil rights laws, but nothing in the criminal context.
And they made it sound like, the judge said, that's not all they knew when Jay Logston, the defense attorney, said, all they knew, they had a drone up. They saw he was in his kitchen with, he was walking around with kitchen gloves on. And the judge said, that's not all they knew. We know that there was a gun seized from the Kohberger home. So it sounds like there was.
Yeah, I know there was a gun seized. I thought it was hold up. Wasn't it from the car? I'm confused. I thought they found one in the car. Was it the home or the car?
More to this. And the detective also said things changed that day where they basically decided to do no knock, and there were some other circumstances, but they're kind of keeping that all under wraps right now, I'm assuming, because they don't want to taint the jury pool.
Well, that, and frankly, they don't want to give their hand away, because you'd be amazed.
Well, she said, okay, so they said at the residence, and it specifically says during the search of Bryan Kohberger's vehicle, authorities seized various items including swabs, gloves, goggles, and a shovel. What, my man has swabs up in there? What you doing, dog? You running your own DNA test? Huh. So he had, again, swabs, gloves, goggles, and a shovel. However, there is no indication that a firearm was found in the car. So hold up, I'm confused. I thought there was a fire. I've read of maybe it was just bullets or something though. Maybe I'm tripping. I swore I read something about ammunition in the vehicle or some type of gun in the vehicle, and now all of a sudden it's saying inside? I'm confused. Fill me in. And here we go. Already with the lag shit.
How many people out there who are listening could call in false tips? They could try to sabotage the case, try to emerge, if you will, as this last minute kind of witness. And by keeping things mum and limited to what's in the pleadings, it really furthers the truth seeking process. And if we're honest, Anjanette, in the end, the police got a warrant. I could see if maybe they went in there without a warrant and felt that there was some type of an emergency situation. But a judge or a magistrate already signed off on their probable cause affidavit and found that there was sufficient evidence to go in there. And to say that nothing will be admissible in court just because they didn't knock or wait a few seconds or announce their presence, Hudson versus Michigan says no can do anymore under Fourth Amendment jurisprudence.
I want to move on now to the motion for a Franks hearing. Basically, the defense is trying to show that they are owed this hearing. They're trying to say that officers misled the court when they went and got search warrants, when they were writing affidavits for a probable cause. They say that the roommate, one of the surviving roommates, made some statements and that she was saying things like, I don't know if what I remember, if I imagined it, if it was a dream or if it was real. They're acting like, information that this roommate said was left out of the affidavit and that would have maybe not added up to probable cause. The prosecution counters and says, no, that's not true. Her description of the suspect never changed. What are your thoughts on Ann Taylor's arguments there when she's revealing all of this new information about what that surviving roommate said?
Well, first of all, the statements.
If she really didn't say much, she just said that it didn't match or whatever. That was a weak ass argument. We're going to hear something totally different in the trial, though. I get it. We're scraping for every little thing that they're willing to throw out there, and we're going to run with that and build a story and put our own context to it. But then when they get up in that courtroom, that shit changes. That's exactly what happens.
In the affidavit to qualify for traversing the warrant have to be knowingly false, and they have to be material. There's always going to be, I don't want to call them lies or falsities, but maybe some misrepresentations, some inaccuracies in affidavits. The question is, if you sever those inaccuracies from the affidavit, is there still sufficient facts to find probable cause? And I believe that was the prosecution's argument. Let's just give them that. But there was nothing flagrant, nothing knowingly misleading about what the roommate may have remembered or saw, because at the end of the day, all that really matters, they have 4 dead people in that house. I mean, seriously, there is enough right there to suggest that a crime has been committed and that by going in, you might be able to solve it, get some leads, find something to lead to the identity of the perpetrator. So I think in the end, the court's not going to traverse the warrant, but instead might say, look, I might sever some of this, but I'm going to find nonetheless that there's still sufficient probable cause to allow this warrant to survive.
And the judge basically said, isn't his DNA on the knife sheath probable cause every day and twice on Sunday? And then Ann Taylor responds and says, not in this context because of the investigative genealogy work.
So she's basically insulting the judge on that, really. Like, no, it is. They definitely messed it up, man. I'm telling you. You better listen, Judge. They messed it up. They got it wrong.
So that was her response. But the judge is basically saying they have probable cause all day long just because of his DNA being on the knife sheath.
Exactly. I mean, if the DNA was not on that knife sheath, let's be honest, Anjanette, I don't even believe that prosecutors would have even filed a case. There just would not have been enough evidence. Certainly, there's a lot of suspicion, and there might be probable cause to suggest that he was involved, and certainly that the crime has been committed, but not enough for prosecutors to say, we have enough to proceed beyond a reasonable doubt. And their ethical obligations require them to assess a case pre-filing for a determination of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, as opposed to just probable cause. And I am telling you that DNA on that sheet next to or underneath one of the victims is enough to sink him.
The judge basically said he doesn't know if he's going to schedule a Franks hearing. He doesn't know if they've met their burden. And
whoever just said check your text message, I didn't get it. In case, hold up. Matter of fact, I did. That was Friday. I didn't just get it. I just didn't open it. I didn't see it. There's a ton of them that aren't open sometimes, though, because when you got a scrolling mind and you're all over the place, you're doing 50 things at once. You know how that goes. Watch RBA class. Oh, okay. That's the last thing I seen from you, my friend. RBA.
And so, he's going to have to go back and review this, but he asked them for dates in the next few weeks in case he does schedule this hearing.
I don't, you guys know I don't bite, right? Damn, you want to talk to T-REV more? You know what? I quit this shit. I'm deleting this channel when I get offline tonight. I'm done. As of 2070, this channel will be deleted. Yeah, I said it, bitch. 2070. That's when I'll be dead.
What's your feeling on that? I mean, because Ann Taylor threw a lot out there. She's talking about the cell phone information that was misrepresented as her clients stalking victims. You know, all of this stuff. She's talking about, you know, other people's blood, male blood found in the house. You know, the prosecution had said in some prior documents that it wasn't suitable to upload.
Where the hell is Doug from Tennessee? Oh, you got, you know, pal. You fucking know what I mean, pal. I love the Rev Gang family, but I had to unsubscribe from that Bricks channel, you know? Fucking dude. Big phone calls with that guy, ugly looking fucking smoky, jokey, dokey guy, and Detective John and all these motherfuckers. I'm from New York. That guy can't fuck with me, you know? And then you got that fat fucking prick in Tennessee. You know that dude? That's the
Upload the CODIS. They couldn't even identify, you know, who it may have belonged to, that type of thing.
I love you.
Well, for purposes of due process and judicial ethics, judges should not announce ahead of time which way they are leaning without having reviewed everything, without having heard both sides. The judge was smart by saying, we're going to set this for a hearing, and he'll reserve until he has read and heard all argument. So
D Smalls used to call. She don't talk to me, nobody. Like, D Smalls like, man, I don't want to talk to him. He thinks Kohberger did it. But it's all right, though. She don't know that I still got love for her. I don't care if she thinks he's innocent or if she thinks he's innocent or guilty. It don't matter to me. I just like a good conversation. I don't like to judge people off their beliefs, man. People who judge people off their beliefs, sorry. I mean, yeah, you do got to have something to believe in, man. I feel like we got to be fighting for something. I think a lot of us do fight for people having a fair trial in America. And we're not trying to pin. I don't think anybody in here wants anyone to get arrested for no reason if they did absolutely not commit a murder. And people think true crime, oh, that guy's a police officer. Nah, I just don't like people who think they're the judge, the juror, and the executioner. The only time I'm going to walk somebody down, which means I would kill them, is if they were coming at my family in a threatening manner. That's it. You walk up on me in public with my family threatening manner, I got to do what I got to do. I don't bother nobody. I'm not out here looking for no fights with these goofballs. If anything, you know, we can do rap, whatever. You want to play football, we could do that. We could box, whatever. But it's coming up trying to, you know, in threatening manners. Like that's what's got to come to an end, because people think that they can just go and take a life and that they could possibly get away with it. Then they get behind they get right behind them cell doors, and all of a sudden they turn into Diddy. Got a whole lot of baby oil.
But for now, I think what he's saying is, you better bring me something, because based on what I'm seeing and what I'm reading, you haven't met your burden. But he didn't quite go that far with saying that, because if we're honest, it would be unethical. And I think it would violate canons of ethics to rule before you've even read and heard everything. So the judge was smart.
Judge Hippler did seem to throw some cold water on the idea.
Yeah, the judge was part. He's about to send his ass down there with old Mangione and Diddy. You know what I mean? They're going to be up in that jail cell like, ain't no party like a Diddy party. Ain't nothing like a Diddy party.
No, ain't no party like a Diddy party. So
yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
IGG arguments, although he did seem to think that they violated the terms of service. Violating terms of service for genetic genealogy databases is a whole lot different, Philip, than violating somebody's Fourth Amendment rights. So he did push both sides on that issue, but he didn't seem to really be buying what the defense was selling.
No, there's a few buckets of remedies here when police do things unlawfully. Number one, there is suppression of evidence in a criminal case. Or number two, if the violation of whatever the police did amounted to a breach of a contract, that's a separate analysis in the civil context. Or if what the police did merely amounted to a civil tort, that is a different analysis. The question here is, did Bryan Kohberger even have legal standing to suppress the IGG evidence? And even if he did, let's just pretend that he did. In other words, he has a subjective and objective expectation of privacy in the data in those genealogy databases. The question then becomes, is there an exception to the exclusionary rule? In other words, something that would undo the taint of the poisonous tree caused by the police misconduct. And the court's going to look to various exceptions, such as the attenuation doctrine. Let's just pretend that what the police did was illegal and they came up with this whole family tree. The question then is the discovery of the family tree so far attenuated from the illegality that you can deny suppression? And I think it's very possible that if the court finds that Bryan does have standing, that the discovery of the genealogy type genetic data is so far attenuated from the illegality that exclusion is not the remedy. And you have to understand there's always going to be some type of remote discovery of things flowing from an illegality. That's the whole point. It would be different if they found his DNA directly in the database. Then the question becomes, did they need a warrant? But the fact that they found somebody else's DNA that had some matching genetic components to him, I think the court's going to find that that is enough, not enough rather, to say that suppression is the remedy. And frankly, I'm going to bet that this judge finds that he doesn't even have standing. And the reason why is that
y'all think that that's what's going to happen? The judge is going to find that he didn't have standing. And shout out to everybody who got these memberships. I don't know who got them. I think I skipped past them on accident. Didn't mean to, but Brown Eyes said Kohberger doesn't even deserve to be sitting in a courtroom. Leave his nasty ass in the cell. I haven't watched one thing about Diddy. I've watched a couple things. I already knew that dude was going to get cooked. You said question. Have they determined a motive yet? From hints, off basic little hints, but I'm not sure what they think the motive is, to be quite honest with you. I just think that it's going to end up something like stalking or an obsession with one of the chicks. Plus, I don't think he meant to kill two of the people, or maybe even three of them. I think he was just there for one and ended up in this situation where he took out four. And we got worse when he walked face to face downstairs with Xana, allegedly. That's just my opinion.
Right to suppress has to be personal to him, and that the thing that he is seeking to suppress has to be personal to him. The courts have held since Rakes versus Illinois that if the item that's being searched or seized is not yours, you don't have standing. You cannot assert the rights of third parties who may have had a privacy violation. Unless those people are being prosecuted and unless those people seek to enforce their rights, some unrelated defendant has no remedy.
Well, we will keep an eye on it and see what Judge Hippler decides. Philip Dubé, thank you so much.
Take care.
Hold on, I want to hear. See, this is when I see things said like this, Angel, and I'm not knocking you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I want to hear from you. So I wish you could just call in and speak talk about what you've seen, what your comment is going to. Now, I've heard things like this, but I would like someone who can explain what you're saying a little bit more in detail. You get what I mean? Like, I see and I know who you're talking about. And if we want to go back to I remember something coming up where Ann came out earlier on, and there was this officer incident with this dude that worked at these churches. You know what I'm talking about? I know I posted a video about it. I've done so much content on this case that, I mean, how could you forget? I just can't remember the dude's name off top, but he ended up getting sued by one of the people or something like that. Or what was this officer? He was being internally investigated for something that he did to this dude's dad, I don't know, it was dude, dad, son. I don't know what they had going on out there, but y'all know the dude's name. And the dude ran a church, some crazy church over there in, was it Washington? The fuck was this dude's name? Why am I having the biggest brain fart in freaking YouTube history right now? Doug something. I know it's Doug. I'm telling you, I remember this shit because the old crazy girl, Cuckoo Head, called in. Remember Cuckoo Head? I ain't even gonna mention who Cuckoo Head is, but Cuckoo Head, that might have been the only thing that Cuckoo Head had something on, which was that Doug something. He's on NBC talking about the church and all this other, all these other things. And it's funny because the son and Rory Wilson, allegedly, that was the name, Rory Wilson, were over there in town and got in trouble. And there was an incident involving Rory Wilson's son. I just remember hearing about that stuff. Either you know, or you don't. Yeah, Doug Wilson, Rory Wilson, which was the son, I believe, allegedly. You haven't heard of law enforcement.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being.
Hold up, next.
An Indiana man is in jail after police said he admitted to killing his.
That's crazy. I kind of need to dive into that though. So this is what I wanted to get to. Where's it at? Bringing me to a whole different list. That is not what I had on my list. Can I get my list back? Damn. Bro, I swear, I'm about to punt this out the window. The 2020 universe. Oh, yeah. This was it right here. Here we go. This was on my list.
To a stranger, and then in his mind, it's like,
this was on my list. Now, Daily Mail.
Then you go into that bedroom, and that person's next.
Before I play this, which I don't know if they're going to knock us, but I actually do want to play this, and I had it pulled up. Daily Mail was one of the first, or actually is where I seen the whole naked man running out the house type of thing in there. That's what I seen. That's where I first seen it. Suspected spam. What do you mean suspected spam?
Next to somebody else. So now you got to kill the second person. Now you hear noise downstairs, and now your attention is drawn to them, and so that becomes victim 3 and 4. In this case, is the ultimate horror. This is not like a misdemeanor homicide where it's like an active criminal that gets killed. These are just normal people living their lives. This is murder case.
Today we'll be plotting out every detail of the University of Idaho murders on a map.
I'm Matthew Steiner. I'm a senior crime scene analyst retired from the New York City Police Department. Let's start with the night of the murder. With any investigation, there is a timeline. What happens before the crime, what happens during the crime, and then what happens after the crime.
On the night of November 12, 2022, University of Idaho undergraduate students and best friends Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves went out to the Corner Club Bar in Moscow, Idaho.
So here's the Corner Club Bar.
Meanwhile, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle, also students at the University of Idaho, went to a frat party at the Sigma Chi House, approximately 1.4 miles across town.
Madison and Kaylee are at the Grub Truck here, right down the block from the Corner Club Bar.
At 1:40 a.m., Madison and Kaylee left the bar and were captured on video at a local food vendor, Grub Truck, a 7-minute walk away. The men seen here in the footage of the girls at Grub Truck are not considered suspects, according to authorities.
We have suspects originally that come up that are from the Grub Truck video. So those two people come up in the investigation, of course. But investigators ruled them out pretty quickly. They were proven to be somewhere else during this crime.
All 4 victims returned home by around 2 a.m. that morning.
The murders happened here at 1122 King Road.
An hour after the students returned home, a white Hyundai Elantra appeared in surveillance video in the neighborhood.
That's part of any investigation. You want to do what they call a surveillance canvas. Any cameras that can capture routes into, out of the crime scene or at the crime scene, those need to be analyzed. You want to see who's there, who's coming and going, and certainly in this case, vehicles that are traveling in that area. A white Hyundai Elantra is seen several times circling this area of 1122 King Road.
Despite the house being on a dead-end street, the car could be seen passing the home several times that night, including once at around 4:04 a.m.
So there's AI software that can identify vehicles, looking at the shape of it, the size of it, the number of doors, and it gives you possibilities of what that vehicle is.
Right, the number of doors there, man.
Model ranges. So like this was like a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra, white 4-door sedan. Now,
Heather Fitzgerald said, talk about my favorite person of all of Moscow. You said if your dog was home and you you got unalived and was fighting for your life, would your dog be found with no blood, no harm or damage? We know all of the doors were open, was just chilling that door open. Huh. I've heard some, newer things about that. He said Doug is innocent. Yeah, I don't know nothing about. I mean, I see some crazy stories on it though. He said I answered Payne question further up. I'd have to find that. I didn't see it. My bad. I was going through some of these settings trying to figure out why some people can't get through. It's weird. That's why I don't like this computer right now. I have noticed something and wonder if anyone else has noticed that every attorney that is covering the case on YouTube doesn't seem to think that BK is guilty. Are attorneys accessing something here? Accessing something? I have no clue. So I think they're playing it. I don't know. This is my guess on what you're saying, and I don't know who you're talking about or referencing to, but this is just my take on what you just said, right? These attorneys are looking at it in a fair, they're trying to stay as fair as possible until things are starting to be delivered in that courtroom. And they're, because most lawyers or all lawyers are really standing on innocent until proven guilty. So they're going to, you may have a few lawyers here and there. Like I know Bruce Rivers thinks he's fucking guilty as hell. Bruce Rivers is a defense lawyer too. So I've heard him say that, but I get what you mean though. And I understand it. because a lot of these attorneys are going to take that innocent all the way till proven. They don't want to say nothing or really go against it. Some will, but most of them won't, and they will play that, question every little thing, which I get it. That's like, and for instance, that's like Annie Potts. You said, I was just watching that last night. T, what was it? Full of information, not taking official hearings or documents. Crazy. You said, I asked Doug in September how he feels about the Papa Rogers Act, trying to implicate him. He did not respond. However, you said NQN videos 2024 were filmed on the set of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. That's crazy. Might have to jump into that, huh? In my opinion, Diddy posse, bodyguards, anyone who willingly took part. No, I don't give a shit about no damn Diddy. If Diddy did little dudes, bingo. Who is Papa Rogers? Papa Rogers is a character in this story that it was online, and he put out similar things and new stuff about the case. Okay, like the sheath. Maybe he left the sheath behind. It was the way that he worded things in here, and I did make a video on this in the past explaining it very well. I've had Jennifer Coffin Cocker on here. I meant Daffer. I can't even get her name. Did I say Cocker? Oh, my bad. Anyways, Jennifer Biasdorfer was on here not too long ago, and we were talking about it, and salute to her, for coming up mainstream in the building. No, I'm actually glad that she opened up her own channel. She's probably not on mainstream as much anymore, huh? I think T gave her the sauce and got her going. We appreciate it, though, Shout out to Jennifer. You said Golden State Killer was caught. Same way. Those feds brag to the max. Yet this is hush hush. Jennifer Coffindaffer came on here and was repeating things that were told to Chris Cuomo's team. Remember the whole a person from that side of town or family or something. And I could be messing up the quote a little bit because it's been a minute since I went back and listened to it. But she specifically did say that they did get a call from somebody close to crying Brian's sister. Maybe it was the sister, the uncle. I don't know. I'm just guessing in my head that they found. And who would know this? I feel like the only people that would know something like this is either an officer that worked the case. Who else would know that an ID card would be in the possession of Bryan Kohberger that's tied to that location, but none of the victims? That's something of significance because it says, hey, I've been there, right? So she did come on here and say that is what someone called in there and said to Christopher Cuomo's team. When you put something out there like that right there now can turn 500 potential jurors to, wow, we can't be a juror no more because, damn, that card's tied to there because some people might not be able to let that go. So you're already washing the jury's brain out there. So that's what I say about this information. You got to, if you're speculating, put it out there. If you don't know for a fact, put it out there. Make sure it's known because some people take literally everything you say and will run over to another stream and be like, did you know Trash said that dude Doug Wilson burned a fucking church to the ground? Are you kidding me? Tomorrow, T-REV says church burnt to the ground by Doug Wilson and his sons. You know what I mean? Like, it just takes something just like that for me to say a story without letting you know I'm speculating on anything for people to take it and run it with it. And they will run with it as fact. What's going on? Pittsburgh in the building. We are taking them calls. I know you like to talk. We are just going over again and my thoughts, which is why I made the title that I've made tonight. Bryan Kohberger, right? Papa Rogers. Obviously, I think he is Papa Rogers. I do. I'm betting that he is. I bet when we watch this trial, we figure out that he's Papa Rogers. But if for some reason it wasn't Papa Rogers and things aren't adding up, let's say the DNA, there's no other DNA but what's in the snaps, etc. Now we're getting down to this battle of pangs, and they're able to say or disapprove things, and it's starting to look good in Brian's favor. I'm thinking in my head, well, this person who was posting and saying maybe he left the knife sheath behind, etc. Could that be the real killer, the person who possibly planted this, or what they're insinuating. Now, that's just it's to bring up a conversation, but I'm saying if what a lot of these people are saying are true. Oh, well, they all they have is this. There was no blood in the car. There was no connection to the victims. And the only thing is, I mean, he followed him on social medias, but blah, 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 whatever, right? But if let's just say that what some people are saying is true, and I'm not saying that this is true at all, so do not take this and run with it as if it is, but jump into the scenario of if somebody at that house was selling drugs, like they're saying Kohberger initially probably went to that house and was getting drugs, that would bring him over there. And that might be a reason why he would follow one of them, if that were the case. I'm not saying it is. In fact, I haven't heard anything about selling drugs over there when it comes to this case. I just hear this from the people in the conversations that we do have, and I listen, and I'm open, and I'm listening for it during trial to see if it comes out too. You know, you said, Shane, you said it's a treat to spend these lifted days with y'all. It's a treat to have you here. I appreciate you, Jenna. Salute to you, my friend. You said, I like the lawyer, you know, he goes over case happenings. I do like the lawyer, you know, I do. But I feel like, you know, everybody has their own style that I like to him. Lawyer, you know, is pretty cool, but my favorite is Bruce Rivers. That dude's a beast. I like his style. You said that wasn't a drug house, Brown Eyes. That's my argument. Where's the proof that it was, right? That's what I'm looking for when I see that, when I hear that. That's like me saying, man, that dude's a drug addict. That's like me, like what people are doing to Ryan Upchurch on the internet right now. That guy's a drug addict. All right, go hold your fucking cup. Go hold a cup over there and get him to pee in it and tell him if he's a drug addict. You could say anyone's a drug addict. I've seen people that look like they're drawing drugs and haven't touched drugs a day in their fucking life because they just look crazy. You know what I mean? So people come up with these things and say there's a difference between real hard, cold facts, bullshit. You know where I'm going with this. So that's why I'm waiting. You never know what little details are still being held out of this. As far as I know, there's still a gag order on this case, correct? Hold up. I'm pretty sure it's still here because that means that stuff is still being hidden and you know. So as of February, I just had to check this. As of February 2nd of 2025, the gag order in Bryan Kohberger's case remains in effect. Dude, there's still stuff that is out there that would probably really, really taint the jury, which is probably why it's gagged right now. We're sitting here thinking about that should tell you everything that you need to know, that there is something or multiple things still being gagged right now on this case to speak to you loud and clear. Hold up. So 615, you are live. What's going on? Talk to us. Can you hear me?
Hang on just a second.
Oh, you can hear me? Let me make sure they
can hear
I can hear
you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me make sure that they can hear you in here. You said they admitted he was never at the house and his phone support, he was never stationary. You really need to listen. Oh, I've heard it. I've heard it. Angel, I've heard it.
And I can't hear it.
Can y'all hear her? Good. Okay, y'all hear her. Good.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so where do you want to start?
We start where you at with it, you know?
Well, the night sheet, they're not going to toss out.
By the way, let everyone know who we're talking to.
Oh, it's Trey. Hi, everybody.
I just want to, there you go. It's Trey. Going on, Trey. But again, what you want to jump into first? Go ahead.
Okay, first off, they're not going to toss out the knife sheath.
Mm-hmm.
It was found underneath.
I can hear this. I can hear the stream playing.
Okay, first off, they're not going to toss out.
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear it. It's loud.
Underneath. Hang on. Let me
mute it.
Okay. All right. Did that work?
Yes, it did.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're all right. It just they'll hear that and it messes it up bad. No, you're good though. It's good. It sounds great now.
Awesome.
Yes.
But first off, they're not going to throw out the knife sheath. It has his DNA on it. It was found under the victim's body at a crime scene. How else would it got there? Nobody came in there and planted it. Then you have the soles of the Vans, which were his shoes, the print. The state has overwhelming evidence, and there is a gag order on it. But for them to seek the death penalty, they have to have more than just that knife sheet. And as far as his DNA going through ancestry and it linking back to his dad, that linked him back to his son, once his dad put that in the trash and put it on the curb, that is public property. It's no longer private property, so you don't need a warrant to get it. Anybody can go up and grab somebody's trash, and then they can take it off, and they don't need a warrant to submit it for DNA. And that's how they were able to link it back to his father, and it came back as a male relative, a son relative. So it linked back to Bryan Kohberger, so it's a son. You see where I'm getting?
Yeah,
I'm trying to put it in layman terms as best I can.
I see too. D Small says someone wanting to leak false info. There's a lot of that going on with these cases these days.
Well, the drug house thing, I think that's just speculation and rumors. There's
a lot of people go,
nothing
just bought a
prior
brand
to the
new
gag
car.
order.
They're saying that she bought a brand new car. That's a lot of what a lot of them say. She was a drug dealer. She bought a brand new car. She bought it on her
parents could have bought that car. Her parents could have bought her that car.
They said that she saved the money and earned it herself. That's what they said.
Well, most college students do work and buy their cars themselves. My girls did.
I know. That's why I was trying to tell people. Not everybody can, not everybody's a drug dealer.
Exactly.
Just because they bought a car, some people do stuff the right way, and they're taught that because they have good, educators, which are their parents. The people who aren't being their friends, they're being their parents. They're putting them on the right path. That's what I've been saying about my kids. I know I got to put them on the right path.
Exactly.
But what else what else you got on there on the menu?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because my gripe is going to be this, and it's always been one of the top 3 gripes that I have with this case. Is I could actually go through a list of number 1 to me is Lee's mom saying there was footage that solidified everything for me. And that was the ring cam footage that captured them going in the house. So when I heard that, I'm like, ooh, okay. So you've seen them going.
Well,
you've seen them get dropped off and go in the house. So you've seen them get home. Oh, okay. So
that
capture Kohberger. That
it very well could have. You don't know if the state is withholding that. I mean, there's a gag order. They're not withholding it. They've turned over all their discovery to the defense. The defense is grasping at straws.
Right.
They have to put on whatever they can, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, so that he is granted a fair trial. And on direct appeal, if he's convicted, which I believe he will be, on direct appeal, he can't cite insufficient counsel. Because you can cite insufficient counsel for lack of motion filings, lack of expert witnesses, say he wants to take the stand and they tell him he can't, but that is his right to take the stand. I don't think that he will, but if he, they'll advise him the pros and cons of taking the stand, but ultimately it's his decision. But if he chooses not to, he could turn around and say that, yeah, I wanted to, but they told me not to. And that's insufficient counsel.
I wanted to,
but 99.9% of direct appeals are denied.
Right.
In cases like this.
Now, Doc in chat, I see what you say. You said, where is there any proof he was following the girls? And I'm just saying, this is something that we've heard, just like many of the other things that we always hear. Now, the question of whether Kohberger followed the University of Idaho victims on social media has been a topic of discussion, obviously, with various reports and claims, and those come as this. Family observations. Steve and Christy Gonsalves, parents of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, shared screenshots that they believe show Kohberger's Instagram account. Hold up. Again, they shared screenshots that they believe show Kohberger's Instagram account following both Kaylee and Madison Mogen. And they also noted that his account had liked many of Madison's photos. Now, investigating findings, contrary to the family's claims, both the prosecution and defense attorneys have stated that there is no evidence that suggests that Kohberger followed any of the victims on social media or he surveilled their residence prior to the incident. Now, some media outlets reported that Kohberger was following them and multiple female victims on Instagram, and subsequent clarifications, which were later reports, indicated that investigators found no evidence of Kohberger following the victims on social media platforms. So the biggest thing I think out of all of them for me that stands out is the family's observations. The Steve and Christy, obviously Gonsalves, the parents of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, shared screenshots that they believe show Kohberger's Instagram account following both Kaylee and Madison Mogen. Would they just put that out there like that without proof of it being his account?
No.
I gotta believe I believe the parents of the victim.
The parents would not do anything that would taint the conviction and get justice for their kids. I believe the parents.
I believe
the parents 110%.
I do too. I believe them. Why would they come out and say that and come out with screenshots? And not only that, allegedly, even I remember hearing Steve talk about something about Kohberger's phone connecting to the Wi-Fi. But again, I did
hear that in the beginning before they put the gag order on it.
Speculation. Hold on, let me see.
That was made for speculation. That was about the drug house. If you're looking at my phone.
Yeah. I mean,
that was me.
No, I know that. No, that was me saying that's speculation. Because if he's saying Kohberger connected, he must have seen a name that had Kohberger or BK or something in there for him to see that he connected to the Wi-Fi is what I'm saying.
Well, his phone.
So listen, it says this: Steve Gonsalves, the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, he stated that the investigators informed him that Bryan Kohberger's phone connected to the Wi-Fi network at the victim's residence on multiple occasions prior to the murders. This suggests that Kohberger was in close proximity to the house during those times. Now, this information aligns with other evidence indicating that Kohberger has been near the victim's home several times before the incident. However, it's important to note that these details are based on statements from the victims' families and have not been officially confirmed by law enforcement agencies. So, who's lying?
The law enforcement agencies are not going to confirm that.
I know they're not because
it will come out. Exactly. It will come out in trial. I believe the victim's family.
Listen, Ray, I'm over here screaming. There's so much shit. They got so much shit. I'm over here screaming it. They got it. They got it. They got it. But we're over here arguing in court about stupid ass shit that people are like, well, there's no this and that, but they're not talking about what's gagged though. And what's gagged might be what buries his ass.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So why they don't
why there's a gag order on it.
They don't want to dirty their jurors even more, is what I'm saying.
Correct. That's why they put a gag order on it.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as his cell phone pinging and he's out stargazing, that's bullshit. Excuse my language.
Mr. Stargazer.
Sorry, chat. The only way that your phone cannot be tracked is powering it off doesn't work. Putting it on airplane doesn't work. You have to physically take the battery out.
Mm-hmm.
He did not do that. Do you know how hard it is to get an iPhone battery out?
Mm-hmm.
A battery out of an iPhone? You need a little tiny screwdriver, and I don't quite see that he had time to do that.
Here it is, right here. Hold up. Let me see. Let me make sure this. Let me play this book.
I hope this story here is all about.
Okay, I'm pretty sure he said it in this. I'm almost positive he did.
Nodal and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin.
So on this one, he goes, Steve Gonsalves. Now, this was Morgan Romero that said, Steve Gonsalves did tell me that investigators told him Bryan Kohberger was so close to 1122 King Road that he was touching their Wi-Fi.
That will show on Cellbrite.
So, you know, how this is, why is the
when they do a digital download, and they've already done it because they will have had to they keep talking about pings and all this stuff and his social media, all that. Well, first off, Instagram, you have to get a warrant for, and they'll give it to you. But Cellbrite, they download all the information off of his phone, and it will tell what it connected to. Their Wi-Fi, somebody else's Wi-Fi, a cell phone tower, a McDonald's Wi-Fi, for that matter. If he had the Wi-Fi turned on to connect with, hang on, let me go into my settings. It's you go into Wi-Fi and click auto join hotspot.
Yeah.
Or ask to join networks. That'll automatically
constantly
connect
swinging
your phone.
around. It's swinging around and picking up all the signals en route to that you're close enough to connect to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Starbucks is another one. I mean, all these places have Wi-Fi. That it'll ping off all of them if he has that turned on. And obviously, if it pinged on their Wi-Fi, then he had it turned on. And they didn't have their Wi-Fi locked if he was able to connect to it. Normally, a private residential place, their Wi-Fi is locked. You have to have a passcode. Normal people do not leave it unlocked for everybody to use.
Right.
That's how you get hacked.
Ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt about that. What's that? Is that the doggies? Doggies?
I'm trying to.
That's the doggies.
Oh, you hear my doggies? Yeah.
Yeah, I love the doggies.
We're being loud tonight. I was reading the comments. Heather Fitzgerald, the only way you can hide from the phone is airplane mode, shut it off, and remove the SIM. Now, you have to actually, you can remove the SIM, yes, that'll work, but you also need to remove the battery.
I gotta share this live again. Make sure y'all hit the like button as you're coming in. If you're just joining, smash that like button.
Yes, please do like.
Yeah, hold up. I was just sharing this again because this one always, I don't know.
I'm digging the new channel name, by the way. It's awesome.
Well, I mean, I was like,
proud of you, my friend.
I need to show people that I separated because a few messages came across and they got through to me. I'm like, yeah, you know what? They got a good point.
Yeah, I agree.
Man, they're getting in out there. The dogs are, boy. I'm telling you, they're lit out there, aren't they? Investigators.
Did I offend anyone in chat? I'm kind of confused as to what's going on. If I did, I'm sorry.
What happened?
I was scrolling through chat. I hope I didn't offend or upset anybody. I wasn't trying to.
No. You said a phone or a PC can touch Wi-Fi when in the area, Wi-Fi router in the router and the what? You said a Wi-Fi router in the router and would what? Come out as a device and model of the device might be a IP. Okay, I get what you're saying, Brian. My bad. I was like, repeat it. Your notifications. I share something with you.
Touch one.
I didn't see it. Where's that at? Where at, Fitzgerald? Let me know.
I agree with the one you just had up.
What's going on, Kathy? Nice to see y'all. Make sure y'all smashing that like button as you come in. We did change the name of the channel branding. We're rebranding it because this is going to be just where we do our live streams, where we cover cases live, whether it be a manhunt or, you know, something that just happened like Idaho 4 at the time. I'm sure there'll be more. There's always more. So, and there's already been these plane crashes, etc. I didn't get to cover them, but I've been in music mode, writing, etc. And that's going to happen from time to time. It is what it is.
Oh, Jolie, she has a good one here. Her iPhone has a digital SIM. I think is it iPhone 15 and 16 now that's not a physical SIM card. It's a digital one.
Mm-hmm.
And you would be correct in that. So you would have to take the battery out for it to not ping. Just shutting it off or putting it on airplane mode will not work.
Dang.
It'll still ping off a tower.
That's crazy.
I don't know if you recently heard about the case in Chattanooga, the trial that just happened. There were just a couple weeks ago. A guy met a girl on some dating app.
Actually, I did hear about it.
Okay, well, he was an IT. He was just months away from graduating from UT Chattanooga in IT, and anyways, he unalived her, put her in a suitcase, dumped her, took her SIM card out of her phone, and ditched her phone. Put her SIM card into his phone, and then it would display as it was like she switched phones. Once he got back to where his family lived in Nolensville and was sending texts to her family like it was him, but he ditched the phone.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you knew that. So I used to talk to him all the time. I wonder how he's doing. Hopefully he's doing well. But we used to have him on here regularly all the time. Todd, which is Xana Kernodle's coach. He was her gymnastics coach. We've had him on here multiple times, and his daughter came on once or twice and talked about, because they were friends. They were good friends. So, we got to interview him and learn more about her story, because somebody came on here and was pretending to be her grandma and wasn't. So we ended up getting a hold of.
Horrible.
He hit me up and told me that woman was fake, and then he came on and said, "Let me tell you about Xana." So yeah, it was horrible, but I'm glad he did that. I hope he's doing well, and I'm always praying for him. I haven't talked to him in a long time because it's been so crazy and hectic, moving around, covering so many different things. You can get lost into everything. My head's constantly turning and looking at details. So, but shout out to him. I hope
That's sad. Yeah.
The family.
Prayers for him. Exactly. It's sad that, people come out and want to pretend they're somebody they're not, just to get their 5 minutes of fame when they have absolutely nothing to do with anything, and it's disrespectful.
And the woman had me crying on the phone and shit. I wasted a whole ass hour of time interviewing her. I think I still got it too. I think it's still on as like what's going on, Wild Willie? I think I still have it. Somebody's calling right now. Who we got calling? 423. Hold up. Let me see. 1 second. Let me check this. 423. You're on with me. What's going on?
I'm telling you, T-Rex, Doug from Tennessee's gonna be right.
What's going on, Doug?
I'm gonna be right on that Idaho 4.
You gonna be right on that? Hey. What is that for you?
That her boyfriend, and it all comes from the pool party. Yep.
Remember you said she bought. Now I was just talking about this with somebody. I think it was Trey. It could have been Trey. You said that she bought a vehicle on the road, so you think that came from drug money allegedly?
That she took from that house. That was a drug house.
Oh snap!
That's what I believe.
That's what you think happened, Doug.
Her boyfriend has had something to do with it.
So, are you talking about the dude that was on camera, or you're talking about the guy that is right there to Showalter? Not Showalter, but damn it, what the hell is his last name? Jack something. So you think he has something to do with it? The other Jack, the Jack that lived right there.
Nope, it's that girl's boyfriend, the color guy, is selling dope with her mama. They're all in on it together. He lives at the house too.
Talking about.
Yeah.
You're talking about Demetrius.
Yep. And they all had something to do with it. The only thing that Bryan Kohberger screwed up doing is he dropped them damn people off.
Is this the Wild Willie that was friends with Kohberger? There was we've had used to do Willie here before that was actually went to school with Kohberger. I thought he was cool, but we ended up. I don't know why he took shots at me at one point, but I actually liked the dude. I thought he was a good gentleman, and I had no problem with him. I hope he's doing well. But he's one of Kohberger's friends. We got him on here and talked to him, and he's been questioning shit. But so you think that this Demetrius and what's that chick's name? The girlfriend is what the hell is her name? It's always on the tip of my tongue. But they don't live. Where's their connection to this location, though, Doug? Do we have any of those receipts that we can show the people the connection to the location that Demetrius and his girlfriend had here? Is there anything out there solid?
He lives there. Huh. And he gets to go there. He's been known as the man. The pool party where the frat boys got into a fight. They are into it too.
Okay.
And it was not one person. One person could not do it. I don't care what you say. Bryan Kohberger is not a ninja. He's not going to walk in there and slash 4 people without screaming and without hollering. There was more than one person in there. I say 4 people, 3 to 4 people done it. That's what I believe happened. And I mean, people say I'm crazy. You can say what you want to, but they were more than one person.
You already. I mean, you may have some people out there that are gonna say you're crazy, but I'm gonna say, damn, Doug, I appreciate you for thinking of your own thoughts here, giving us your own thoughts. Because if it was,
and the only reason that the guy didn't kill that girl when he walked out because she knowed who the hell he was. That's the only reason he didn't take her out.
Emma,
you're not going to take out 4 people and walk and leave 1 witness. You're not going to do it. If you take out 4, you're going to take out 5. 1 more ain't no damn do.
Yeah, everybody in chat, so they got love for you. Hey, some people might think you're crazy, brother, but I'm never going to think that because I have crazy thoughts too on certain cases, and I hope some, people aren't judging me for the way that I'm thinking. I mean, that's the problem we have today. Everybody's judgmental as fuck.
And see, I picked that woman out with where they got out, and that guy was in there, his son, my wife, and husband and in on that killing.
Yes, sir.
I would want to pick that woman out and said that was that woman in that driving that damn car. And it was her. Hope you remember that.
Yeah.
Because she was too damn short. She was too short to be that boy.
Damn.
But this right here was done because they stole money from the man. And they got something to do with the mafia. Mexican mafia, it could be the Tualago gang or whatever. It's got to do with them. And they done it and made an example of the people. You don't mess with us. You take from us, we take from you.
So that's crazy, man. That's some wild stuff right there.
And if you watch that video, there's a boy walking in that house. He's all crippled up, legs, arm holding sideways, leg limping. That's because he's using that dope. And it's where he's been shooting up and it's starting to eat his arms up. And I'm telling you, that was a drug house because they didn't find but 2 DNAs. They found 1 on the glove. They found Bryan Kohberger and there's a party house there.
Did you hear this? Did you hear this, Doug? I just got wind of a case, right? I don't know if you heard about this. I know you get out there on them streets, and I didn't mean to cut you like that, but I thought you might think this is interesting. It says, woman finds brother dead in basement after attack by 2 men met on dating app. In Chicago, 63-year-old George N. Levin was discovered deceased in his home, having been bound, beaten, and gagged by 2 men he met via the dating app Grindr. The suspects Jareed Warren Bello Morales, 21, and Jefferson Ubilla Delgado, 29, face charges of murder and robbery, and they were apprehended after being seen using Levin's stolen cards and phone for purchases and withdrawals. Both men, recent immigrants from Ecuador and Venezuela, and this is why I read it to you, Doug, because it piqued my attention. You're always talking about the immigrants, denied involvement, claiming they received the phone as payment for services. A judge denied them pretrial release due to the crime's severity. They were picked out February 1st of 2025 of the photo lineup by the sister. Huh.
And it ain't the first time they've done something wrong.
You know?
They got more crimes than that.
I just came across that when I was out there.
Yeah, but if you check their records, they got more crimes than that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just don't start doing that all at once. But I'm just telling you, that Idaho 4, Bryan Kohberger is going to walk. Because the only thing that I got a feeling, the only thing he did was drop them people off. And that's where his knife went to, out of his car. The people he dropped off took his knife with them and went and done the deed. And he heard the noise going off, and he hauled ass. And got that. That's why his car sped away, because he got scared.
Yeah, but Bryan did not do that. They're saying Bryan's. I see the mixture in here, and let me change.
But you're not going to walk out of that house without anything on you. You're not going to be able to get anything out of your car, and you're not going to be able to clean that car without leaving something. Because he was covered if he done it by himself. Whoever left that place was covered.
Right.
They took time in that house to change clothes in that house. That's why they had to clean up.
So, Doug, let me let you make this poll. Make this poll for me right now. What do you want me to ask the people? What would you want to know? What, number wise of who favors what doors what. So, if you any question that you have, what do you want me to put on this poll right here for the people to vote on?
Why ain't there a trail of blood leaving from that house? Explain that, how they got out without leaving any blood traces out of the house.
How
did the killers walk out without leaving any blood traces?
I said, why is there not a trail of blood out of the house at all?
Right.
Besides in the handrail. Okay, so hold up. So here's the options. We can add up the 4 options. What's the 4 options? Pick them. So that'd be what they vote on.
They changed clothes in the house and cleaned up. And the other option is they walked out with the white shoes on. They had to clean up at the house. Is the only option there was. That's why it took 8 hours to call the police, because they had to clean up when they took the clothes off. Why did they wait 8 hours to call the police? They had to clean up. And if you take your clothes off in that house, there's going to be blood everywhere. And it takes about 8 hours to clean it up.
So I've got this so far. Said, why is there not a trail of blood out of the house at all? He cleaned up inside. 1. He had a suit on and used a trash bag. 2.
Yep.
What else? There's 2 more options.
They never left the house. The people who done it.
Is that why there's an 8-hour gap and they had so much time to get rid of? Oh, okay. I see where you're going with it.
And they had time to get rid of the evidence. How you know they did? How you know Emma didn't do it? She was there. She don't remember a thing. She could have done it out of being flipped out and done it herself.
Okay, so all right. So I got he cleaned up inside. He had a hazmat suit on and used a trash bag. They never left the house. Or Doug, I disagree, Doug. I'll put at the end. That way they could, I disagree with Doug, but love him. Ah, there you go. How about that? There's your poll. There's the Doug poll.
But the big question is how did she said he walked out of the house, but he didn't leave a blood trail. No possible way.
Okay.
There's no possible way that they walked out without leaving a blood trail.
I have to, I wanted to see, man. Doug's always got some thoughts, and I like putting people on the spot like that. Get them to build the polls. I like the interaction. I would like to hear from people. I don't like to keep. Who wants to look at mainstream media all day and hear the same fucking opinion be regurgitated by the same people who are pushing a narrative? I'd rather get into the trenches with the folks who really are looking at people, because they do hide shit. Let's be honest. These courts aren't fair all the way around. They do hide things from the public, and they want you to believe one thing while they push other agendas, and that is a thing out there. People are going to realize that. Now, I'm not sitting here yelling, oh, conspiracy, everything. No, I'm just saying in general, I know there's problems, and you've got to do your own research to come up with your own answers. And it seems like, a lot of you do that, which is why I respect when people call in like Doug and whoever has any questions or has thoughts and wants to ask you guys. This is your time. So I appreciate you doing that.
I got one more thing to say.
Keep going, brother.
This ain't about the Idaho 4.
Yes, sir.
This is about Betty Horn.
Okay, talk to me.
She's fixing to get a whole country board justice because she won't stay away from Sebastian and the family. Watch. The judge is fixing to knock the hammer on her ass.
We'll be covering Sebastian. I'm doing Sebastian live tomorrow. That's it.
But the judge is fixing to nail Betty Horn because he told him to leave the family alone, and she won't do it. He's going to nail her ass when they go to court. Watch.
Yeah, because what? Because she keeps trying to get up close and personal. What happened?
The judge told her at the last court date, this family is dead. You keep them out of your mouth.
And what was the consequences if anything happened?
She's got a damn restraining order out against her.
Okay, so
protection order, and she is not allowed to speak their name, and she's been doing it.
Green Eyes. Hold on 1 second, Doug. You said he's been speaking her name. Green Eyes said something. I need to let Green Eyes know this because I've been trying to tell her, and I didn't get a chance to message it back. Green Eyes, you say you got a CD for her, correct? But when you sent it as a super chat. I can't get it. I don't get it right away. So when you send it, if you send it as a super chat like you did, I think you thought I got it immediately. No, it has to go to Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Dave, whatever, one of them, or Zelle, those and it's 12 because that covers shipping. I'm only charging for shipping. That's it, really. They're $5 a CD, but I appreciate you, and we could chop more up about it. But go ahead, Doug, keep cooking. I wanted to let her know
you're up there. When she goes to court, you ought to be there and watch that. Because that judge is going to come down on her hard, brother.
You think I should pull up?
I think you should. I think she's going to get 2 to 3 years, if not more.
Really? Does she have I don't follow her like that. She gave me bad vibes talking shit about me. I don't even know her, so
But if the judge tells you not to speak their name, and you speak their name, you got a protection order against you, he's going to nail your ass when you come to court. That's why she got to go to court anyhow, because she broke the damn protection order.
Damn.
But you're up there close. You need to watch that.
By the way, chat, Doug is bringing up from the Sebastian Rogers case. He's talking about Bullhorn Betty. There's something going on in the case about it. I know what he's referring to. I know exactly what he means. I just didn't know the context to that order because I heard about it, but I didn't know the context to it or what was going to happen if something happened. But it looks like something did.
I sat there and watched the judge say it. Do not speak their name. They are dead to you. Keep them out of your mouth. The boy and the stepfather and the Proudfoots, keep them out of your mouth. She won't do it. She's still rolling on like the judge can't do shit to her. She's fixing to get some small town justice. Watch.
Be real.
She gonna She gonna get the good old boy taste.
Oh, Be Real said there's something more to this Idaho 4T that's not BK. And look, Be Real, you will watch that because you're gonna be seeing me. If you're here with us watching it on stream, I'm gonna be streaming the whole entire trial. So if I feel the same way when that happens, you're gonna see it happen in real time because I'm not like they can't get you ain't gonna slip no bullshit past me. No, there ain't no way. You ain't gonna get me to believe if it's not fair, if it wasn't fully and thoroughly investigated, then there's an issue. That's how I look at anything.
But if the cops can prove out how they got out of there without leaving any trail,
right?
That would be something.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
All right. I'll let somebody else call in to you. You have a good one.
I appreciate you, Doug. Man, always enjoy you, brother. You already know what time it is. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and keep that gun cocked because you never know who might come through that door without a knock. You understand me?
I got one. I got one in every corner.
Love you, brother. God bless you.
Later.
Shout out to my man Doug, man. That's my guy Doug is the real deal. He's official, Hold on, I gotta pull up this video too that I made earlier. How do I put the repeat on? Like, what do we? Okay, there it goes. Why is it not repeating though? There we go. But I want it full screen though. Give me 1 second here. All right. Maybe it works better like this. You know what I mean? Hold up. Can we fit this full screen? Like, what are we doing? Fit. We want this to go back. Come here. I got to redo it, make it full screen. There used to be a way to fit it to the screen, though. Yeah, shout out to Doug, man. We love that guy around here. Good feller. I'm messing around with this graphic. I need to make it bigger, though. I want to make that full screen to where I can actually put it up there. I was messing around with it early up. You see, I put the grandma over to the left. This was just a quick put together. I could still mess with it and change it, make it look better than that, but add video clip in here. Grab that. Stop video playback. Nah. Yeah, that right there. I could probably just use it this way. Wonder if it'll be full screen. Let's see. Like this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's show it just like that. There it goes. And I can put that right there and loop it, right? Yeah, I can actually. So like, the little call-in thing. Take it like that. I'm going to make a better one than that so we can use a little bit more, but you get the idea. You said Trey. So he left the sheath, took his phone, no car. What's going on, Loney? Stoney in the building. Hit that like button, man. They got us in the gravel right now over here in the we're gonna mess your algorithm up. It's probably for mixing music in and doing a bunch of shit, but somebody botted the channel too, but you know how that goes. It is what it is. I really don't care. I'm gonna work up out of it. You said I'm not calling anymore. That elevator music was horrible. Was there elevator music for real? I'd have hung up. It worries me that he was a criminology degree or has a criminology degree and knows the law. If there is a loophole, I pray he didn't find it. Well, he put out all different types of questionnaires, allegedly, from what they're saying. So 219-885-9693. I need to make that stand out a little more on this little video piece too. But you get it. You get the idea. You get the idea. I got my see people call a lot of people in the rap gang grandmas. T-REV's got a bunch of grandmas that want to fuck him. That's what I've heard. So I literally went into a live one night and heard that. T-REV's got a lot of grandmas that want to fuck him. I'm like, what are they talking about? He's a Deuce Bigelow, gigolo. He loves them women. I'm like, boy, and then I came into I gotta tell y'all this funny story. I went into a live one night. This bitch that I ain't ever seen in the world, and I hate to call that a woman that, but a woman is a bitch if she can get up on a live stream and say that she knows me and had sexual relations with me and made up a whole entire story, and I ain't never seen you from a box of rocks. Boy, I'm like, people will just make up the most craziest shit. It's insane, man. I'm sorry I had to bring that up. That shit's weird to me. People are weird out here. That's the type of bitch that'll be at your window with the knife like, how you doing tonight, T-REV? Remember that one night we laying down together? What the fuck are you? It's been 7 months since I laid down with it. What are you talking about late night together? Fuck out of here. Like, what?
Captured on video at a local food vendor, Grub Truck, a 7-minute walk away. The men seen here in the footage of the girls at Grub Truck are not considered suspects, according to authorities.
We have suspects that come up that are from the Grub Truck video. So those two people come up in the investigation, of course. But investigators ruled them out pretty quickly. They're proven to be somewhere else during this crime.
All 4 victims returned home by around 2 a.m. that morning.
The murders happened here at 1122 King Road.
An hour after the students returned home, a white Hyundai Elantra appeared in surveillance video in the neighborhood.
That's part of any investigation. You want to do what they call a surveillance canvas. Any cameras that can capture routes into, out of the crime scene or at the crime scene, those need to be analyzed. You want to see who's there, who's coming and going, and certainly in this case, vehicles that are traveling in that area. A white Hyundai Elantra is seen several times circling this area of 1122 King Road.
Despite the house being on a dead-end street, the car could be seen passing the home several times that night, including once at around 4:04 a.m.
So there's AI software that can identify vehicles, looking at the shape of it, the size of it, the number of doors, and it gives you possibilities of what that vehicle could be, and sometimes even model ranges. So like this was like a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra, white 4-door sedan. Now let's take a look at the floor plan of the house.
1122 King Road in Moscow was a 3-story, 6-bedroom home. All 4 victims were asleep on the 2nd and 3rd floors the night of the murders.
2 of the victims were found here on the 3rd floor. These victims were Madison and Kaylee. 2 of the victims were found here on the 2nd floor. This was Ethan and Xana. It is believed that the killer entered the home through the sliding glass door here on the 2nd floor of the location.
I'll make this video visible.
A key witness in this case is a surviving roommate who was home the night of the murders. Around 4 a.m., she reported hearing crying from the 2nd floor of the home and a man's voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
In this case, we have a witness that lives on the 2nd floor of that location. She hears something going on during the time of the attack. This sort of evidence is what they call testimonial evidence. In any trial, you're going to have physical evidence and testimonial evidence. Testimonial evidence is what people say. What does my witness say? What does my victim say? What does my suspect say? They could be telling me the truth, they could be mistaken, or they could be lying.
The surviving roommate opened her bedroom door and witnessed a masked man standing in her house. She froze as the man walked right by her and out of the sliding glass door.
Now, why is that? Why is not victim number 5? Could be that he didn't see her as a threat. She's not blocking the doorway. And maybe he didn't see her at all. Like his focus is on the door. I'm getting out of here. I just killed 4 people. I want to escape as quick as possible and not even notice this person. And it could be also that like the game plan was to go there to kill one person. And then you go into that bedroom and that person's next to somebody else. So now you got to kill the second person. Now you hear noise downstairs. Maybe Ethan and Xana are awake and they're like, I hear somebody in the house, someone's upstairs. And now your attention is drawn to them. And so that becomes victim 3 and 4. And then number 5 just wasn't in your route. You didn't see him or they didn't pose a threat.
A lot of people say that. They're like, whoever did this. That's the thing that that's the thing that freaks me out. That whoever did this, because I see a good mixture, and it's been this way since the start of this case, that people thought that this dude possibly did not do this. More than what I've thought. And I'm one of those people that see that DNA and it's like, okay, until that DNA is proven to not, or to have been planted, or he sold a knife before the date of the murders or something like to that. But then I start seeing and hearing things of pings at the house and connecting to Wi-Fi, and it just starts to ring a little bit more. So it's like, okay. So, okay, even if he was over there, that doesn't mean that he is a murderer. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't, not one bit. But with your DNA being at the scene of the crime, on a snap, or under that button of the snap, like you lifted it up and cleaned it out or something, because your skin is inside of there. In case it just rolled on the ground and your skin just rolled up in there and was like, "Hi, I'm Bryan Kohberger. Make sure I'm caught." Like I just that's the part that is hard to explain away from me. Which is why I laughed at what the judge said when he goes, the judge goes, "Shit, isn't that enough to get us locked up every other Sunday?" Like, or whatever he said. It was funny though. So,
right, and you're wearing a mask anyway, how could they identify you? From the beginning, the police said this was a targeted attack. I'm assuming during trial, we're going to learn a lot more about this case and what we know. And it could be something very specific that he was fixated on one of the female victims. When he goes to kill the one girl, all these other people are collateral.
Sorry to ruin your groove. Isn't that the worst? What if I told you that there was a way for you to skip ads like this forever? This is Pi, and if it sounds familiar to you, it's probably because you've seen their ads
Surviving roommate that witnessed the murder in the house described him as 5'10", athletically built but not muscular, with bushy eyebrows.
She only had the opportunity to see this person for a couple seconds. What could you remember in a couple seconds? And then add in, what was the lighting like? What was your state of mind? Are you just waking up? Are you kind of groggy? Or do you think something's happening and there's this fight or flight reaction your body's going through? You're not going to remember every single detail. It's actually more suspect when someone comes with a lot of detail. They're highly detailed in their description. And they give so much minutia about, the person, was wearing this style of clothing and brands and all this other stuff. Just think, well, how can you remember that much from that couple seconds of time? And usually there is some sort of editorializing with that. People are adding to their memory from that. So I think the description is what you would expect for most cases. 50 feet west of Xana's bedroom, audio is picked up on a surveillance camera somewhere about here. Now, audio evidence comes up quite frequently in cases. It comes up in a form of surveillance like we have in this case, but also from body cam footage. It comes up from 911 phone calls. Some of these newer cameras, even like a Ring doorbell camera, can pick up sounds from 50 feet away.
3 minutes after the security camera picked up that audio, a white Hyundai Elantra was captured in video footage leaving the neighborhood.
So the crime happened.
Hold up, remove that. Give me 1 second.
911's not always called immediately. You don't know how you're going to act until you're in that situation. You think, I was going to call 911 right away. I'm going to take action. I'm going to fight. I'm going to do this or that. But until you're in that situation, you don't know what you're going to do.
At 11:58 a.m. that morning, a 911 call was made from a surviving roommate's phone. Responding officers found 4 victims in the house, all with multiple stab wounds from a large knife.
Let's take a closer look at the accused murderer, Bryan Kohberger.
Bryan Kohberger was born November 21st, 1994. He was 28 at the time of the murders.
Bryan grew up here in Effort, Pennsylvania. He graduated from Pleasant Valley High School, 2.3 miles away from his home here. So it is alleged that Bryan Kohberger had dealt with some bullying when he was growing up, some weight issues, as well as being kind of an outsider, being depressed. He suffered from this condition called VSS, or visual snow syndrome, which is like a rare neurological disease. And you basically walk around with old school TD static in your vision all the time. So they know it is associated with migraine headaches, depression, anxiety, and dissociation. Just because you were picked on, you were depressed, you have VSS, doesn't mean that you're going to go out and commit a crime. This trope of the killer getting revenge on somebody is not always the case. Correlation is not causation. What would be interesting then is that we have this documented neurological disorder, his history dealing with depression and drugs. I could see the defense using this if he's convicted, because in the state of Idaho, he could possibly be executed. So if he's convicted, maybe keeping him off death row by saying, this poor kid, he has this condition, he's in this dissociative fugue state. When he kills these people, he didn't know what he was doing. Not that he shouldn't go to jail, but at least let's keep him alive. Which brings us to his time in Washington State.
At the time of the murders, Kohberger was a PhD criminology student at Washington State University's Pullman campus. He was also a teaching assistant.
Certainly, if you are a criminal justice student, you know how investigations run, not only what killers do, but how the law enforcement end of it works and how the trials work. So he has intimate knowledge of the criminal justice system. It has been speculated that having this knowledge is what helped him plot out his crime and how to cover up his tracks afterwards. Again, correlation is not causation. There are plenty of criminal justice students that aren't criminals. He lived at Steptoe Village Apartments. That is 10.9 miles away from the scene of the crime.
His neighbors at the Steptoe Village Apartments told reporters that Kohberger's demeanor changed and that he even asked them about the murders in the days following the crime.
So there is reports that Bryan Kohberger was talking about this case with one of his neighbors back in Washington. Not a good tactic if you committed a crime. You don't want to bring attention to that crime. Talk about that crime. Tell anyone that you know anything about that crime. That's the first rule about committing a crime. Don't tell anybody. Shut your mouth. It could be him flexing his criminal justice muscles, trying to impress them, say, hey, I think it's this motive. I know, I'm an expert. But it also could be that he gets some sort of perverse satisfaction of talking about this and to a stranger. And then in his mind, it's like, this person doesn't know that I did this. But a smart criminal would not talk about it, because now in your mind, you're connected to this crime with your neighbor. And as more information comes out, now they're looking for a white Elantra. Now your neighbor's like, oh, I was just talking about that case with Bryan. What does he drive? Oh, white Elantra. And now you become part of the investigation. Now let's talk about the murder weapon. The murder weapon has never been recovered.
Unreal.
So we don't know where it is. So in this case, we don't have a murder weapon recovered. In a murder case, you want to have that murder weapon. You want to have that connection. This is a key piece that was used. Maybe the victim's blood is on the blade. maybe your suspect's DNA is on the handle, but just because we don't have it doesn't mean we can't prosecute somebody. We have cases where we prosecute someone without even having a body. And just think, like, as the person who commits a crime, what is the first thing you're looking to get rid of? It's going to be that key piece of evidence. I'm sure they spent hundreds and hundreds or thousands of hours looking for this murder weapon, and they still haven't found it. Or they do have it, and they haven't released all the information yet on the case. Let's look at Kohberger's movements after the murder.
That's what I was thinking.
According to cell phone data and surveillance footage, the morning after the murders took place, Kohberger traveled 30 miles south from his apartment to Clarkston, Washington.
He stopped at Kate's Cup of Joe at 12:36 p.m. on November 13th. That is 35 miles from his apartment. To get there, Kohberger would have to cross the Snake River that divides Idaho and Washington state. Now, I don't know if this is likely, but it would be a good place to ditch evidence. You throw something that has DNA on it into water, it's not going to survive for a very long period of time. Some period of time, but not for days, weeks, or months. There's no linkage there. It doesn't have the blood of the victim on it. So we don't know if it's a murder weapon. 10 minutes later, he's seen at this Albertsons grocery store nearby. Now, it could be something just ordinary. He's there to buy groceries. He's there to buy toilet paper, paper towels.
There we go.
Or it could be to purchase stuff to help him clean up after himself in a crime scene. Bleach, garbage bags, things like that to get rid of evidence he may still have. So after the crime, Bryan goes back to his life. He was known as kind of a hard ass, hard person to get along with, very argumentative. And then after, he's kind of disheveled now. Could be that this crime affected him. The next major plot point in this case is Kohberger driving cross country with his father. Now we're at the Christmas break. Bryan's going to go home. His dad flies out from Pennsylvania to Washington to take this long cross country journey. Kohberger and his dad drove in his white Hyundai Elantra
Daddy hold
from
his
Washington State
hand.
University,
You want daddy
all the
hold
way
his
to his parents' home in Chestnut Hill Township,
Right, I'm back.
Pennsylvania.
How to fix that?
That's approximately 2,531 miles of driving.
On their cross-country drive, Bryan and his dad are pulled over twice within 9 minutes of each other, just outside of Indianapolis.
He's pulled over for tailgating right here in Indiana. He's let off with a warning and not.
I'm never gonna not think that this wasn't calculated. The idiot get pulled over twice. Is he really that dumb of a fucking driver? Or did he just get stupid when he got into Indiana? All of a sudden, bing, 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 pulled over. I just thought that was super weird, which kind of to me makes me think that they were on to him at a certain point during that trip and caught on to where he was at. Probably based off of information of where cards and bank, right? They were on his boots, I feel like. But hey, you said this is the breaks. What's going on? Welcome to the stream, my friend. As you are coming in, smash that like button, baby. Let's get it. Snake River. I seen you say that also. You said always thought he is the what? You said he is the knife? Or he has the knife near Snake River and pay respects to Ted Bundy. Talk to me nicely. Okay. I'm hearing you. Says same T-REV. What's going on? Nice to see you, Shelly. Nice to see you, my friend. I hope you've been doing well. And C-Dog88 says everyone was walking about it in that area. Someone in that area was going to be arrested. It's not weird. I'm almost thinking about opening this damn panel up, man. I'm trying to have a couple guests up here. And I need some conversation. I feel like we're quiet tonight. What we got to do? What do we got to do? What do we got to do to spark a conversation up? Are we that quiet? Yeah, I'll send a link down in here and let a few people come up. As long as your mic ain't echoing and and you're respectful, then, I don't mind debating. So that's what I was talking about to you. BK is no Bundy. Yeah, I don't know why people ever. I think the first person I heard bring that up and compare to it was old Detective Stokey Pickens with the Florida Police Department. Okay, I was about to go and get a detective. I almost got my damn detective badge, but I ended up not making it at the service because I got kicked off of my beach biking duty for flirting with a woman, allegedly. Again, my name is Detective Stokey Pickens, and I work with the Orange County, Florida FBI and the TIK.
All right. 9 minutes later, he's pulled over again here in Indiana with the same exact infraction.
Yeah, good. What's going on, man?
Could be that he just wanted to get out of there as quick as possible. And he's only within a couple hours of leaving Washington. Cop pulls him over. His interaction on video seems like he's pretty calm, and then he tells him who he is, and then the cop leaves him with a warning. And then 9 minutes later, he gets pulled over for the same damn thing. The father's also interjecting. He's proud of his son.
Coming from Washington State University. So y'all work at the university there?
Actually, okay. But again, he's let go. These two car stops had nothing to do with the investigation. They just happened, just like the odds.
I don't believe that.
Twice for the same thing. Could be telling to a jury.
I call straight up BS on that, man. I don't know what it is, but I do. And I'm going to continue to call that. Hopefully this ain't,
Shut up, bitch!
could be like, all right, this guy was trying to escape really quick, and it was on somebody's ass the whole time.
Please let me know. Is it echoing for real?
Donkey!
Okay, no. That's not the one we wanted, man. That's not the one we wanted.
Let that man cook.
He definitely ain't cooking. Don't let that man cook. He's not cooking. That's more like it.
Time, and he does it again. That's how far he wants to get from
That's
this.
fine. Okay, good. As long as it ain't echoing, we're good.
I don't think his dad knew. He's been quoted online as having a lot of respect.
Do we got a caller? They must think they're a damn baller. Give me 1 second here now. Well, I bring this on in here for you to speak to us tonight. All right. 651. Let's have a little fun. You are live. Now, what's going on? 651.
Hey,
651.
get the elevator music again?
I said 651. It's 615. You were live. Matter of fact, that Tennessee in the building. What's going on, Tennessee? Welcome. Talk to us. Where we at?
Do what?
I said, where we at? What are we talking about?
Whatever you want to talk about.
Hey, you called. You must have something on your mind.
Well, you left me on hold with the elevator music.
Well, I didn't mean to leave you on hold there. My bad.
I'm just picking at you.
I know.
You quit playing with the sound machine.
So that's the thing. Like if I figured I thought you were gonna wait because I was about to flip back right over to you right after. I was like, hold on, let me see who
well,
this
I
is.
was, but that was awful. Change it to something else.
I didn't know there was elevator music. Turn that shit.
It is elevator music. It's awful.
Turn that shit off. Then I would just hang up.
Well, I finally did.
That's what I would have did. Sure.
But we've went through the whole theory of the no blood evidence in his car and his home and his blah 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 blah.
Yes, ma'am.
He had access to Tyvek food. That is a fact. I have access to Tyvek food. So all he had to do is wear Tyvek and ditch it in the dumpster. From my knowledge, from what before they put the gag order out,
Get the fuck out of here!
dumpsters that I'm aware of.
That was loud as hell.
And he studied under the professor that taught Bundy and BTK. He fantasized, or he was not fantasized, he was infatuated with Bundy. He tried to commit the perfect crime and slipped up with that sheet.
Till I make them bounce up and down like a man.
Well, I think the sheet is really what got him being looked at. Partly.
Don't worry, I'm going through them. The ones that you guys say are too loud, I'm gonna get rid of them. Like the sound bites that I do play. So you said that last one was loud.
Till I make them bounce up and down like a man.
I don't hear anything.
Ones that are okay, you guys that are like, because I don't want to hurt nobody's ears and blow your ears off. But the ones are too loud, I'm getting rid of them. I don't want nothing blowing your ears off. That's a fact. That was me. That's a troll song that I made. Till I make them bounce up and down like a man. Blah blah blah. That was something I made a while ago. Somebody made that sound bite off of it. But when it comes down to this, see, my thing is this: is I thought I seen a gun being found inside of the vehicle, right?
I did at the beginning when it all happened. Not vividly. Sort of remember there was a gun. I don't know if it was in his apartment or if it was in his car.
I swear I read it being in the car, but now I don't understand how.
I don't want to put out false information because I don't remember if it was car
but
or the car.
Remember. I swear I remember it being in the car.
But
from
I did
my memory. From my memory, and I could be absolutely wrong, but I swear it was in the vehicle, or it was not shell casings, but bullets, or maybe a clip or something pertaining to a gun was in the vehicle from my memory. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And it just is what
you
it is.
may be right. I don't know. I just remember hearing about a gun. I don't remember exactly if it was in the apartment or the car or where it was at. They're saying
it was inside the residence. They're saying it was inside of the Albrightsville residence, which would be his mom's, the crib down there.
Where he lived? In the apartment on campus?
No, in Pennsylvania.
Oh, in Pennsylvania. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it would be. You know.
Now that I don't know about that one.
Now this one. What about this one right here? Block.
But there was no gun used, so I don't even know how that's relevant.
Well, it could be relevant. What do you mean? If you walk into a place with a gun, that gun.
None of the victims
you
were.
can cut them the way you want to cut them, but there was defense wounds, so it's like, all right, I get that part too.
Well, look at the violent crime scene. Of course, it's going to be defense wounds, but there's, from what we know before the gag order, there's no evidence to show that there was a gun involved. That's where I see the irrelevance on it. But
all I know is that this Bryan Kohberger's sister,
a straight snitch.
Seriously, I'm dead serious too. Again, Bryan Kohberger's
a
sister,
straight snitch.
She allegedly, from what I heard, just the soundbite answered it for me. That's why I ain't saying nothing. But that's what
okay. I know you cut out. I've seen it in chat now. What
Could you hear it though? That's because Bryan Kohberger's sister.
A straight snitch.
Yeah, gotcha.
There you go.
You never know.
That's what it's been insinuated, that his sister said that she thinks he did it.
I think he did it, but that's just from what has been shown or that we have knowledge of before the gag order. And I do believe the state, I mean, he's not going to be let go on a technicality, his violation of his rights. If that was the case, he wouldn't still be incarcerated and he wouldn't be going to trial.
Right.
When you violate someone's rights, they have to diminish the charges.
So hold up.
And the fact that the state has overwhelming evidence to
now more of our interview with the author
in this case. You don't just get the death penalty for.
I'm going to play this audio real quick, which is about what I was just talking about. Ready, guys? 1, 2, 3. Trey, it's only 2 minutes and 35 seconds, so I'm just going to hit play.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3. Here we go.
Author of the new book about the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, with the focus on the suspect in the case, Bryan Kohberger and his family. In the days after the slayings, were they suspicious that he could be the killer? Here's Jim Murray.
Long before cops charged Bryan Kohberger with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, his own family feared he was the killer.
The facts are there. It doesn't take too much genius to start having suspicions.
Author Howard Bloom says in his new book, When the Night Comes Falling, that Kohberger's sister became convinced he was the killer after police launched a nationwide search for a white Elantra like his.
You know they're looking for a white car. You know your brother lives 10 miles away from the house where 4 people were killed. You know your brother has had psychological problems. You have to...
Excuse me, sir. How the fuck do you know this? Excuse my language. I mean, that's some bullshit to come out and say. I don't care if you're Dr.
Well, I didn't hear any of it.
Howard Bloom, Howard Doom, Howard Broom.
What did he say? I didn't hear any of it.
What do you mean? You're gonna have to unmute your volume to hear it, because homie just said a lot. Like, I just want to know how he knows the sister, the family, and all these things, in case you sat down with them yourself and those words came out their mouth. You don't know that. So that's the part that I don't like about it. And I'm not taking defense of Kohberger. I'm just saying, if we're innocent till proven guilty, how the fuck could you throw a statement out like that without being corroborated by receipts that are actual factual? You get what I mean? Like maybe an interview with them, or something like that.
Now, who are you talking about?
You got to be transparent,
right? You do have to be transparent.
I don't hear that transparency in this.
I didn't hear what the guy said.
He's throwing this out there.
What?
He's throwing this out there, like these things out there as actual facts. And if that is the truth, and they are actual facts, and there's a gag order on the case, and so that means somebody gave you information that should have never gave you anything. So that's throwing me off. Something it's weird about.
Well, okay, if somebody is leaked that is involved in this case, that is leaked evidence, that will jeopardize this case.
Yeah, well, something's weird about it. Straight up, something was weird about that. About like the things that he said. Let me know if I sound good from right here, y'all. Can you hear me perfectly, Trey?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I didn't hear the whatever video you were playing. I don't know what happened.
Just want to make sure that you can.
So I'm trying to figure out what.
I'm gonna keep moving this mic around, and it's not my way.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh no, I hear you good.
I just want to make sure that the chat can hear me too, though. Too. Hopefully, we're good.
I agree with Trey Hawker. He says, Trey, that's why I'm waiting for trial, but I have some questions on a lot of stuff. I absolutely agree. And we're not going to get any of that until trial starts. But the state has overwhelming evidence. It's not just that she, and you know, the case I was telling you about in Chattanooga that happened a couple of weeks ago.
Students.
The guy was convicted, got life without parole. The state didn't take the death penalty.
How'd you not hear that?
There was no murder weapon found. See what?
How'd you not hear what I just played?
What did you just play?
Okay. So what you're gonna have to do to hear and get on par here is you're gonna have to unmute that, mute the mic on the phone, right? And
mute the mic. I have got.
Listen, then play it from your device so you can actually listen along with us, because you're not gonna be able to hear the audio coming through the phone.
Well, I normally can. But okay, hang on. I'll just put you on the TV. Hang on.
I got filters
you on my computer.
I to cut out the background noise, though. That's what I did. I added some filters in here to cut that noise out so it's not echoing.
Okay, hang on.
You get what I mean? So you said,
yeah, I got you.
What files released? Yeah, absolutely, Mouse. I have. Absolutely. You said I still question the roommates. Skate mom. Nice to see you, by the way. Glad to see you, my friend. She says still question the roommates that could change so much for me. Yeah, their testimonies are going to mean a lot.
The roommate that saw him, I don't remember her name.
Right.
The one that was drinking or intoxicated or something to that effect. I can't remember her name. State's going to most likely call her as a witness.
Oh, I'm sure.
And when they do, the defense is going to, I feel so bad for her because the defense is going to tear her apart. Because there's conflicting stories on her behalf. I'm trying to get
all right, so if you got to turn, you got it unmuted?
No, I've got the Lakers on TV. Hang on, I'm trying to
unmute that.
You're on my computer.
I paused it because he started jumping into some things, and I'm like, in case you got receipts to show this, you shouldn't be putting this out there. But
all right, I'll be quiet, won't talk, and I'll just turn my. Hang on. All right, try it and see.
You good? All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2.
That he could be the killer. Here's Jim.
You just have to mute your phone if I start hearing this through there. That would be it.
Right.
Long before cops charged Bryan Kohberger with the murders of.
Okay, I'm gonna run it back. Let me take it full screen for everybody here. Boom, 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 boom. No, not like that. Not like that. Like this.
Interview with the author of the new book about the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, with the focus on the suspect in the case, Bryan Kohberger and his family. In the days after the slayings, were they suspicious that he could be the killer? Here's Jim Murray.
The defense.
Long before cops charged Bryan Kohberger with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, his own family feared he was the killer.
The facts are there. It doesn't take too much genius to start having suspicions.
Author Howard Bloom says in his new book, When the Night Comes Falling, that Kohberger's sister became convinced he was the killer after police launched a nationwide search for a white Elantra like his.
So in that book, did he apply a receipt to that?
You know they're looking for a white car. You know your brother lives 10 miles away from the house where 4 people were killed. You know your brother has had psychological problems. You have to connect all the dots.
The book claims that Kohberger's sister confronted their father with her worst fears, that she believed that Bryan was behind the murders that the whole country was fixated on. But her father turned his back and walked away. But Michael Kohberger also became suspicious, especially when on a 2,500-mile drive across country with his son, cops pulled them over twice.
So you're coming from Washington State University?
We're slightly for hours.
He thinks this is it. And he begins to fear, as it was explained to me, what will be waiting for his son and his family at the other end of America when they finally make this trip home.
15 days later, SWAT teams raided the family home in Pennsylvania.
They found Kohberger at about 2 a.m. sitting in the kitchen. And what he was doing, he was sorting through his own personal garbage, putting it into plastic bags that he could put someplace else. So with the belief that the police could never get his DNA, perhaps they couldn't track him down.
Today, Kohberger appears hollow-eyed and gaunt. Hard to believe he once weighed over 300 pounds.
He loses 130 pounds approximately in high school. Then he builds his body up. He has his stomach tuck surgery. He has dreams of becoming a player.
But he remained a loner with demons that prosecutors say drove him to kill 4 innocent young people.
Bryan Kohberger has pled not guilty. To read an excerpt from the new book about the case, When the Night Comes Falling, just come to our website.
Damn, dog, it sounded like you straight up had a damn sit down. That sounded like homeboy had a sit down with the family. I mean, I feel like that's where you'd be getting that type of information. Did you literally sit down with the family and get that type of information? Something ain't right with that one. I don't know. Like, I feel like, seriously, I do feel like he probably had to sit down with somebody in the family. If you didn't sit down with the family, then I don't know if I could believe that. Or angry ex-girlfriend that just hates you and wants to put out things bad about you, but whatever. Something's weird. But again, that's why it's hard to believe any of that shit. Because, and the reason why I say that too, because my eyes are open, boy. The way that people believe shit on this internet is absolutely fucking insane. I literally go over it in my head over and over how people can believe something that is a lie. I know for a fact it's a lie. And you sit there and you look at it and you see people flipping the narrative and story and running with it 50 different ways, when in your head you're sitting there laughing like, damn, they just don't know. Oh my God. You know? Hey, it's true. And that's why I said, when I watched this trial, eyes wide open. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts and opinion? Do you believe that Papa Rogers is a person? Because this was a thought that I had, something that could turn out to be. Do you believe that Papa Rogers is actually the person framing Kohberger, like a lot of the people who think that is framing, right? They think he's being framed. I'm not one of those people, but could that be the person framing him? What's going on? 615.
Okay, I'm back.
Tracy. Tracy. I said the wrong name. Listen to me. Crazy. Trey. I said Tracy. I don't even know who the hell Tracy. I said Trey. I don't know why it makes me want to call people Tracy when I see a Trey.
Oh yeah, we've been through that too.
I don't know why I do that all the time. I do that.
It's funny.
I do it to the dudes too. Tracy, my bad. I thought he said the family would not talk to him. That's what I'm saying. I don't get where that came from. But no, I'm not saying that they did.
Well,
Vona, I'm not saying that they framed him. Listen, I'm not saying. I said, but what I am saying is that if things turn out to be different in that courtroom, which it can change. So please, I know a lot of us think that it's him so far. Don't be surprised if something did change, because you know how crazy shit is in court. Information is passed out. Then once you get a certain amount of people believing that type of shit, like for instance, 65% of these people will be thinking he's guilty. The other doesn't. The 65% of us would be blown away if they walked in there and had some shit that just blew our minds that we didn't know about. I'm just saying it happens all the time.
Right.
So, those are things that I'm thinking
well,
about.
I think a lot of the media and everybody, it's speculation because there is a gag order on it. And it is a high profile case.
Right. Agree.
But the separation of the trash to, I mean, he studied criminology. That's a,
you know how mad I'd
anybody
be?
that studied, but anybody that studies that knows about DNA, and then knowing that if you take your DNA out, it's public property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a good point.
So, I mean, look who his professor was. Look who he idolized.
I've seen it.
I mean, he almost got away with a perfect crime.
Never.
But that sheath, no, I'm telling you.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm just saying, I don't.
If it was not for that DNA link back to his father that linked it back to him, I mean, I think they may have been looking at him, of course, because of the car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that they checked all the cameras and surveillance and went back so far to see who had been in and out. And I'm sure they deposed everybody that was in that house in the 2 weeks prior.
Right.
Anybody friends that could have came in and out. I mean, law enforcement they've had depositions with them all, I'm sure. I mean, that's part of an investigation.
Facts.
But I think what really done it, I mean, is that sheath, and then the pings and the camera. I mean, no, you can't see the license plate number, but what are the odds that a car identical to his is going to be on cameras right there, and then they're going to find underneath one of the victims that knife sheath with his DNA at the crime scene? What are the odds of those things happening I mean,
I'm hearing you.
Why was he in that area?
I'm hearing you.
I mean, it's all speculation until it goes to trial, but I mean, these are just all theories that can be explored.
No doubt. That's for damn sure.
But, to my knowledge, what I remember before they put the gag order, they did not search dumpsters for clothing or anything else. I mean, look, it took them 6 weeks to finally, get him. Wasn't it 6 weeks after the fact that he was arrested?
Something like that. I forget the exact time, but it was definitely.
Well, I mean, you got a factory in that they processed the crime scene. They found the sheath. They ran it for DNA. They found DNA. They ran it through CODIS, which when you do Ancestry.com or any of those to check to see what who you're related to, your nationality, whatever, you can opt out of it, but most people don't know to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They put you into CODIS. That way, if they can match, that's how they caught B2K. I mean, they put you into CODIS, or the family, whoever it was that submitted it, their DNA goes into CODIS. Then DNA from a crime scene gets submitted to CODIS. And if there's a match in there, it'll come back and it'll say what percentage it is a match to whoever DNA they're comparing it with to link it to. That's how they link it to his father, and that it was a male son of the father's, which brought it to Bryan Kohberger. Does that make? I'm trying to explain it in layman terms.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you for sure.
I mean, am I making sense?
You're getting there. No, you're making sense.
I'm trying.
I'm messing with.
No, I mean, I'm trying. It's hard to explain, but I mean, I'm trying my best.
So we're hearing you.
Looking at the comments.
I was looking at these different logos I was working on earlier while listening to what you're saying here, and I need to remove that background. Yeah, there's these.
But I mean, everything is speculation until court.
Absolutely, 100%.
I do think beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has overwhelming evidence beyond that knife sheath
How much?
to
I mean,
pursue the death penalty. It's not easy to get the death penalty, to pursue the death
so what
penalty.
I'm saying is, so for them to take, would they take it off the table if they thought it was weak? The judge, as far
Yes,
as that,
they would. Yes, they would, because he doesn't have a prior that I'm aware of. He doesn't have a, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because you know more about this case than I do. But to my knowledge, he doesn't have a prior criminal history. I mean, there needs to be aggravating factors. Okay, the aggravating factors in this case is especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel.
mm-hmm.
That such force was used to unalive somebody in such a manner that was horrific. Those are aggravating factors. Those will get you the death penalty. But they have to have some type of evidence beyond that sheath. They have some evidence to have gotten that grand jury to give that death, for them to be able to seek the death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
And if the judge found there was not sufficient evidence for the grand jury to indict on that, it wouldn't be on the table.
My thing is this is and I've talked about this multiple times. I'm like, so everyone just seems to think all these different things they're letting roll by without, but he's still sitting there locked up. Like, I'm confused what you guys are trying to tell me here, and that's what it's been the whole time, where when people call with these certain things that they say, and that's my only gripe. And I respectfully disagree with a lot of them, but at the same time, I'm hearing them also, but they're saying, sometimes things get that far and people are, they beat it, and they're right too. They got a good point when they speak about that also. So there's just a lot that's where I draw the line and say, you know what? They got good points. I know I got good points. Even though I respectfully disagree with them and they respectfully disagree with me, we're going to find out what this truth is as soon as we get to this trial, because things are going to come out there, and that's where it has to come out. So
right. I mean, and we all have our own opinions.
Absolutely.
And we're all entitled to those. And this is all speculation.
Agreed.
Because we don't have the evidence right in front of us. We're not the ones trying this case.
That's a fact.
And so everybody is entitled to and I respect everybody's opinion. I mean, I
always will.
If I don't agree with it, don't mean I don't respect it.
Exactly.
Agreed.
So
I'm just putting out there what I know as far as legal wise is possible theories, in my beliefs. And what I've seen. So,
and what did you see? Talk to us. Anything that's been gagged? No,
yeah, we're not gonna go there. But yes, I have.
Come on, we just need a little hint. Nah, it's fine.
No, can't do that. Can't do that.
That's not fair. You can't tell us that. That's like holding a steak by a dog's mouth and just letting the juice drip in his mouth while he's trying to get the damn, he's trying to get the damn juice. Wants the whole steak.
I'll just put it this way. Sometimes when cases involve minors, they'll seal even after trial's over, they'll seal it to protect the minor. So therefore I can't speak on it.
Inquiring minds wants to know. I respect opinions, but only if using factual evidence from hearings or docs, not rumors. Yeah, and
these are not rumors. But
I know Trey is one of those type of people. That's why I said, "What can't you share?" He's one of those people that goes off docs. So I'm like, hold up, I don't. What docs?
Yeah, I'm not saying anything that's not off of factual evidence. Anything that I speak on that I've been a part of.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Is facts.
Yeah.
But this Bryan Kohberger, I'm not involved in his case. This is speculation.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that.
I mean, I don't
know.
Yeah, no, right.
That's
I
why
can only speak on cases that I'm involved in that get.
You know how it goes.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just speculating on the Bryan Kohberger. I mean, I'm just giving you what theories that I see.
We appreciate it. We like hearing it.
And how how it comes to be that they seek the death
my
penalty
question
and
is
what
with this,
qualifies for death penalty and what will get the death penalty taken off the table.
So to answer everyone in here, do you have law enforcement background? I just want to say yes or no, and that's it. You don't have to go any further.
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you would be, when I hear about these blood on the handrail shit, and they found this, I'm gonna go back and look at it because I took note of it here during this live, so I don't want to. But not somebody, but it's the truth that they found some blood on the handrail, and I just had heard about this, was the blood on the banister, and I want to kind of go back to it. It says, I'm gonna go to it. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Let me get it. I got to get to this blood on the banister now because
I haven't heard anything about the blood on the banister.
Right here. I found it for it. It's in the case against Bryan Kohberger, who was accused of the November 2022 murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Forensic analysts revealed the presence of DNA from 2 unidentified males. 1 sample was found on a handrail inside the crime scene and another on a glove located outside the residence. Notably, these DNA samples did not match either victims or Kohberger. Now, the origins of this unidentified DNA remain unclear. It's possible that the samples could belong to individuals unrelated to the crime, such as a previous visitor or residents of the house. Alternatively, they might suggest the involvement of individuals in the incident. As of now, investigators have not publicly identified the sources of the DNA samples, and their significance to the case remains undetermined. Now, it's important to note that while DNA evidence can be compelling, its presence alone does not necessarily indicate involvement in a crime. The context in which the DNA is found, along with the other corroborating evidence, plays a crucial role in determining its relevance. So as the investigation progresses and more information becomes available, the implications of these unidentified DNA samples may become clear. So my question to you is, when you look at something like this from all these cases and everything that you follow or maybe even worked on, I don't know, whatever, isn't that significant as hell to say, hey, damn, there's DNA at this scene and it possibly could be to somebody who participated in this crime?
So you're saying they said that it's a possible another suspect. That's the wording of it.
It's a DNA that it doesn't belong to Kohberger. It doesn't belong to any of them. So is this connected? And how close was it to the murder scene? Was there blood on it? What you get what I mean?
Yeah. And like I explained about any visitors that have been to that house prior to that awful tragedy happening, they'll depose all of them. They'll also print all of them to exclude them.
Right.
They'll do a buccal swab and then they'll take prints to exclude them as a DNA or latent print source. It's called exclusion. I mean, if there was another suspect and they had, which they're not going to come out and tell you, because that's going to give, even if there weren't a gag order, they don't come out and tell you this is such and such, because you're giving them the heads up, a warning. They can flee to Timbuktu.
I'm just one of those Scotties that want to know,
But no, that they'll compare it to anybody that has been to that residence that they know was at that residence, and they'll roll out. And if there was another person and they have evidence that there was somebody else besides BK, you would know about it already.
That's what I'm saying.
There would be charges. There would be charges. Now that they would disclose. There was another person, you'd know about it.
They'll say you would.
So I think
I say you would think, but at the same time, like, sometimes mistakes are made in some of these investigations. We've seen those.
Oh yeah,
too.
no, there is. Oh yeah. I've seen lots of those.
That's all I'm
Lots of
saying is
those.
that, you know, I get it. I understand that part. And that's why sometimes I'll throw the dice in on some shit and be like, damn, I really think he did it. But then when something in the case could change and it'll throw me into a frenzy. Like, meaning, damn, I don't know if I could let that ride and believe it was him. That reasonable doubt that it, you know, is always
Okay,
talking.
yeah, I'm seeing at least 3 unknown male DNA found, 1 on handrail, 2 on a victim or near, 3 in a glove outside. If that's read the chat, and I absolutely agree with her. That is where the defense will try and prove reasonable doubt. I haven't heard about the glove, so, or the handrail.
No, it might be lagging right now because I'm resizing something. Dang it, it must be lagging because I'm resizing something and it's not letting it move.
And Angela, Noah's mom, you're right. They don't release everything. There's a gag order out there. Plus, they're not going to show their cards.
Yeah, that's a fact. They definitely ain't doing that. But when do they
The
ever do that?
FBI, Twisty Six. Why hasn't the FBI shown the work that shows it's BK's DNA? That'll be shown at trial when they call whatever FBI expert did the DNA analysis. There'll be a state's witness. The FBI doesn't hold press conferences about DNA linked to a person. That's held for trial.
I was trying to move this around, but you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'll just remake it later. Exit. What is going on? Can you hear me? And why the heck is it looking like this right now? That was wild. What is going on over here, boy? This is a wild. I accidentally open it up trying to fit the graphic I made earlier and make it more clear. Or not more clear, but to make it full screen, should I say. And I literally messed everything up. So yeah, I would be able to do that on my other computer, but that tells you how much I need a Fishbowl Bobby to go ahead and fix and get another computer built. Okay, Fishbowl Bobby, if you're out there, I got a little thing fit in the fishbowl for you. We'll take care of it. We'll get you right and nice there, buddy. We'll roll that damn dice, you know? All right, pull that up. Come up here. Get a hold of me, though, Fishbowl Bobby. I need me a damn Fishbowl Bobby. Don't multitask. Well, see, that's the thing. On this computer, I can't multitask, but on the other computers, I could do all. I could on other computers. On my other computer, my main streaming computer, I could do 50 million different things at one time and rock it. Here, it lags, messes me up, throws me down. I look like I'm in crutches, can't move, get to the right shit. It makes me angry. But it is what it is. You just got to deal with it. You got to work with what it is. He said he, after a week, exonerated. Will you bet me $1,000 on that? I bet $1,000 that he will not be exonerated after a week. 1,000. Take it or leave it, you know. It's up to you. I put $1,000 on it. He won't be exonerated after a week. And I'll pay up if I lose too. Deal? Deal or no deal? You have deal? I have deal. I need to know. Yeah, I do. I usually do have that many tabs open, D. I can't do that right now though, because this thing, No, we lost everyone. Hey, hello, I lost everyone. Can't hear. What do you mean? What you mean? What you talking about? Lost everyone and can't hear. That's probably. Oh, you're talking about because it's probably because I closed this down on accident. My bad. My bad, my friend. I'm just trying to get this right. That's all. That should be good. Good. And I'm just fitting that there. I got OCD tonight. I got damn OCD. All right, let me open this back up again. 2 calls I see missed. My bad. That's because I accidentally closed the stream on accident. But we're good though. You're good.
Not getting the attention it deserves.
Got
Building a YouTube channel can be a very lucrative and successful way to make new fans or sell your product or service. But without the proper YouTube promotion, your channel.
Now more of our interview with the author.
Yeah, go pay for some views. I like to do it organically. I've never paid for a fucking view on this channel not one time, and I never will. I don't give a shit. I don't Google AdSense, none of that. I don't put no money into any of it. Everything that I've done it naturally. I'll show you the way. Don't believe me? Naturally, without begging for shit, without putting money into AdSense, none of that. Imagine if I put money into AdSense, what it would do. And I don't even, it's not about that. That's why I don't do it. I got results without that. You don't need no
the new book
AdSense.
about the murder of 4 University of Idaho students with the focus on the suspect in the case, Bryan Kohberger and his family. In the days after the slayings, were they suspicious that he could be the killer? Here's Jim Murray.
Yeah.
Long before cops charged Bryan Kohberger with the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, his own family feared he was the killer.
The facts are there. It doesn't take too much genius to start having suspicions.
Author Howard Bloom says in his new book, When the Night Comes Falling, that Kohberger's sister became convinced he was the killer after.
See, this is the part I want to do a little bit more research on because I know it came from Dateline, right? So did he regurgitate what was said into Dateline to this shit right here to put into the book about the sister? Because it did come from a Dateline episode. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm almost positive that came from a Dateline episode. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know if I'm buying that. Next. Let me get another one. It says your browser is preventing calls from ringing. Change your browser. What do you mean it's preventing calls from ringing? What are you talking about? That's the lie detector determined that was a lie. See, I'm getting told stuff like this, Fishbowl Bobby. Outgoing calls, use my phone to place calls. Web, okay, that's on. That's on. Move call history. Voicemail, get a voicemail. Okay, I mean, whatever. If it's preventing it, my bad. How the hell can it prevent it? It literally just shut down for 2 seconds. It was just working 2 seconds ago. Go ahead, Trey. Try to call. Now I'm mad. I want to know if it's working. Now it's saying it's preventing calls all of a sudden. Let's see if yours comes through. 219-885-9693. Okay, it is working. So I don't know why it's saying that. What's going on? It did send you the voicemail before? See, that's crazy because it wasn't calling anybody or anything. So I don't know. I accidentally I didn't shut down the system and reboot it, but so what I did was I took the call graphic I had earlier that I was messing with and playing around with that says call now with the phone bouncing, and I was trying to make it full screen so when it comes up it's full screen instead of the way it was, but it froze the computer. So it's like, yeah, definitely don't do that. I could do that on my other computer. I could literally edit 3 videos at one time on 3 different programs. Literally, I could use Clip, or what is it called? CapCut. I could use, what's the other one called? I could use CapCut, Adobe, and this other program. There was 3 that I would use at one time to do editing and everything while I was on live streams. I could just run so much. On here, you can't even turn on Windows Media Player, or you're like, it's slow motion, Matrix shit, you know? So it's, I don't know. I don't think they can hear you right now. They probably don't even hear you right now. Hold on, let me fix it. My bad. I don't think they could hear you. But if that was the case, it ain't no more.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me now?
See, that's why I can't stand this computer, because it's hard for me to really do anything. Anytime I switch over here, it freezes, goes to there, it's there. I feel like it's going to throw me off until I get a different one, but hey. Thank you, Mama D. I appreciate it. I see you, my friend. Thank you. Gypsy, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. My bad, I missed it, but thank you.
Heather Fitzgerald wants you to pull up Idaho High Court cases of interest, Frank suppression exhibits, lab report from January 27, 2023, FBI fibers, hair, no connection, lab report, 2/28/23.
Did you send it?
FBI fiber, hair. I guess I'm just reading it from chat. She's got a bunch of stars, so I was just, in case you missed that.
I've seen that, but Bewitch sent me a file earlier. I seen that one before 20 minutes ago. I've seen that a while ago. Let's see, public RevGangTrueCrime@gmail.com. If you have anything, videos or anything that you think that we should pull up, again, RevGangTrueCrime@gmail.com. You can send them in there, or just drop the title in chat. Because what you just were talking about, I'm trying to see it, but where is it at?
I don't know.
I just joined. I got you. Papa Rogers is a person who came up in the case of Bryan Kohberger. Okay.
Now she's saying you couldn't have seen it a while ago. It's been out for 48 hours.
What do you mean? It's from 2022.
I was reading the dates that was on here, that you put on here.
No, I'm saying, but from the file that I'm looking at,
I haven't seen them.
It says December 29th of 2022. That's what I'm saying.
Notice the following list of stipulated exhibits, formations to suppression and motion. I don't know. Is she talking about motion hearings? The documents, or it doesn't.
Hold on, she said, huh?
If you file a motion to suppress, or at least in Tennessee, I'm gonna speak for Tennessee because I don't know about Idaho. When you file a motion, they don't normally list what has been suppressed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, his sister's kind of hot, ain't she? Damn, no, I'm just talking smack. Damn, next thing you know, I'm just playing. I'm joking. I'm in here to get my ass beat. I'm just.
You better be careful.
I'm just talking smack. I'm only talking smack. I hope he hears it so he makes a diss track on me when he gets freed, like everybody says he is. We can battle it out. You know what I mean? I'm joking.
Delana, thank you so much. I am reading the chat and trying to answer.
No, I know you are. Let's see it. I'm looking at multiple things myself. I'm trying to find what Heather was talking about, which is why I'm looking right here. I won't play anything from that content creator ever again. Go ahead and
Heather says I'm talking about the evidence.
What about it though?
You should be able to access evidence. That's a discovery because there's a gag order.
Video.
Thank you, Lo.
I think this is it. Okay, yeah, this is the video I made. I look like Dan Alcazuna in this bad boy. Here it is. This is it. Here we go.
What's going on, YouTube? It's your boy T-REV, and I want to talk to you guys about a couple things today. Which is going to be the new documents that haven't even hit the website yet, and they're sealed Facebook documents, right? It's breaking news to me because they have Facebook sealed documents, and there is a lot to talk about when it comes to Facebook sealed documents. First of all,
you can't hear this video.
You
can't
see
hear
it, but I can't hear it.
You got it muted. No?
Yeah, let me mute my phone and then I might hang on.
Email talking about evidence. Who said good night? I seen somebody say good night.
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself on this side.
Okay, I got you. Here we go. I would love you. Here we go. There.
Start with this little clip right here, and then I'll continue to narrate and put together this story for you.
Didn't understand what that secret hearing could be, but it looks like the secret hearing was dealing with Facebook. Dealing with Facebook data. So this was filed on the 13th of July, 2:08 p.m. in matter of application for search warrant, Meta platforms. And Meta owns Facebook, Instagram, and all that good stuff.
Good night, both, man. I didn't
order to seal and redact. This matter came before the court on June 27th, 2023 on the state's motion to seal or redact pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 32I. The hearing was held via Zoom. There was a hearing on Zoom. This was not, I don't believe it was that same hearing when they were all in there on the 27th in the courtroom. I believe there was a separate sealed hearing. And Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state, and Taylor J. Logston and Alyssa Massoff appeared on behalf of Kohberger. The court reviewed the records, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interest in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of fact on record. Therefore, pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 32I, the court finds it necessary to seal in part and redact the record related to the search warrant for the following reasons. The documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. The documents contain facts or statements that might threaten the safety or endanger the life of safety of individuals. And who those individuals are, it's unclear. We could just suspect witnesses or people centered around this case that provided info. And it is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial. After due consideration with good cause appearing, it is hereby ordered that the record herein shall be disclosed except for the following. The affidavit in support of the search warrant is sealed. Look at that. They even sealed the affidavit. The search warrant and receipt and inventory be redacted. This order will remain in effect until further ordered by the court. And this was just signed 2 days ago.
So November 30th, Papa Rogers comes out and says of evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. Now it says this evidence was released prior to autopsies. Now this is some damning information to post on Facebook. Now anybody could put out anything like that, right?
Damn, look, I look like a damn Cujo in this video, boy. I look like a damn Cujo. Look at that face compared to that. Like, look, damn, my face lost a couple hamburgers. I'm glad I drained it out. Good grief.
Right. Woo! When it comes specific to a K-bar, but to place that the sheath was left at the scene, I am very well starting to believe that BK was Papa Rogers. November 30th is post, right? And it should be across your screen right now. Hopefully you're looking at it. I have it up there for you, and you can see that on there. He also said they don't clean. He told this guy, Dustin, he was having a conversation with Dustin. Dustin goes, fixed blade means that it's not a folding knife. The way I'm guessing they could tell was by impressions or bruising around the stab wounds that showed the outline of a guard on the knife.
Damn, bro, I got ads on my own channel. That's crazy. YouTube, you really want me to get premium back that bad?
Now, this is Dustin. He's having a conversation with Papa Rogers. Now, Papa Rogers says you wouldn't be able to tell that at a crime scene. says Papa Roger. So he's talking as if he knows about these crime scenes very well.
Come on, you're gonna tell me that face ain't lost a few hamburgers? We drained it out.
Now, Dustin responds back and says, I disagree. If the stabbing motions were hard, the guard would have left a mark. Let's jump into another statement Papa Roger said. He said, no. He goes, they don't clean bodies at a crime scene. The amount of blood must have been tremendous. Just regular talk, right? But the big thing is this knife sheath, the sheath at the scene, and him talking about the sheath November 30th. Now, Dustin says, due to the number of victims and assuming each victim was stabbed multiple times, I'm sure that there were visible evidence of a guard. It says, for all we know, the investigators on the scene wiped a couple stab wounds clean to look for bruising. Now, I think it is far more logical than finding a sheath. Sheaths are usually attached to the belt. Interesting. Now, Papa Rogers jumps in and says, well, but the police were very specific about the type of knife used.
Oh, I am.
Scott?
I definitely am 59. That's a fact. Literally, I weighed in this video, I was about 215. So you got to think now I'm like 164, maybe even lighter than that. I don't know.
Jude, whoever Scott Jude is, reportedly told them his shop doesn't sell the specific knife. I find that very interesting. And also, we're going to jump into another clip that I want to show you prior to the one that I just showed you from
Tippy Toes. If you ask the haters, they'll say I was smoking crack. But if you ask me, it was depression. If you ask the haters, they're gonna be like, man, he's on meth, he's taking Adderall, he's doing all this, all this crazy shit, right? That's what you'll hear. But to be honest with you, when I got here, a bunch of shit was going down. I was in the middle of getting DNA tests and things done with my kids. I had a lot of fucking people trying to come at my neck on here and talk crazy until I got on here and started correcting them and putting them in their fucking place. So then, you know, I got off for a couple months, wasn't online. Literally was in bed, losing weight, letting people get me depressed. And then I snapped up out of it like, yo, these dudes ain't doing it. I'm going to tell every one of these motherfuckers, pull up or shut the fuck up. And that's what I did. And I've been doing it. Been getting back on here telling them the fuck up. And I'm just going to continue to do what I do. So, you know, as I see those little haters, I just get them on up out of here and continue to keep moving. But yeah, that's what happened. I lost a lot of weight from depression. But I gained weight back super fast too. So it is what it is. I appreciate it. They say they would tell you I was doing meth and all types of shit. There are people talking on other channels talking about drug addict, doing this, do this. I can sue the fuck out of them, to be honest with you, because for anything that I take or have is from a doctor, and I definitely ain't no damn drug addict. I can promise you that. I mean, in case you say smoking, you know, THC is, but hey.
From JLR, shout out to JLR.
Who is they? Bro, there's a long list of days. You ain't looked around and see all that hatred shit that was going around? You ain't see all those people making up that I did fake phone calls, starting with Bryan Kohberger, the whole Bryan Kohberger shit, all the way down to Smoke faking and sending a fake number and all that crazy shit. You ain't see all that? Boy, that's who they are. Them dudes are weird. Passing out saying that I had somebody call in to pretend to be a pedophile, like this goofy ass trolling Smoke that makes up fake AI literal receipts and just does weird shit. That's what they did. But yeah, I lost a lot of weight from depression, man, and it's always been what I lose weight from. But I am like this weight that I've been at. I dropped all the way down to 146. That's a fact. I dropped down to the 146. I thought I was gonna die. I was getting so skinny.
Law investigates.
Finally got my appetite back.
And doing a live on it. Make sure you go over there and check him out. He does very good, sturdy reporting. Make sure you check out what I'm about to show you right.
Perhaps that's why, after the murder, in one of the many online discussion forums that popped up for true crime fans, a character appeared, going by the name of Papa Roger. Strangely, the profile photo, in hindsight, of course, reminded many of Bryan Kohberger.
I give up.
And on November 30th, 17 days after the murders, Papa Roger wrote to the group, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed-blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. Remember,
let me take that back. And the reason why it sounds like a chickmunk is so I could put this in the video. And this was from the Dateline. So hold up, run that back one more time.
Perhaps that's why.
from JLR. Shout out to JLR Investigates for coming out with these documents and doing a live on it. Make sure you go over there and check him out. He does very good, sturdy reporting. Make sure you check out what I'm about to show you right.
That's why, after the murder, in one of the many online discussion forums that popped up for true crime fans, a character appeared, going by the name of Papa Roger. Strangely, the profile photo, in hindsight, of course, reminded many of Bryan Kohberger. And on November 30th, 17 days after the murders, Papa Roger wrote to the group, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed-blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. Remember, police hadn't talked about the sheath publicly at all, but Papa Roger had.
Hold on, I seen somebody was just calling from this number. Hold up 1 second. Let me see who that is. Somebody was calling in from this number. See, it's showing me sprinkled in numbers of people calling that I just not hearing.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I see you call, but for some reason it didn't ring on my end. That's weird.
You're so funny.
I'm serious. Like, that shit didn't even ring over here. So what's going on? What's your name? Where you from?
My name is Mary, and I'm from New York, upstate New York.
That's what's up, Mary. Glad to have you.
I was wondering if you were going to cover that case in Marcy.
Which case is it? What's it about?
Well, it's a correctional facility in New York State, and they had an inmate brought in the same day he was brought in. He was shackled, arms and feet. The sergeants and the lieutenants and the nurses, there was 13 officers in the room. They beat him to death.
Damn.
Duty Ron has been covering this ever since it happened. I think it's been about, I don't know, maybe a month and a half. And no one's arrested.
I haven't heard about it.
We watched it all on their camera. The whole world. I mean, right there. It's like, what else do you need?
Send me, send me a little packet on it. So if we need to jump into it, and we can for sure.
Yeah,
definitely.
Duty Ron's pissed.
I'm jumping back into it real heavy. So like anything that you guys want to see videos done, docu-series, deep dives, send it in. If something you want to see live, send it in. I'm looking for those suggestions. Okay. I'm always looking for suggestions. So, yep. I'm always looking for something.
How do you want me to get them to you?
Email.
Do you have an email?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where do I find it?
Whenever you're ready, I can give it to you now, or you can get it in chat, however you want to do it.
Why don't you have them put it in chat and I'll screenshot it?
Yes, ma'am. Mods will
get. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I'm sure they hear it. I'm sure they just heard what you said. Let me see. I guarantee they heard it. Yep. Go to your email.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I mean, that's definitely something I'm gonna look into for sure. That sounds crazy.
I mean, my son just got moved from there to two other prisons, and that's a joke. It's a big joke.
What is going on over there?
They threw hot oil and hot water at my son's face, and he's mentally challenged and a nonviolent offender. And between the Bloods and the Crips and whoever else is in there,
what?
It's bad. It's bad. And they had 2 unresponsive inmates last week. So we all know the drugs get in the jail, but it's getting stupid. My son did not get a life sentence or a death sentence.
Right.
He was in for 5 years. And in those 5 years, he's just a mess. A mess. So, and yeah, it's I'll send it to you.
Definitely send it. I'll check it out for sure. That sounds wild. Sounds
Okay,
crazy.
and you take care of yourself. Don't be losing any more weight.
I'm about. I mean, you got to think. I'm like, I'm short. You know what I mean? Like I should never be 5'6", 229. Are you? That's crazy.
Nobody should, but
You should be 5'6".
it happens.
I had a lot of weight, but again, that's what happens when you're not exercising. I've been exercising. I've been working out with this machine. I work out every day on this Bowflex machine. I love this This bad boy is getting me right. Like, so I just been hitting the Bowflex machine, coming here, usual work on 50 million different things at once. But then that's how it happens every day. Or I'm working with my son on school or whatever, maybe. Who knows?
Your son's adorable.
Thank you. I'm having my daughter next too, and then it's going to get even more crazier. So yeah, get ready for that.
You poor thing.
I'm getting custody of my daughter too.
That's awesome. That's great.
I told
I'm
you.
happy
I
for
told
you.
people once I know the answers, I know what I'm doing. So here we are right here. I can't wait to have her here, but she's gonna be a handful. But it is what it is. I'm ready for the task. There ain't nothing that I can't complete. I promise you, I'll set her ass straight. She can take that little smoking shit she's doing at 14 years old, and all that's coming to an end when she gets their dad.
Oh, I know. My son started young too. Of course, I grew up in the Woodstock era, so I've been smoking for 50 years.
And you know what? I'm not going to cave in and buy her that shit either. Just because I see people sometimes that are like, oh, well, I'd rather do it than someone else to do it. Well, nah, I'm going to make sure I ain't doing it and no one else is doing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because that
Right.
ain't happening.
Yes.
I remember that. I remember standing at the store when I was 13, 14, 15. Can you buy me a pack of cigarettes, please? I'll give you an extra $1 or $5. You know, I used to do that when I was younger because I smoked early. But I didn't have guidance. I didn't have leaders. I didn't have people to be role models. So I was just, a loose cannon.
Yep, I know. Same with my son. Same way.
But God bless you. I'm sorry to hear about your son and that you've had to deal with losing a son. Not losing a son, but losing a son. You're losing years of when he's in there incarcerated, etc. So I'm sorry you had to go through that. And hopefully, I don't know what his
there
release
most
date
of
is,
his
but
life.
really?
For stupid stuff. I told them, you're not a good drug dealer. You need to find another business.
Right.
He just sucks at it. You know what I mean? He
Well,
keeps
because
getting in trouble for.
when you're dealing drugs, you're vulnerable to make money, and as soon as you hear big dollars, you'll sell, and you're probably selling to a cop. So I mean, shit like that.
Exactly.
Get the hell up out of that game, because I mean, death.
Yeah.
Jail, you know what I mean? Those are the things that come with it. You're either gonna get robbed, you're gonna get set up by a cop. It's just there's no win-win in it. I did it before.
He's
I was making 10 grand a
41,
week, selling 20 pounds a week of weed. I mean, I've been there. I know what having money is like. I know what drug dealing is like. I know what I've lived that life and walked it in all facets and made more money than I've ever made anywhere else doing that. But I stopped that because I can't be a role model for my children. One, how the fuck am I supposed? You get what I mean? There's things that I had to do to get rid of that and get it out of my. I had to get it out of my face, and it was getting rid of those people that influenced me to do it and things like that. So I knew what I needed to do, and I did that, and my life changed big time. I made a legal living. I care, I'm also helping people, which I've always helped people regardless. No matter what. Yeah. I was handing money out when I was doing that. So it doesn't matter. I help people. I've always loved people. I'm a people person. I just hate when people think that they can, are they the judge, jury, executioner to everyone's life when it comes to a death. And that's usually how it happens. You got some self-defense stuff, but that's the reason why I do this shit, because I've lost people to tragedies. I've been in many of them. I've been around too many. No kid should ever have been around. But that's what put me here and has me on the mission that I'm on now. And that's why I do music the way I do it. That's why I talk the way I talk on here. That's why I've made the Voice for the Voiceless LLC, which I'm going to give back to other families. I don't know if you heard about that yet. And a lot of people aren't going to hear about it, but I'm going to keep pushing it because I took it. I was like, man, you know what? This Voice for the Voiceless shit, after making the album, I'm like, man, I really am a voice for the voiceless. As many people I give a voice on this channel, which I can guarantee over 10,000 phone calls that I've taken on this channel and voices given just to talk to people, get to know them, hear their aspect, their everything. Just listen. That's people want to be heard, and some people don't understand that. They're silenced. That a lot of y'all are looked at as numbers in these chats. And I would remember being 5,000 deep, 4,000 deep, 10,000 deep, and having a lot of comments coming through. But at the end of the day, like I'd be like 20 minutes behind because I would literally just sit there and scroll down slowly reading comments, and people would be like, damn, Trev's not reading my comment. Yeah, the reason why I'm not reading your comment is because I'm 20 minutes up here reading everyone's comments. So that's how it always was. Sometimes I'd have to skip forward to catch up, but I really like seeing what people got to say so much. And that's just part of me and what I like as far as engagement. And that's why I got to get rid of this lagging ass computer so I can keep moving around quicker.
You know, if you can teach people something, anything that's useful, even knowledge, you know, you doing studying on this Idaho 4 case, and you know, I watch you and a couple other people that just so dig into it, and you know, but you're educating people, and you're you know, your voice for the voiceless. My son feels that way, that he has no voice. A lot of people in prison do. So,
well, the reason people will have, and my thing is this too, though, and it's a 50-50 thing. You can't say I don't have a voice if you're not speaking up about the voice that you're not putting out there, if that makes any sense. You get what I mean? Because in order to be a voice and be heard, you got to get up and speak. And without getting up and speak, like that's what happened with me. I got up and spoke, and eventually, you know, maybe I wasn't heard here, there, but you know what? If you stay persistent enough, you're going to be heard. And then you keep going and going and going and going and going. And you don't stop. Then you start to share being able to be heard with others who want to be heard. And that's what it's about. I feel like it's about bringing people together, no matter what, all walks of life. And I guarantee most of us want the same things as far as like what laws, like this pedophiles getting 2 to 10 years and getting out and being able to re-victimize and kill people, you know, little kids, or again to keep hurting other families in this country, which I feel like, again, if it comes down to molestation or you're hurting a child, you're sexually touching a child, I feel like you should never hit the streets ever again. I feel like you should
definitely
go to a facility or have your head busted in with a brick or something. People be like, man, that's harsh, Rev, but nah, that's the truth. These people are coming back out and doing it over and over again, while you got people who are in jail. I know a dude that did, what did he do for a half pound? He got like 8 years for a half pound of weed. I'm not even bullshitting. 8 years.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
You know, so
because you know who's in those jails? All the gangs, all the Latin gangs, the Bloods, Crips. You ain't gonna learn nothing good in jail. That's for sure.
It's what it's about, Clark. You know, it's about that, Clark. But I appreciate you. Thank you for. I was talking about Jay Clark in chat because he said you were always fair and let everyone come on, and were never judgmental. You handled everything with class, and that was one of the reasons I kept tuning in. You got to, man. You got to. But then some people will test you here and there. I don't like to be rude to people. I really don't. But I had to put my spine in my back because people seem to think that I was just you could just walk all over me and you're just going to post a bunch of bullshit all over the place. And I'd watch these people. And the only reason I let them is because these people were out to like destroy me. And I'm like, okay, these people they're out to destroy me. They're that dumb to go and falsify lies. So go ahead and build your own case for me to come in and sue you and take your fucking channel over, since you want to spread lies that you have nothing about.
It's a fool that opens his mouth like that.
Shit, they were running it up on my name more than something. They were getting more numbers on my name than they couldn't helping anybody in the case. That should tell you how much people love drama.
Yeah, wow. I stay away from it. I've been in this for 5, 6, 7 years, ever since Summer Wells went out.
Man, you've been to the trenches then.
Yeah. So
what's going on, Sean?
I know. The drama is like stupid. They're I don't even waste my time.
T-REV, remember you helped get off much love. Get off what? Okay, get off how did you quit smoking, love? Hold on, I'm looking at this here. Okay. So with your son, when's your son getting out?
He's not getting out for a year and a half, I think. He's already been in there 5 years. I don't know why there's more time.
I got you. So this trial will be over by the time he gets out.
He gets right, exactly. He gets forgot what I was gonna say now. Oh well.
It's all good. Yeah.
It's just too long for me. I wanna his stepdad died in September and he didn't get to see him.
Man.
And it killed him. It really did. It hurt him bad because he was a very good influence. His real dad died at 43 from an overdose. So he hasn't had a lot of.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not getting these emails that some of y'all say y'all are sending though. I'm serious. I'm looking at right now. revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. I'm not seeing none of these emails you guys are saying that you're sending. So, I'm still looking though. You never know. I don't think so. Usually they are sending it. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice and just sharing your thoughts and your story about your son. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully he gets out, changes, never has to go back, and you guys are able to live that life out and put good in the world. I appreciate you again.
Right.
Lock your doors, stay vigilant. Send me that story that you shared with me at the beginning so I can deep dive into it and we can, see what we come up with and talk about. There might be something to discuss around there that I might be able to find. Who knows?
Oh, definitely. You have to watch Duty Ron.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate you. Thank you for being so kind, respectful, and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us here tonight. God bless you, ma'am. You have a wonderful, wonderful night.
You too, honey. Bye-bye.
Lock your doors. Shout to her. Lock her doors. You already know what time it is. But yes, 219-885-9693, Kohberger, Papa Rogers, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of cases to dive into. I'm over here thinking about them. She already put me off in the left field. I'm over here like, damn, she caught up about another case. Now she's got me thinking about other cases. I'm ready to go over other cases because Kohberger, right? I swear we've been following this for a minute. And the only reason I'm even covering it like I have been lately is because of the new court date. Then they're trying to fight for certain things to get pushed out, but they've been fighting this for a while. So it's like, I want to prepare and stay ready and keep the information fresh in front of us. So when we get into the trial and we get to watching the trial, a lot of us understand it more than what we would if you didn't pay attention and then watch the trial. Like, who's that? You kind of want to know the player. So when you're sitting there and you're seeing these people come to the stand, we know who we're watching. We know what information we're looking for. And I think that that's very important when it comes to it. So I don't want to be a lost pup when it comes to watching that case whatsoever. No way. So what's his new email? revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. I've had it for a minute and I should put it down in the bottom to be honest with you, but this one right here on the screen, not that one. What is the other one? I just seen it. Disappeared in front of my face. revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. Here, I'll spell it out for you. revgangtruecrime@gmail.com. And thank you, Mary. We appreciate you, my friend. We appreciate you. Very nice person. Very sweet person, respectful person. And again, my heart's with you on your son. Hopefully he gets released before that date. People usually will learn their lesson after sitting that long, after selling some drugs. I'm sure they're not going to want to come out and peddle. It does, though. They do that, honestly. People do come back out and do it, but will he put it down and get away from it? He's got to get rid of those friends. In order to move on from that, you got to get rid of anybody connected with it that would influence you to do that. So that's my take on it. That's what I would say to him. And I'm praying for your family. God bless you. Seriously, because it's rough. It's a vicious cycle. My cousin's going through it right now. I can't hang around my cousin because, I'll get back into that shit. You said I didn't get a notification. You were live. See what I'm saying? I'm being all right. If you're coming in here right now, smash the like button. It's important because they are burying anything that I do right now. And I know what it's from. It's from mass reporting. It's from people trying to bot the channel. It's from people trying to knock me off and get me off YouTube, but it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. You know all that haterade shit that goes around. It ain't going to work. I mean, they can keep trying. I think it's cute. It's cool, but nah. Smash the like button and it should fix it. You got to smash the like button, share it, etc. It gets it back in the algorithm. It takes away the fucking stupid ass spamming reporters because that's what they're doing. They're essentially telling people to come spam the channel. I've already seen like 5 videos where they're telling, go spam report him, go spam report him, go spam report him. That's what they're doing. So,
and a couple of others too.
It is what it is.
How odd. No information that Papa Roger and these people intersected in any way. But it was just interesting to me to see that other people thought along that line as well.
I think a lot of us have watched a lot of crime dramas, and the idea that somebody would have left a sheath behind has never come up in anything I've ever read or watched or heard.
Right.
This is just one reason our source tells us that investigators are now convinced that the man behind the Papa Roger profile was Bryan Kohberger. One is puzzled about this. Why do something that may wind up giving you away, which apparently contributed in some way to them believing that he was the killer?
You'd have an individual that had such a need for control and that egotistical drive that they wouldn't be able to resist, even at the risk of their own incarceration. They would be incapable of controlling the desire to reach out into the world and say, haha,
Gotcha.
I did this. Gotcha.
Now, Keith and Jennifer having a conversation sitting there. And shout out to Jennifer for coming on the show, and she will be coming up more. She was on there having a conversation with Keith about Papa Rogers and more. Make sure you go check out the episode. I think it dropped May 19th. Make sure you go look at it. Got a lot of information packed in it from BK allegedly, setting up cameras in a girl's house because she didn't call the police. She called him. There's a lot of different stuff on there. Right. And they don't have the source. They just say our source, which Dateline has been very informative. But to get back to what we were talking about, Papa Rogers. Is Papa Rogers Bryan Christopher Kohberger? I allegedly think that Bryan is Papa Rogers. Not only what, and the reason why is from the documents that are going to be uploaded. If they're there, they may be there right now.
The reason why they sound like chickmunks is so we didn't get hit with a copyright. That's why.
Now as we speak, and you may go to the Idaho Docs website and download them right now. Facebook, sealed documents. What else is it? Now it's viral. The Papa Rogers stuff went viral. People claim they debunked it. Check this picture out. Moscow Police Department Chief of Police James D. Fry has been taken into FBI custody. Now this was somebody that put out some lying stuff and had the last name Patworth Rodriguez, and a lot of people claim that they debunked Papa Rogers, but I call cap on that. Now he says Moscow Police Department Chief of Police James D. Fry has been taken into FBI custody. He is facing a minimum of 2 murder charges. We found 2 smoking guns. We needed to place Fry in Oak Park at the time of the murders. The bloody shoe prints along with the knife that has a canine DNA on it sealed the deal. The double homicide case of Tom Johnson and Leslie Jones is now closed. Thanks to yours truly working the FBI and Oak Park PD, as well as Kohberger's.
Remember when this dude put this out? Is this guy still around? I swear this dude's probably still around right now, right? He's probably still in the community posting shit left and right. James Fry, he's a murderer. I remember this guy right here. He might be in here right now under a whole new persona. Patworth Rodriguez.
Now, this is what this Patworth dude came out, Justin, that was on Harsh Reality's channel and all these other people's channels. But let's really face the fire here. I think that Bryan Kohberger was linked back to that Papa Rogers profile. And if you could prove me wrong, but I don't think you can, because these docs are sealed. The FBI is working this case, the phone pings, etc. And I'm going to be putting up pictures.
Hey. What kind of, let's go back to what I said in this video. I said they're sealed, right? Watch when we get into the trial, that be one of the things that were sealed. Oh, well, you can't talk about it because it was the same IP address, right? I don't know. I think it is him, allegedly. And I'm on that. And whoever said something about he'll be exonerated within the first week, I swear I got $1,000 bet on that one.
etc. during this whole video. Check them out. Make sure you drop down in the comments what your thoughts are on BK being Papa Rogers. Now, a lot of people don't believe he is, but some do. I believe personally that Bryan Kohberger was allegedly Papa Rogers. Just look at some of the posts and the things that he was talking about. Now, I said allegedly for the simple fact that I haven't seen that information be put out in front of me, but Facebook records are sealed. Again, Facebook records are sealed. Why are they sealed? Would all of our minds be changed if those Facebook records were shown to us? I'm just saying, folks, would it change a lot of minds in the community if these Facebook records were unsealed and showed to the public? I want to know your thoughts on that. Drop them down in the comments below. Man, Rev Gang family, I think that the Idaho 4 are getting the justice they well deserve. I think they got the right guy. Those pings.
Go ahead, you call in, brother.
And people can debunk.
For anybody who wants to call in, it is 219-885-9693. I just wanted to play this video because I remember putting this together, and when I had put it together, I'm telling you, that's what my thoughts are, is that it is him. The Facebook records are sealed. Why are they sealed? Papa Rogers is somebody that's talked about very heavily. The sheath. He mentioned things at the murder scene that just happened to be accurate a little bit. So, I don't know. I think that guy right there was him. And that's just how I look at that. I was cooking in this video though, because I had a few thoughts on it, and I had to make this video right away. I remember it. I had to. But go ahead, 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you, not me. Woo! I tried to make it sound sweet, but it ain't sound good enough, He said it's because of him. Because it's him. I think it is. I really do. I really do think it's him. I need to add some music in here that goes dun 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 dun. Like, I need to make a call-in song or something. Call in. Yeah, call in, and then take like people's calls from the past and put it in there. What's going on, pal? It's Papa Sal. Yeah, this is I gotta know, Granny. Hey, it's Delana. I had Tammy calling in from Texas. My name's J-Rob. I'm calling in from New York right here. You got to make you one of them joints. A little sad, put together a little template. Do we know what the motive was? J-Rob, I'm going to be honest with you, my brother. I feel like when it comes to the motive in this case, I mean, why else would you go into a crib and just jam a K-bar knife into 4 humans? I don't know, bro. Maybe wanting to just make himself a killer that's going to be remembered, make a name for himself, or 2, he was obsessed with one of these girls, or maybe more than one of them, and fantasized about some. I don't know. I don't. That person speculating. I don't know that to be true. But when it comes to motives, I think about shit like that. 916, you're in the mix. I hope you ain't got a stick, but you talk to me.
Well, I want to call in and try to get it popping in here. Because, number one, I just got in here, but Jay Clark, I'd love to hear your perspective because, quite frankly, I agree with you. And Delana, I think you said the same thing. I do think that Papa Rogers is Bryan. I really do. If you look at his post, he's too specific. It's almost like he was, number one, he was doing a red herring when he said this seems like a sexually motivated crime, but we all know that it wasn't sexually motivated. So that's not what he did. That's not what he was trying to do. And so that's like a red herring. A red herring is, you know what a red herring is by chance?
Absolutely. It means it's bullshit.
No, okay. So it's a fallacy. So a red
I got you though. Hold on. Let's get let's get technical in here. A red herring is a misleading and a distracting piece of information meant to divert attention from the main issue or truth. It is It is commonly used in arguments, storytelling, and investigations to create confusion or misdirection. Examples in crime stories: a suspect seems guilty but turns out to be innocent. leading investigators and the audience away from the real culprit. So,
and I think they got the name red herring, if I remember in my studies. It's actually what the duck hunters or hunters would use to distract. You know, it was either ducks or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was a red herring. If we could look up herring, I think a herring is a bird, but I don't know. Bottom line is that's where it came from. So that's a red herring, and so he's distracting, but he knows too much. What he says and not only what he said in Reddit, but also what he said in the Idaho case discussion on Facebook was so specific. And he also said something that struck me. He said, "A knife is really," what did he say? "A knife is really hard to use." What did he say, T-REV, about that? A knife could be tricky or something like that, he said.
Yeah, I forget the way it was put, but I know it was in that screenshot.
The way that it was put to me,
yeah, no, I know.
made me think, well, how do you know it's tricky?
A knife is a very risky weapon if you don't know who you're going, or a knife is a very risky weapon if you know you are going to murder 4 people. Do we think the killer had another weapon, such as a stun gun? Or, yeah, I do believe it because you just told us or gave us a hint. Thank you.
Totally. To me,
What'd you do?
Like,
when another person got up to grab you, you hit him with that damn stun gun real quick to continue your. I don't know.
And I have to say that somebody to come out and say, sure. Somebody to come out and say a knife is a risky weapon when you're going to murder 4 people. That's not something any layman would say unless you've had some experience with handling a knife or a K-bar.
Facts.
You mean that to me was, how do you know it's risky?
Yeah,
how do you know it's risky?
That account said some very, very weird, shady shit.
But I wanted to call in, and I wanted to say I was talking to Chatty last night, and she's got a really interesting perspective that initially I was like,
where's she at? She ain't,
she's too shy. She's so shy. She's a
Chatty, don't be shy. Come on, Chatty. It's just me and you. It's just me.
No. She's got a really interesting perspective, and initially I was like, "No, come on, this is bullshit." And then I was like, "Okay." And then I just said, I bit my tongue and heard her out, and then I was like, "Okay, you know what? If I wrap my head around what you're saying, because her first perspective, the first half of it is what I think too. The second half of it is what I didn't think. But you know what? If you think about what she's saying, that's actually how it could have played out, actually." And so I wish she would call in. I wish she'd get the courage. She's shy. She's a soft-spoken woman.
It's okay.
But, we love you, Chat, and I sure wish you'd call in.
Yeah, we do. We're begging over here.
Yeah, come on, begging. We're begging. It's the small kitty.
We're begging over here. You know. Here, I'll even bring up I'll bring up the classic video for it.
And then if somebody's got a perspective, Jay Clark or whoever, about Papa Rogers, also, I mean, I'd love to hear your perspective because I agree, and I just think T-REV, and also the way that he spoke in his postings was almost like somebody that was coming from somebody of knowledge from getting his PhD or getting his, somebody that had already studied crime, and then his writing was eloquent. It was well done. Does that make sense? If I was FBI, I'd be all over his ass. I'm going to hang up, and I will call back in if nobody does. And I'm really hoping Chatty Kit Kat or Jay Clark or somebody calls anybody about. I'd like.
You said they were all over his ass.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'd be, you know what I mean. But then I'll call you back if nobody calls in. But I want to hoping somebody will call in. No, I know, but I wanted to hear other perspectives about the Papa Rogers, and also if somebody else, if Chatty does call in, which I don't know if she will. I hope she does. But I'd love to hear somebody's perspective about Papa Rogers, and why do you think it's him? I mean, I know I'm missing some things. I know I am.
Why do I think it was him? Is because the Facebook records. Why are all these, social media records sealed? Especially the Facebook records in the Bryan Kohberger case. You know what I mean? That's why I think it's him. Why would it wouldn't be sealed? It wouldn't matter, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
But again, I mean, that's just my thought on it, and I could be absolutely wrong. I could be 100% flat out wrong, and I'm just saying that's my theory and what I think. I do believe that this is Bryan Kohberger on this account fucking with the people, and I believe that he's trying to mislead people on purpose in an investigation, and they caught him and they got him red-handed with shit like this. And people are looking, oh, well, there was no blood in the car and there was no this and that. Well, if he fucked up, he may have fucked up here because he thought, okay, well, I did such a good job. I left nothing there. It was so clean. I know I already practiced it out in my mind. Maybe possibly did it before. Allegedly. I'm just saying these things. But at the same time, he fucked up on that computer, and maybe that's what they got when they went up in that apartment and said, oh, fuck, he's going to be all over that. You know, shit like that.
Remember they said they're going to want to see, he said they're going to want to see this. They're going to want this. They're going to want to see this, I think is what the officer said that was caught on body cam. Remember?
Yeah, for sure.
And then the other thing I was going to say is, shoot, you know, I'm getting older, so my brain's not as good as it used to be. I'm going to end up getting dementia. Watch, I'm going to die an old woman with dementia. I just have. I hope not. Knock on wood. That's fucking. I'm not that old, guys. I'm still in my 40s, but you know, I feel like I'm old. What I was going to say. He said there was another reason why I thought this was Papa. Oh, because people that do this kind of stuff, these are narcissists, these are psychopaths. Either go back. Number one, they go back to visit the crime scene, which is, remember, everybody, he did. Remember, he returned to the crime scene the next day at 9 a.m. Let's not forget that.
I see someone just tried to call, but it didn't ring. You get what I mean?
Oh, well, hang up with me and let him call in.
I'm not saying that you hang up on you. I'm just saying in general, somebody called and it's not ringing for me. So I'm not getting that in case I'm looking. I had to go look, literally, just to see it.
Well, somebody should call in right now just to see if it works. And we'll send them, and he can
Now
call me right back.
But it was on Do Not Disturb over here, though. That's probably why. I see now.
T-REV.
782. I see that. 782. It's on you when you call in, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
But no.
Really quick, I'm going to say this and I'll
Here he is. Here he is calling right now.
Okay, bye. Bye-bye.
I'll tell you. You can call back too. 782. It's on you. How you doing tonight?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear. How's it going, my brother? How you doing
Can you
tonight?
hear me, T?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? I hear you loud and clear. If you're listening, you need to listen to the phone, not the TV.
Yeah, I got the phone and my headphones on, so I'm just trying to pick.
I got you. You're good, brother. So I would mute the stream and listen to the phone call because it's going to be ahead of everything.
Yeah, I got you. I
just wanted you to know that. Thank you, brother.
All right. So the Papa Rogers thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Hang on, I got to mute my TV now.
No, you're good. Take your time, man. No rush.
All right. So the Papa Rogers thing, when that initially happened, like it was a couple of years ago now, but I remember in the She thing definitely stuck out. But does anybody remember the date when he came, like Papa Rogers came out of nowhere and posted something on something where he said something? He was like, now I got to go back. I got to go fishing now. See you later. But he was talking about the case.
Yeah, he said something about guts hanging on the ceiling. That was on another. That was on 4chan. Remember?
Okay, so there was something that came out of nowhere that basically was Papa Rogers, and then he was like, blah blah blah. Now I got to go fishing.
Damn.
Do you remember? Okay, so this came out of nowhere, right? Out of the blue, right? So in jail, right, where he was, he probably might have had access to the internet or something like that at a certain time. But when he said, "Now I'm going to go back to fishing," I was a prison guard once, and the people that were in segregation in the hole, that's all they would do, and they called it fishing. They would hook like strings up from the pants or shirts or whatever, and tie it to a pack of like shampoo, and all day long they would be like fishing to each other, fishing stuff to each other. So when he said that, I thought Papa Rogers was BK back in the beginning, but when something came out of nowhere like that, because in jail you do get access to, the chirp You do get access to the internet at times. I feel like he found a way to.
Did you hear this? Did you hear this part? It said in discussions surrounding the Kohberger case, there have been references to his past experience working in a fish hatchery, where he was involved in activities such as gutting fish. This detail has led to speculation about his with him being familiar with the use of knives. Some have drawn parallels between this experience and the nature of the crimes he's accused of, suggesting that his background might have provided him with the skills and necessary. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Wow. But also, he was locked up at the time when that Papa Rogers post came out, right? Yeah, he was in jail when that Papa Rogers thing came out.
Hell no, he wasn't. Was he? Was he?
Yes, man. Yes, it was way after. Somebody can find that post that Papa Rogers did.
December 20th.
No, not that one. While he was in jail, the Papa Rogers posted something.
Yeah, but that was a fake one. Anybody can hack those accounts, though, brother. Anybody can hack those accounts. I see hackers selling accounts all the time. That shit is going on, man. Right? So that's what I'm saying. When somebody, when somebody wants to out, like a hacker knows that, they'll steal the account. They'll steal that shit if they can get to it.
But why wouldn't they hack it more? Why would they just hack it that one time and say stuff regarding to the case, and then say something about now I got to go fishing?
And I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying that hackers could get, if they find the email to that, they can get the password easily.
But why would they only post that one thing? If they hack them, they'll hack them. But that was just, I remember when that came out, and it was like when he was in jail, it was like much like, I wish somebody could find that Papa Rogers thing that came out. It was the only one that came out after all the other stuff that we talked about on your show in December and all that with the nice sheep and everything. But out of the blue, there was a post when he was in jail from Papa Rogers, and it said it was talking about the case, whatever. And then he's like, now I gotta go fishing. So he's in segregation.
Mm-hmm.
He's in segregation, and they don't have nothing to do but sit down there, lay on the floor, throw the thing under the door, and they call it fishing, man. I worked in the jail, so yeah, maybe maybe he's just obsessed with fishing, period. But that's what they call it. And he does have access to the internet here and there, and the chirp and all that stuff. So I feel like he got his opportunity to post something as Papa Rogers did it, bang, back in the hole or whatever. That's my theory, but I always thought it was him.
I didn't know it worked about the fish market, but that's crazy. How do we not know that? I'm just reading some of the comments as you were going over what you were talking about. He said, "I'd be shocked if it's not him." Yeah, why he chose the knives? How do we not know that one later was a fake account? That's what I'm saying. That is another speculation I have there. So that's why I'm kind of waiting to see what comes out of these sealed media, social media records.
A fake account could be like he's in there, he can't get onto his own account, so he makes a fake account very quick. You know, they do have access to the internet in there, like for a very brief time, but like just the way that it was worded and what he said, I was like, holy fuck, he is Papa Rogers. I was like that, but I wish somebody could go back and find exactly what was said, because it was a while ago now. Fuck, you know.
I'm trying to remember,
but it was on your. You did cover it. It was on your show, I think, where you covered it and said what was said and the Papa Rogers or whatever. But he's not going to be able to get on his account because that's fucking probably the feds got it. But he could make a fake one. But what he said was like, that's him. That's the same guy. Just the wording, what he was saying, I was like, that's him.
November. All right, so I'm looking to see. You said I covered it on here. I'm looking at the dates on each screenshot, right? December 21st.
Is that December 21st of when he went before he got caught?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about much later.
Well, that's right around then. I think his last post was December 21st.
No, I'm not talking about those posts. I'm talking about there was a post by a Papa Rogers or whatever when he was in jail, and
Yeah, but anybody can make that account, though. I can go make that right now.
Yeah, I know you can.
That's the only thing. That's the problem I have. So without me seeing where I have to see the receipts of what accounts and emails are linked to what for me to be able to be like, okay, yeah, that's not a troll, because I've seen people using my name. I'm like, what? And I'm like, dude, that's not me. You know?
Yes, I hear what you're saying, but out of the blue like that, it was like when he was in jail, like it was like not at the beginning either. It was like much later, and anyway. If somebody can go back and find that in the wording, what he said, and then he said, now it's time to go fishing or whatever. If somebody can find that and we can put it in here, because it wasn't in the time you're talking about, but I remember the Papa Roger shit that you covered, and I was like, man, and he's like, the sheath. He's like, what if they left the sheath and shit like that? And I was like, holy fuck. And then they found the sheath. So it was like, anyway, I thought from the beginning it was probably him, but after the shit came out, after he was in jail, and that whatever they can call it, fake Papa Rogers account or whatever they want posted, what he said, I was like, man, that's him, man.
And you still think that Papa Rogers is Bryan Kohberger?
Yes.
And when it comes to account posting after that, who do you think that was? You think it was him from jail, you're saying?
It could have been. Yeah, it definitely could have been, or it could have been definitely could have been, because like he's in segregation, he's locked down for 23 hours, but at some point they got to let him out and fucking, he gets an hour a day, whatever, but he gets.
But knowing how monitored you are in jail, you think he would take that chance?
Buddy, when I was a prison guard, fucking inmates had cell phones.
Oh no, I'm just thinking, and I'm not saying it in like a way of like, because I mean, he already, I don't know. I'm just thinking in my head, if he went all these things to hide all these things, why would he do the dumbest shit in the world and go into a jail, log into a thing, and try to, that's all I'm saying.
Maybe I get you, but maybe he had a cell phone. Maybe he had something like fuck, man. Jail is the most corrupt place in the world. You can get anything you want when you're in jail if you got the right amount of money.
I was getting weed in jail. I know what time it is in there. I've been.
Okay, so like the more money you have, the more you can get.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, anything like, listen, man. I don't know how he could have did it through fucking anything. He could have did it through his sister. But I just know if somebody can go back and find that, fuck, man. I wish that we had the words right now that we could read, and what he said at the end, and I was like, God damn, man, that's him, and he's actually like showing off, like in that whole fucking conference, the thing that he posted, he's actually showing off about the whole thing.
So Fluffle said, ask him to talk about prior to him going to jail, because that was the last one post. The prior ones were plentiful. Let's talk about that. So okay. I think so. He broke it down though. He's thinking it's him going on from jail, possibly. Which yes. I mean, I can't say that the man's wrong, because they do got tablets and shit in there. So. But I just, the reason why I'm thinking in my head is for the simple fact that you're going to get nailed to a cross if you went in that bitch and did that. And if you got something over on, or if you were able to get that by the courts, that'd be crazy.
Okay, but you also said everything's sealed, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir. Which would mean that's what they could have, and that could be the nail in the coffin right there that gets you, for sure.
Well, he's not stupid enough to try to log into if it is him, like the Papa Rogers like original account, because that's probably, obviously the feds probably got that, but doesn't mean like I just fucking, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm telling you, when that was said, like months and months and months after he was arrested, I was like, God damn, man, that's fucking him. He poked his head out and he said whatever he said, and I can't remember because it was a while ago, but I remember thinking, yes, it's fucking him, man. Like, especially when he said, now it's time to go fishing.
That shit's crazy.
But I mean, That's what I believe. It doesn't mean like anybody else got to believe it. But listen, man, like you can get anything you want. You Jerry, you said you were there. You got weed. I was a guard, man.
Yeah, no, and that was in regular jail, man. That was in regular jail.
Crystal meth. They had fucking cell phones. They had everything they wanted, and you just can't stop it because you don't know who's bringing it in.
The guards.
Well, yeah, the guards, but you don't know who because fucking you don't know who's corrupt.
They're doing it to make pay. They're getting paid. They're making triple of what you want. You want a pack of cigarettes? Pay $200. Depends who you know. Depends what you.
They used to offer me, I'll give you $500 for a bale of tobacco, and I was like, no. Then they were like, you could make so much money, and I was like, I didn't care about money at the time, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. But they also send people. They also send people that are on the street to people's houses, and like people that aren't like street people or aren't familiar with the street, and they threaten them. They threaten the family. If you don't bring this in, this is going to happen, and they get it that way too.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you. I see what you sent to Leslie. I know it's on Sebastian. I see you. I'm gonna check it out. But dude, yeah, you're right. You can get anything in there. Money gets whatever.
If you listen to Little Boozy, he said he had fucking lean like jugs of it by his fucking bed every night. Like, man, jail is the most corrupt place in the world.
Bro, when I was on the workers pod, the certain guard, I won't say who his name was, but he'd walk in, light him up if you got him.
Oh, listen, when I was a guard, I didn't care about weed because I knew if there was weed, it was going to be a good night because everybody be chill. Don't care. It was the other stuff.
Facts.
The home brew.
I'll never go back to that. Screw that. I'm good.
Right. It's fucking hell, right? Like.
And that was part of me hanging out with the wrong people. I was selling weed at the time, and the reason why I got locked up was because, and it's crazy because I sat for a long time. I was dating someone at the time. We ended up breaking up. Then I was moving weed with her and shit like that. And I did it. I went to go make a sell, and I came back, and she was dead from a different drug that I didn't even know she was on. She was on that Fenty. She was dead when I came in. I picked her ass up, put her in that shower, and called the police. I didn't give a fuck what drugs were in that house. I could have took the money. I could have did that. I could have left her there. But no, a life is more important to me. And they made me sit for about a year over that. And then just for the judge to look at me and say, you're a hero, and then kind of go off on the prosecution about why I sat so long.
But so they locked you up for weed?
They locked me up for saving a life, really. I mean, but yeah, it was a couple pounds of weed up in that bad boy, but I didn't say a word. All I did was, and my name wasn't on the lease. I didn't talk. All I did was save her life. That's it.
That's fucked. Did they determine what she took?
I didn't give them a statement. I didn't tell them shit because I don't,
No, but did they determine what she took? Like fentanyl or something like that?
Yeah, she was doing something. I don't know exactly what she was doing, dude. Like that's because I'm serious too. Because people were like, "How would you not know that if you're your girl?" I'm telling you, I don't sit there and friggin' monitor and obsess over what If I have a girl, you gotta trust your girl. If you're with people, you gotta trust them. I didn't know that she was on dope. She was doing dope. Like literally, I didn't know that. Like it's weird, but she was buying fentanyl and all different types of shit and doing meth and.
Oh man, I'm sorry you had to go through that, man. That's
dude, she had
crazy.
like they tried to charge me with certain things that I'm like, dude, I don't even live here. One, we broke up. First of all, that's it. Period. I mean, like that's all I told the police. He's like, all right, you got to go. I was like, okay, but I wanted to call the police and make sure that because when I came back in here, she was dead. So he's like, that's a good. You got me out of there, but he took my fucking gun from me. And it was my gun in my name. I'm like, you taking my gun off me for? Whatever.
Well, you know what?
It was drugs. That's why probably. Who knows?
Yeah, but it's crazy that they did. Like, you could have had a couple of pounds of dope in Canada, man. They're not even fucking with that. That's too much paperwork.
Dude, I don't care if there was 20 kilos up in that bitch. If somebody is dead, I'm calling the police. I'm gonna get you help. I'm not leaving a life there. I don't care what's there. I don't care what I got in my pocket, your pocket, his pocket, that car, this. I'm going to render aid because a life is more important than anything else. Now, I'll never put myself in that position again because I'm not selling. Fuck that. I already know what that life comes with. That right there was my lesson. That was my eye opener.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's crazy because there's no money in weed. Like at the end of the day, there's not a
Shit,
lot
I
of
was
money.
I was making a lot of money though. I make it between 10 to 20 grand a week, depending on how much you know. I was making a lot of money, man.
Shit.
Yes, a lot,
Shit.
like a lot. And I already know what having money feels like. So it's like when people, I laugh at people when they come on here like, damn, these guys grifting on YouTube. I made more than anything that I'd probably ever make on YouTube in literally a year. And that'll outdo this whole 5, 6 to actually this 15-year account. Add everything I've ever made combined together, smoking that by a long shot. So
yeah, man, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
I already know.
There's no money in weed up here. Like, there's no money, man.
This was before dispensaries. This was like right before. I'm talking 2013, 14, before the dispensary started going crazy.
Okay.
But I mean, you know, it's not, and I'm not proud of it either. Like, it's honestly, I was honestly an idiot, you know. But hey, you got to live and you got to learn. And when you don't have it just taught me this, brother. When you don't have role models when you're growing up, which that's not my excuse, but I could have been led into a better direction if I did have role models and people around to show me different things. And that just gave me a blueprint to what I need to do for my children to lead them in the right direction, because I was a misguided 17, 18, 19-year-old when I went out into the real world because I had no skills, nothing whatsoever. I had to raise myself. I had to do everything. So, you know,
nobody taught you how to shave. Nobody taught you about nothing.
Right. I'm walking around with patches of shit. People look at you, you got pubes on your face. You missed the spot. That shit like that, you know.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm with you, man, with that shit. My father was a crackhead, and my stepfather was a crack dealer. My father wasn't around, but like, I never had anybody around to show me what a real dad was, and it was just a dysfunctional situation. But you know, fuck, you live and you learn, right?
That's a fact, man.
You live and you learn, and it sucks because it shouldn't be like that. But that's back then. That's just the way it was, man. But yeah, it's crazy. I'm sorry to hear about your girl, man. That's a tough.
I mean, I saved her life though. You know, she's alive. That chick's still alive. I saved her life for her to rob me for $350,000 right out the garbage can. But yeah, that's, you know.
What?
Yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. That's why I'll just never get into. There's no loyalty in any of that shit, and it's not, you know, I don't know. It just isn't. It's not worth the hassle of everything that comes with, and that's why I feel for a woman, Mary, who called in and said her son was in there for drug dealing and he didn't learn his lesson, and when she said that, it resonated with me so heavily because I learned my lesson right away. I said, "Fuck this shit."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, well, it's hard to not, if you don't have life skills doing something else, when you get out, it's so easy to just go back and grab dope from it's like a revolving door, you know what I mean? And if you're going back in the same community, you're going back in the same neighborhood, it's fucking tough to get out.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree 100% there, brother.
It's tough to get out, man. You got to be able to fucking get out of that whole fucking environment. And it's not easy, especially with money, because if you don't have the money, you can't get out. You're stuck.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
But yeah, I'm hoping somebody can find the Papa Rogers thing when he was in jail and fucking, because, I'd like to fucking read exactly what he said again, but it was like a bell went off in my head at that point. I was like, dang. I was like, yeah, it's him. I thought it was him anyway when you were covering it, but that kind of like solidified it for me.
I've always thought, like, once I heard certain things and then I'm seeing all these things, which a lot of stuff is sealed. Okay, I get that. But you know what? For some reason, just something tells me that's him. And if it's not, I'll own up and say, damn, I was wrong. But I really do believe that it is him, and we're going to find that out.
I think so too.
You know, I really do.
I think so. I think so too, man. Like, fuck, this is one of the most craziest cases ever.
And this part right here on the screen that I have right here, like, for instance, if you look, it says description of item, knife, and then it has rest blanked out. So what? they did find a knife and they have it marked as number 1. I find that very, very interesting. Were they believing that was the murder weapon, or I don't know.
We don't know. We don't. If they got the murder weapon right there, it's fucking done. But I don't think they have the actual murder weapon because the route that he took, like it's going to be like fucking finding like not a needle in the haystack. It's going to be finding a needle in like 50 haystacks. Like because if he went on that route and he ditched a knife somewhere in the woods somewhere, I don't know. I think he'd be stupid to bring it with him. But if they got it, like he's done.
My thing is, yeah, and this dude, was this in the receipt for property? Hold up, it says collection seized. It was this? What was this in here? Let me read
the phone pings, etc. And I'm gonna be putting up pictures, etc. during this whole video. Check them out. Make sure you drop down in the comments what you're.
Was that from his vehicle, or was this? I'm trying to remember where that was from.
They got it from his apartment, the knife.
And if anybody wants this video in particular, I made this a while ago. There it is right there. Comment. I just dropped it in a comment in case you want to go back and revisit this particular video. It has all of those little receipts of what he said, and then that little section from Dateline where a lot of this came from. And then, I don't know. Look at it, see what you think. It's a parent's house. It was the parent's house. Twizzler stick. Was it in the vehicle though at the parents' house, or in the trash can at the parents' house?
I thought they got a knife from his apartment too.
I'm just curious if it was on any of the,
Yeah, I thought they got a knife from his apartment that they broke in Washington or whatever. But I don't know. I could be wrong, but there is a list that you can look at of all the shit that they got. I thought they took a knife from that apartment. But I could be wrong.
Yeah. I don't get it though, because they talked about this gun, like a gun being found in the car. Now it's switched. It literally switched. A gun? Yeah.
I never heard nothing about a gun ever.
I did. I swear they had. What did they find? Let me look this up. Something pertaining. All right, so hold up. Let me, because I swear, man, I remember looking at it and reading it 50 million different times. Right here, during the search of Bryan Kohberger's family home in Pennsylvania, authorities seized several items, including a Glock 40 caliber handgun, the firearm, among various other items collected during the search. Additionally, during the arrest at his parents' home, Kohberger was reportedly found wearing surgical gloves and observed placing trash into separate Ziploc baggies. So I mean that's all it talked about with the gun though. But I know I seen this Glock 40 caliber handgun listed. I seen it, and that's why I thought maybe they got out of the car. But that's probably wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. But I thought it was in the vehicle.
Yeah. If it's in the vehicle or it's in the house, but this is the first I'm hearing about a fucking Glock. I never that went over my head. I don't know, but I don't think he used it. But we don't know.
Glock.
We don't know.
I'm gonna pull up the image. Hold on, let me go find this image too, because I want to actually pull it up. It's on paper, and it's right. Do I see it right here? Yeah, I do. Glock 22 Gen 5. Save image. Pull that. Let me pull the original image up. Where's it at? And this is for. Doesn't say. It says from the house, police seized several weapons, including a knife and a Glock handgun. So it does say from the house. I don't know where I'm mixing it up with the vehicle paperwork, but it said it also includes a prescription, a green leafy substance in a container, vehicle paperwork, and other documents, including a phone and a handwritten password, and a book with underlining on page 118. So. It says they got 3 Glock 40 Gen magazines, empty, black face mask, black gloves, 1 black. Let me save it because it's so small. It's hard to see.
That is at his apartment or his parents' house?
Parents, 100% parents.
So they raided his apartment after the parents, right?
I don't know if which one they did first, to be honest with you. I think they might have hit it both at the same time, but I don't want to say that without knowing.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I know that they took a bunch of shit out of his apartment too.
Facts. Here we go. Pull this up there. See if it comes across the screen for you guys over here. All right, there's that with the underlining. We exit this. That's not the one that I wanted to pull up. It's this one. 2. Okay, there we go, right there. So there it is with the knife. See where it says knife up on here? Description of item, knife 1, and then they cross out all this other shit.
Yeah.
AT&T bill for Bryan Kohberger, Glock 22 Gen 5, 90 or 40 caliber. Then it has serial, Smith & Wesson pocket knife, it says, folder containing vehicle paperwork, Acer laptop model number N22C2. So there's no telling what's on that laptop. Corner leafy green substance, probably marijuana. Who knows? White paper, something. Power cable, cell phone, black face masks. Prescription, is that what it says? Black gloves, 1 black hat, and 1 black mask.
Wow.
That's what it says. What's up, Bullish? What's Bullet? What's Bullish up?
Very interesting.
But they could get Bryan's. Why didn't they send that sample off also? I'm not sure. We'll find out about that in court. That's something that we got to wait to for. Definitely in court, boy.
Which sample are they talking about?
Which what? The sample?
Which sample are they talking about?
I'm not sure. But we're going to find out. That's what we got to wait for in the court, just like those Facebook records to be unsealed.
Yeah, Instagram, all that shit.
Yes, sir.
So what do you believe, T? Do you believe he was after Maddie or Kaylee?
I believe he was after somebody in there. If he is the guy, if the evidence continues to pile on top and add to this case once we get into this trial, I do believe it was a motivated attack, maybe from a sexual point of view, but could also be that maybe he did plan it a certain way like this and things happen. I just don't know, man, because people trick you. You'll look at a story, you'll hear all these different things, and then once you get in there, it's a whole different freaking story. You know what I mean?
Well, we know. Yeah, I know, but we know that he killed the 2 girls upstairs and then came downstairs. And one of the girls, he went up first, and one of them was the target. But the one thing that still bothers me is the Dylan thing. That's always going to bother me. I don't get it.
Okay, so I see Twizzle Stick says the evidence is falling off, not piling on. And when I hear that and I read that, it's like, damn, how do we know what's piling on if stuff is still sealed? You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff that's still sealed that we haven't even heard about that could probably make us feel a lot different than what you just said. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's supposed to be sealed. Like, you can't have everything. They released the PCA, whatever, and they're not going to release everything that they're going to bring up in court because they can't. If they do, that's just going to compromise the case. Mm-hmm. So they got to keep the fucking shit sealed and the continuity, because if things leak, that will fuck the case.
No doubt.
But I think it's him, unless we were lied to by our government, which I don't believe. But I think it's him. I think Papa Rogers is him. It's just too many coincidences. I don't believe in coincidences. So
that's these 61916 was just calling. You can call back in a second. What's he?
All right, brother. You go ahead, do your thing.
I appreciate you, brother. Always, whatever you want to call it, I'm on. You're more than welcome to call in.
You beat me in the battle rap. I admit it. But,
man, we were just having fun. I ain't looking at it like that.
It was fun, brother.
I'm not looking at it like that, man. I appreciate good people and people with a good heart, brother.
We entertain them, and that's all that matters.
No doubt, my guy. Hey, look, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you being a voice on the show. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and opinions with us here tonight, brother. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and you already know evil's always lurking. So if you can, keep one loaded.
Listen, I can't, but listen, brother, thank you. I'll be listening.
No doubt, my God, bro. God bless you, brother. Shout out to him, man. Good phone call. 219-85-9693. I did see 916 wanted to get back in the mix, but it seems like they might have fell on a stick. No, I don't know. Oh, shit. 916 is back in the mix. What is going on?
Well, I wanted to say great call. I loved hearing his perspective. I really did. I don't know what state he's in, and I was curious. I wanted to know what state he's in, only because I'm in California, and everybody knows I've been open about that. I've got a brother he's still in 30 years already in prison, and yeah, bro, he's still fucking in, huh?
I forget that. I know that, but every time it seems like I forget it, and then you bring it back up, and it refreshed right back in my mind again. Like, damn, I forgot.
Yeah, well, my brother is still in. My dad did 14 years, and both are level 4. And I didn't do time in prison, but of course I did jail time. I was gonna go to prison. Thank God I didn't. But I'd rather almost do prison time, but forget that. So my brother's got a tablet, but now this is current day, and that's what he's in. So, but they are going to get access to the internet, and so I wanted to know what state he's in. However, with Bryan Kohberger being so fucking smart, because this man is intelligent, do you think that he would leave a paper trail on the computer? Because I'm almost positive the inmates have to log in to their internet session when they can, and I don't think they have they have any access to Facebook or Instagram. And so I know that because my brother told me, no, man, we can't access any of that shit. So I'm wondering what state he is. Maybe they have different rules. If you wouldn't mind commenting, I'd love to know what state is that they can actually access. Now he's saying maybe from their cell phone. I don't know that Bryan Kohberger would have actually the connections just going in. And by the way, he's not in prison, guys. He's in jail. He's not even in prison. So I don't think that people in jail are actually trading. In fact, I know that people in jail are not trading cell phones. I know that. I went into a big fucking city girl jail. And so I know that they're not trading fucking phones and cigarettes, not in the jail. In prison, yeah. In jail, no. That's actually not happening. Because you're going to get transferred out or whatever. And if it happens, it's like, whoa, I mean, seriously. So, and in jail, you're certainly not going to have access. So I don't understand. He said he was a prison guard. So he said jail and then prison. So what state is that? But moving on from that, because I don't think that was his account. I think you're exactly right. I think Papa Rogers, either somebody made it up. You know, it'd be easy. That would be for me to take a picture of his Rogers thing, that side profile of the guy that was some kind of army dude, and then create my own Papa Rogers. You know how easy that would be for me? You wouldn't even know the difference unless you looked at my IP address. Does it make sense?
Absolutely.
You would have no idea. So, but he said some things, and then somebody else was saying in chat, what did Polish in Seattle say in chat? Because I was like, huh? But it was something about, he said something, and somebody said that there was blood on the rail. Is that true? Was there blood on the rail?
Yeah. That's what they said, for sure. 100% said there was blood on a handrail. Absolutely. I'll find it for you.
Okay. I'm sure they tested that. I mean, but the thing is that and this guy was completely gloved. So it was the woman's, but I think the motive, people say that it was sexual. I don't think that it was a sexually motivated. He might have had fantasies about one of the girls, but he went up there with a K-bar knife, not to. If a man's going to go in and rape a woman,
right?
He's not going to go in with a K-bar knife. He's going to go in with a gun. He's going to go in with a knife because he's trying to get busy with what he's doing. He's not going to use such a large weapon. It's like saying, I'm going to go in with machete and then rape you. That's not likely what's going to happen. You're going to go in with a smaller knife. You see what I'm saying? Or a gun or something. but not a fucking K bar.
Like the house with the vehicle out there like that, and you just you're so brave to just go up in there. You would have to frequent that place. I feel like, or you just drunk.
That's what Chatty thinks, and that's what I think too. And I know I spoke to Chatty on the side, and she said, but she will call in at some point, but she's very shy. But how many times do you think he went in there prior?
I've talked to her before. She won't that shy. No, I'm just playing.
She needs to come back.
Chatty.
Come on, meow meow. So how many times do you think? How many times do you think that he went in and staked the place out? Because remember, they kept their doors unlocked, huh? They're all at school. Nobody's there.
How many times do I think that
Bryan Kohberger went in when the house was vacant and scoped it out?
I'm gonna have to say, shit. How many times do I think? A couple. I've said this in the past, and you could go back and listen to these. I've really been saying that for a long time. That I think he went, peeped it out, looked around, and even did a couple test walk-ins. That's what I said, but that was just me, speculating. I don't know that to be true, but I definitely said that multiple times in the past.
Well, I agree with you, and I'm going to go with at least once, possibly twice. I don't think it would be 3, but that's my gut. But the reason why I think that, and tell me what you think, is because he knew immediately where he was going. He knew where the stairs were. He was clickety-click. You know what I mean? He knew there was 2 steps down to get off, out of the kitchen, and then to the right and clickety-click. And let's all not forget, he went past Kaylee's door, went past it. And had he opened that and that was his target, the dog would have been out. Murphy would have been out. Instead, he went right for Maddie's door. And in my opinion, that was his target. That's always been my opinion. My opinion is that she was his target, either because that was his type, or because she had pissed him off, whether it was at the Mad Greek, but she had a way of, being like, fuck you. You know what I mean? She was very dismissive, is how I would put it. I really like her, actually. I thought she was great. But had he was going for Kaylee, he would have opened that door and the dog would have been out, in my opinion. But somebody else said something that I wanted to.
I see a few of them. I was looking at something. Use a VPN and you could really hide your IP address. Yeah, some people do that shit. Not good enough,
really?
Though.
It's not.
You better have on WebRTC and double hop and all different types of shit.
Well, I'm cooked. I have a VPN, but that's it.
People think that VPNs are good enough, and it's not always good enough. Trust me. Like literally, like people really do think they're safe, but there's smart guys out there that can beat around that shit.
Did the caller by chance comment about what state he was in? That what state he's in? That the jail allowed,
Jay Clark. He's in chat right now. He said, "This caller is spicy. I like her."
Oh, I'm sorry, meow meow. I'm so sweet. I have the tenderest heart. I am the most kind-hearted person you'd ever meet. I would get the shirt off my back for somebody, and I have. I'm spicy just because that's just who I am, but I'm a really kind-hearted person.
Good night, Bewitched. I know I see you say you were going to bed. Angela was going to bed, but I heard it never. I see that. You said, why leave DM alive? And Karen, just my speculation on that is he didn't see her. Even though it's presented to us as a face-to-face encounter, he didn't see her because he was on his way out, maybe from everything that he just did. And now he's like, damn, I gotta go. Whoever it is, whether it's Kohberger or Blowburger or Slowburger, whoever the hell that person was, didn't see her, in my opinion, or else she would have been dead. And that's my personal opinion, and I could be absolutely incorrect, but I'm just thinking that because if there's a witness that would see you, and he already potentially killed Xana, who might be a witness, which I'm not saying she is, but that means that he's removing people who he's running into, allegedly.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
That's how I'm looking at that.
Yeah, I know. So that's what So that's what I was talking about. In my opinion, with DM, I agree with you. He either didn't see her or he glanced at her and he was gassed out.
Right. Right.
Because he was in there 15 minutes stabbing motherfuckers. If anybody in here has ever been in a fight, and there's a lot of men in here that have been, and you've done anything like hardcore physical activity, 15 minutes to do that is a long ass time. I mean, that's a lot of energy, and I could see somebody being really exhausted. You know what I mean? And I think that I think you're exactly right. I thought, with his intelligent brain saying, I need to skip. But I think you're right. I don't know. Maybe he didn't see her. I don't fucking know. That's interesting. But so I hope that Chatty won't mind if I share her theory. Her theory is he came in, went upstairs, and she agrees with me that his target was Maddie, and that's our opinion. Came down, and then he ran into Xana coming out of the kitchen, either picking up her food or putting her food back down.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then she either ran into her room, he chased her, and then knifed her, and then Ethan came out, knifed him, and then I'm like, but wasn't the bathroom outside of their door, outside of their bedroom? In fact, I know it was. And so she said, well, he was in the bedroom, and the cop actually they said they couldn't actually get in because there was a body against the door. And I said, so how would that work though? And she ran back, and then she was stabbing, and she was still alive, going, we believe. And then he encountered Ethan, but then when he left, Ethan somehow fell, and he was inside. But in which he was, and then maybe he rolled back and locked the door. And then she said, well, I think that, and Chad, this is why you need to call in when you do, because I'm not sure if I'm getting it all right. But she said, I think that Xana, she said thought she was saying that in the beginning, not at the end. Like she was saying, and he was like, I'm here to help you. And so her mom, she's saying that he went back to help her. Ethan intervened.
Right.
But I still don't understand how his body would be laying. I mean, now he's got to get out, and he's a 6'2" big guy, and how are you gonna get out the door and still have this big dude, his body lay against her? But she had a really good theory. I don't necessarily totally agree with it, but I think it was a really good theory.
I mean, damn, to be honest with you, Flubbles, at this point, after hearing these things, I see the gripes and the arguments that other people have who don't believe that he did it. And that right there makes a good argument for me. I can't really switch back to anything else until I see what is unsealed. I need to see what's in this paperwork. I gotta see what's in there. Something. Why would they have it sealed if it was nothing of significance? That's the only, that's the problem I'm having, and I won't be able to let off the brakes until I hear what that is. I have to hear what it is. Period.
Well, I think that fair enough. I think that if we can just start with the fact they had 3 terabytes of computer information that they collected for evidence, so that's But number 2, when you read off the list of evidence that they collected, you got, come on guys, face mask. I mean, honestly, face mask. What is that? And by the way, he's seen going out, putting the trash out with gloves on. It wasn't snowing. It wasn't snowing at the time. There's no reason to walk out with gloves. He's trying not to get his DNA. He was very conscientious about what he was doing. And the stuff that now the Glock, I guarantee you belonged to his father, not him. Because otherwise he would have just shot him. But I don't know, this motherfucker, I think that he wanted to see some guts. I think he wanted to see guts.
Damn.
I do. I think he wanted to get some. I think that he was a misfit. I think that he was just kind of a misfit and just really not accepted. And he was kind of the guy that just all the pretty girls and the popular boys he just didn't fit in.
And
that's what I think he did. Go ahead.
So do you think it was sexually motivated?
I think that he might have been aroused by the women, probably both the girls, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that he was stalking Xana at all. I really don't. In fact, I don't think that he was expecting to see Xana or Ethan in the house, frankly, which to me is bad planning. But he didn't expect to see them, in my opinion. Because otherwise he would have had a plan to deal with Xana. He might not have thought that Ethan was staying the night, right? But he would have known, or maybe he did. Maybe he knew he was going to kill Xana too. I mean, fuck. But no, it's sexually motivated. I think that he was sexually aroused by these women, and I think that he maybe engaged with them on Instagram a little bit, and then he went into the Mad Greek. This is my opinion. Engaged with them on Instagram, didn't get the response that he wanted, and then he goes into Mad Greek. Maybe she, just kind of like, put him off, whatever. And then there's speculation that he was at a pool party, where the girls were at. I have no idea exactly the specifics on that, but there's speculation. I just think that he was put off, and I think that he was like, fuck these bitches. I think he thought, fuck this bitch. And I think that, and you remember, Kaylee had just got a new car, and I don't think that he knew. I don't think that he knew she was there. I really don't. Had he known she was there, let's go with that idea, right? Had he known she was there, why would we ever assume that he was like, oh, I know she's in Maddie's room in her bed. If I'm a man, I'm not even thinking like that. I'm going to go in. I've already scoped out the house. I know that this is her room right off to the right. I'm going to go in there. But that's where Murphy was.
Right.
Murphy was still in the room. He didn't go in that room. He did not go into her room. He didn't go in there to check it at all. He darted for one fucking room, and that was Maddie's room.
In court, Delana said in court, they said the victim's doors were open and Murphy's room was open too. And then Green Eye said, Naomi, Bryan loves the attention he is getting. Oh, yeah, I see that part. Miss Odin also said, still makes me feel weird or scratch my head. Only one survivor, in my opinion. Huh.
Well, there was two survivors, FYI.
Well, yeah, for sure. I know that. The Bethany and Dylan. Twiz, yeah, the caption.
Well, in case any women are listening, Bryan's ugly as fuck. We all know he is. He looks like he's ugly as fuck. He is so unattractive. If you think he's attractive, I mean, come on, man.
Oh, shit.
Like somebody just fucking, he just ate a canary. He looks
Damn.
like that'll do. Bro, he's so unattractive. I mean, get out of here. He's skinny. He's got Frankenstein shoulders. He looks like he ate a canary. And he's so gross. He's so ugly. I think he's so unattractive.
Damn.
Be a new one. Ben, he's not attractive at all. Bro, he's not.
I don't know nothing about that. I don't attract to men, so I can't answer that.
Well, I can. So, but
he said, "Well, I can."
I'm a woman, but
you're funny ass.
But no, I think that as far as the Papa Roger stuff goes,
yes, ma'am.
I'm struggling a little bit with and I'd like to know a little bit more. Like I wanted to know what state he's in, that the jail has access to internet. I was curious about that because in California, that's not what happens here. They're actually just starting that at level 4 prisons here in California. And you're talking about San Quentin, Pelican Bay, Folsom, Kern. And Kern is not even level 4 yet. I mean, it's getting there. Well, I mean, seriously. But those are the level 4s. You're dealing with San Quentin, Pelican Bay, Folsom. Those are the level 4s. So that's what we're working with. And they are just now getting internet access. So he's talking jail, and I'm wondering, well, what state is he in? That they allow internet access in jail. And then he's saying, well, maybe a phone. But in my mind, in my experience, we weren't, hey man, nobody was dropping in fucking phones for us or weed or cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? It was jail. It wasn't happening. We might have been on the yard, but nobody was dropping in a drone full of fucking cigarettes for a phone for us. Or we weren't getting a guard to give it to us. Are you kidding me? These women were mean.
Yeah, they ain't having that shit.
But anyway, well, what's your opinion on this? It was Papa Rogers.
I do think it's Bryan until, like I said, until those are unsealed, they got me thinking it's him. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. I think it's him until it's unsealed. You got to show me, because This shit's been talked about for way too long.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep. But specifically for you.
You said what?
Well, specifically for you, like some things that he said, did that strike you as,
Yeah, absolutely. Things said as you from whoever the hell that is that's typing that is definitely either one, just ended up hitting it on the button, or two, that's him. And it's as simple as that. And I believe it is him, allegedly, until they clarify that it wasn't. They better clarify it wasn't. That's the only way I'd be like, okay, yeah.
And by the way, T, don't you kind of think that if it wasn't Papa Rogers, somebody should kind of put some eyes on that motherfucker? Because the way that he spoke, it was like, man, he's like, to me, this guy sounds like a ticking time bomb, like somebody that just is really specific on how to get away with this and how, like he seemed, I don't know, man. I would have eyes on him.
No doubt. Eyes all over.
Well, I can let somebody else call in.
Well, it's up to you.
I guess that was a little spicy. I'm sorry.
He said,
I wasn't too spicy.
He said he hopes you keep being spicy.
I'm like a small spice. I'm like a Lowry seasoning salt, not like cayenne pepper.
Damn.
But no, I mean, I think that let me ask you a question.
I'm listening.
So Chatty, listen, when Chatty initially told me her perspective, and Chat, I really hope you call in whenever it's appropriate for you and you feel comfortable, you do it. But hopefully, I know I probably didn't get your perspective 100% right, and I apologize. And hopefully you'll call in at some point and correct me. But based on what I remember, she said, do you think there's a chance that he could have encountered Xana when she was coming out of the kitchen, either picking up her food or putting it down?
Damn right. That was my thought too.
Really?
Hell yeah. Hell
Let me
yeah.
ask you a question. Well, then how would Xana not hear any grunts or groans from the girls?
No, this is my thing. This is what I think directly, right? When it comes to that aspect of what you just mentioned, I think that when he came in, she was maybe just finishing food or coming out to get silverware for the food that she ordered.
That's what she fucking thinks.
Bing bong.
Girl, that's what she thinks.
That's my thought right there. That's always been it.
So you think that she was either finishing her food, you mean in the kitchen?
She was either finishing the food or getting silverware for the food, or a drink or something, a cup or whatever, something. Yes, absolutely.
Well, what we do know is that there was a bag of either food, unfinished food, whatever.
Here, let me match your spiciness. Exactly. That's exactly what I believe. I said, let me match your spiciness. Exactly. That's what I believe. That's exactly.
Right, meow, mix. Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
No, I love that shit.
Yeah,
so
I really do.
100%. So you're seeing. So Chatty's thinking that, either there was food in the bag or the food was finished in the bag. Mm-hmm. But I guess my question is, we know that the food, finished or unfinished, the bag was on the table, correct?
Correct.
So to think that she was going to get a fork, for me, doesn't make sense, because the food was finished or unfinished, it was on the table. And I don't think that she would be eating the food at the table, because that's where he entered. Right? He entered in that sliding glass door. Am I right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
I think I got that.
No,
right.
You're right. You're right. From what I know, from what we all know, he entered through that door.
Right. And so, so you think that she was maybe she was, but then how did her bag end up back there? The bag of food. If she still has her food in the bedroom and she was eating it and going in there to get a fork or knife, does that make sense?
I'm hearing you, but yeah, I don't. That's a good question for sure.
Well, I mean,
it's a good question for sure. I mean, that's what we need. Those are the things we need to know.
I mean, that would be my question: is
me too.
So he encounters her. And by the way, we've all seen the diagram of within the house, and going up the stairs is pretty close to the kitchen. So, but I don't know. I mean, everybody's kind of saying that we think that the girls probably didn't make too much noise because they were probably sleeping and just getting gutted. And it's not much noise you can make. I think that with that, which is so sad. But if that theory is right, in my mind, she was probably just taking the trash bag, the bag out and putting it on after she was done eating.
Right.
And putting it on the table. But then how did he encounter Ethan?
Maybe Xana ran to the room and he, followed her in there and then said, "I'm here to help you." Then when he started to do something, he got up to try to defend her and bang, bang, bang.
That's exactly what Chatty's theory is.
I'm just saying
and
that's what my thoughts are. Why else would he kill somebody who's defenseless and still sleeping after you just murdered someone? Allegedly.
Well, and by the way, after I listened to Chatty's, I actually said, you have a really good perspective. I mean, I never considered this, and bro, you might be right. And so that's why I wanted to call him. But then how was his body? Because allegedly she heard, which I didn't hear that there was a body that was against the door when the investigators tried to go into Xana's room. It was kind of blocked by a body. Does anybody remember that? Do you remember that by chance?
Blocked by a body? Yeah, the floor. Yes. Matter of fact, you're gonna make me pull this up. Yeah, I know exactly what you're doing. Let me do this. Hold up. That actually just reminded me. So I'm gonna go.
So my question is, and everybody in chat, and I don't know, maybe you guys can help me out here. And I mean, honestly, I don't know, but if Bryan Kohberger, the detectives get there, and if there's a body kind of blocking the door, and it's Ethan's, because we know that Xana was not found next to the door because her blood was in the corner seeping down the foundation of the house. So that's Ethan. Then how did Bryan Kohberger get out with his big frame and body, and then close or whatever? And then I'm struggling with that.
Here you go. So now I got it pulled up here. You said, what did you just bring up before? Because I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. So I said, what part?
I'm trying to move in here. It's not letting me even move in this bad boy right now. What's going on?
Hey, by the way, I'm not spicy, guys.
No,
I'm really not. I'm meow meow kitty cat.
I'm trying to move around. It's not letting me move around in this house right now. What's going on?
I'm Fluffy Cat. Okay. I'm the nicest kitty in the world.
Grid view. Why can't I move in here? Hold up. Let me do that. Go to here. I'm gonna get
identify. If I can identify as anything, so stupid, and I'm so fucking joking when I say this. I'm gonna have to identify with an orange cat, but maybe a street cat.
And to a stranger, and then
Fluffy orange cat. That's how I identify.
You're funny.
But what I said was, how do you think that he encountered Ethan, and then Ethan goes in, but then help me to understand how somebody's body was blocking the door. And I said, do you remember that they said that the investigators couldn't go in the door because the door was somehow blocked? Is that
right? Okay, hold up. I'm trying to take us to that. I want to get to the original one because the original one that I was going to has all of the marks inside of you can click on everything inside. But right now it's not letting me move on here, which is weird. Very weird. So I'm trying to.
It's Papa Roger. The call is coming from inside the house. Have you ever seen that movie? What's it called? The Stranger Inside, or Stranger Calls? Fucking scary.
Let me see.
The girl's babysitting these kids. Do you remember that movie?
No.
It's so scary.
Yeah, dude. It's been a minute. Hold on. Stranger Calls.
I think it's a Stranger Calls, or Stranger Calls. It's about the babysitter. So she's babysitting, and there's shit going on. She's scared, and her phone keeps ringing, and then she gets calling, and Like, we don't know. And they call back and they said the call is coming from inside the house.
See, you used to be able to click on this, and it doesn't let you click on these things anymore. I used to be able to see it. Like literally, we would show you everything as far as the tour and the house and the actual stuff that is being talked about, and it had all of everything that matched up with the shoe print, everything. So I don't know where it is at now. I'm looking for it.
Didn't you download it though on your computer? I thought you did.
I didn't download it, but I mean, we've watched it several different times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and by the way, I don't remember seeing. I wish I could have seen the shoe print because I never saw the video of the shoe print actually, and I'd like to see the size of that shoe. Like, let's see the print.
I'm in here right now. I'm on here right now, but it's not. It's not showing the notes with it anymore. Yep, it's not showing the notes like it used to.
Well, I wanted to say to like everybody, like, that's in the chat and whatnot. This is what I love about T-REV channel and everybody in chat is that when you call in, it's like everybody's got a perspective, and to me, that's what's so healthy, and you might get agitated. I know I get agitated sometimes, but it's also good to have your brain racked a little bit. So I know for me it is. I like to be like, no, and have my be bothered.
I'm here, y'all. I'm just on a different screen trying to find this virtual video that I could pull up, but it's not there. But this one had notes. If you can find the one with the notes, let me know because I can't find it right now. But I mean, this basically used to show you everything. It definitely did.
In my opinion, I'm just gonna have to go with my opinion, and I know that mine's like the normal, the normal. And Patty she's been a friend of mine for a bit, and she ends up being right quite often.
Sounds like
an
me.
Amazing lady. Okay, take it easy.
No, I'm serious. It sounds just like me.
I know.
I'd be like. Usually my prediction, I mean for cases, like usually I'm on point. I'm not all the time, but usually I am on point for real. Like
what's interesting is that you guys actually have a similar, I don't know, a similar perspective, and that's why I hope that she'll call in, because I had never really heard that perspective, and I was like, initially I was like, come on, man, come on, Jenny, and then and I slowed my roll and just like listened to it, and I'm like, okay. And then, I mean, there's some fallacies in that. There's some, I can poke holes in some of that, but I don't know. I mean, when people say the doors were open in the girls' room, so then are you saying that Murphy actually was found out running through the home? Because with my understanding that Murphy was found in the bedroom, and so
it has them linked right here with as far as bedrooms. So second bedroom, X and E, which we know is right down here on the left-hand side, which I know I could literally pull up that picture, but the living room here, again, DM right there towards that back kitchen patio. Let's go down to 3, or let's go up to 3. KG. This is, Kaylee Gonsalves, bedroom number 3 right here, obviously, and then this one in the back corner. So the balcony's right there by Kaylee Gonsalves' old room. And here is, so he would definitely, did he walk up and go straight into there, or I don't know. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, but where was Murphy? I guess is what I'm asking.
It says right ooh. Let me pull this up.
If you're a B2B company and you're not running.
By the way, if anybody wants to call in, I'd be happy to hang out. And honestly,
anyone can still, if they were. I mean, the line, it's open.
He's got caller waiting. Seriously.
Yeah. So if I'll tell you if someone's calling, you just boop.
Yeah, 100%.
Something like that.
Hey, I'm with the program, man.
Yeah. Oh. You're funny.
But I still don't. I'm just T-REV.
I'm here.
Where was Murphy? where was Murphy found? And that's a big question for me. And I think that's a really big takeaway, because if he was still in the room, you see what I'm saying? Then to me, that tells me that he wasn't going for Kaylee's bedroom initially. If all the doors were open, like people are saying, then where was Murphy running through the house? And didn't he say at some? Am I mistaken that he actually did he actually go into Kaylee's room and see the dog and close it? I don't know. Maybe not. No, that wasn't it. But where was the dog? The dog would have been like barking all through the house and running up and down the stairs, guaranteed.
Right. You would
Do you
think.
think that motherfucker wouldn't have killed that dog?
I mean, that
I
one
don't know,
dude,
man.
that one dude killed those dogs in that family. When I don't know if you know what story I'm talking about, but
Are you talking about the dog that got skinned, or the bunny rabbit that got half his
no, I mean
head
this
chopped
was
off?
was right by where I was in Indiana. It happened in Illinois. The dude was cheating with this woman, and literally the wife pretended to be the cartel or something and had him go, but it was the wife that had him go kill the woman he was having an affair with. So it's pretty crazy what happened in the case, but yeah, he killed the dogs. He killed 3 of them. Yeah, 3 dogs. He killed 3 of them. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I've got a big heart for animals.
So I mean, that. Whoa! It said my phone's dying. Or computer.
Really?
My computer. I meant. Yeah, I had to fix it. I got it.
We got to fix that like quickly.
For sure. That shit's crazy though. He definitely. You're right about killing dogs though. People do that. They will kill a dog. It sucks.
My dad was so mean. Huh?
I said it sucks that people would just hurt not just animals, all different types of things. Like people are just constantly thinking they're the judge and the jury of everything. That's all it is.
My father was so mean. I've shared a little bit, but I will say this about killing animals. Number one, my dad got kicked out of his fucking house as a young man by his parents because they walked in and he was sitting Indian style in the middle of the motherfucking living room, and he had built a fire and he was setting the house on fire. He was sitting Indian style, fucking watching it burn.
Damn.
I'm not kidding you.
That's
Later
crazy.
on, my dad was a good looking dude. My mom is beautiful, and they met. She had no idea he was a whackle that'll do. And then they had all 6 of us 1 year apart, and then we all lived in the country. And my dad, and this is not how you take dogs' tails off, by the way. If anybody's listening, you don't take dogs' tails off like this. You want a dog's tail to be, some dogs, the breed, they don't have a tail, but I'm pretty sure my girlfriend told me you're supposed to put a string around that or something. But my dad, my brother's memory, he has a different memory he took him off with a knife. And my memory, because we were all there, he put him through the table saw, and I did puppies, and they were screaming. It was just fucking awful. It was traumatizing. And then we'd have to shovel cats' heads and whatnot because we lived. Oh my god, my dad was just a really amazing, fucking horrible human. But that's why he got 14 years. You know what I mean? He was a bad dude. I don't know. I think that honestly, had my dad not had all his kids, I think that who knows what he would have done. I honestly, had he been left just because he hated his father so much, I wonder like what he would have done. I think that had he been left unchecked, and because he was part, I think that he would have messed with men, not necessarily women, because my dad wasn't a sexual predator. That wasn't his jam. His jam was like absolute physical violence and like mental torture and physical torture and horrible. And I think that in my opinion, I think my dad could have become a serial killer, but not of women, of men. I'm not kidding you. That's my guess. That's what I believe.
Hey,
that's horrible, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's how you look at it. I don't know. I don't know him, so I can't. It's hard for me to really, Speak on
dead
something.
now.
God
He's
bless.
dead now, but if you knew him, you would be like, actually, T-REV, if you knew him, you'd be like,
You'd be
kill
like,
this
good fucking
motherfucker.
job. Let him die. No, it's fine.
Yeah, actually, anybody that knows, like any man that knows, which I don't share like all that you don't want to know. It's just horrific, the details. But any man that's like, they just want to like murder him. But you would hate him. But
okay. I'm kind
he's
of.
dead. So everybody.
I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Are you?
Yeah, I definitely am.
But he wasn't a sexual predator, everybody. So at least we got that going for us, huh? We got one thing.
Actually, that's what I thought you were gonna say.
No, he wasn't a sexual predator. That was the one thing that, thank God, that was the one thing he didn't do. He in fact, he was severe on my brothers. Severe. No, I don't want to talk about it, frankly. I'm okay. I'm good.
No, you don't got to talk about it.
He was mean. That's all I'm gonna say. But in my opinion, the Papa Rogers for me is the Bryan Kohberger, only because he's. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna skip because I want to just listen. I think that it was him because he was too specific and too eloquent about what he was saying, like the way that he was saying, like, well, then explain to me this. Almost like he was doing like a teacher, like a debate, like, well, explain this to me. Now, don't you think that if the killer, why would he use a knife? That would be, very dangerous, right? So he's going to go in there and kill 4 people. He asked a lot of leading questions, looking for people to use their minds to answer back. But also, a lot of the questions he asked ended up being what he actually did. So a lot of times these serial killers, in my opinion, they want notoriety. So they'll either go back and witness the scene, or they'll even like put letters into the cops and be like, cat and mouse game. But they want that notoriety, and I think that he wanted that so bad. He wanted that notoriety, and so I think that when they couldn't find him, I think that he established that Papa Rogers account. That's my opinion. And then he, interjected himself in the conversation on the Idaho 4 case discussion. That's what I think. All right, I'm going to go because I feel like I've taken enough of your time and everybody's time.
Nah, you're good. Yeah, I'm listening. That's crazy. I like the take though. I think it's there's so many of us could be right about it. These things that we talk about when it comes to Kohberger. But hey, like I said, you never know when that date comes. Is the date we could be blown away.
Well, somebody in chat said the more the evidence comes out, the more he looks like he didn't do it. And I would argue we don't even know what they have yet, actually. We have no idea what they have in evidence because everything has been sealed. So
that's my argument every time I see that type of comment right there. Is that's always going to be my argument, and I don't know. I can't come up off of that until I see, hey, the Facebook data that they're sealing, etc., has nothing to do with it. They did. Why would they seal the shit? It's just weird there. That's why I can't let go of that part. Because how can you let go of something like that? That doesn't even make sense. Papa Rogers, there's this Papa Rogers character. He was on Facebook, but yet and they got Facebook sealed records in this case, but yet we can't look at them. Come on now. If 1 + 1 = 2, then 2 + 2 = 4. Open the motherfucking door. Straight up.
1 + 1 = 2. Come on, use your noggin.
Just saying, man.
Right?
Like, that's how I'm looking at that. Seriously, they got to show me something different first, because right now it does look like that's him. Seriously.
Well, I have to concur.
So that's where I'm at with it. I'm not coming up off of that. I really do think it's that dude, and he better, until then, I ain't saying nothing else. Fuck him.
I also think that a part of the reason, and listen, I'm speculating here. And by the way, if anybody wants to call in, please do. I don't want
they are more than welcome to. Anybody can. I'm over here messing with this logo and reading comments, and you're good. Go ahead.
It'll go beep beep. by the way, I think that one of the reasons why he did this, one of his motives, was actually to see if he could get away with it. You know, I in my opinion, I think that it was a dual thing. Like, he had some hatred for these beautiful women, and he wanted to slaughter them because he was kind of a misfit. And at least that's how we would have looked at it. I can tell you, if I was part of that girls group, which I probably would have been, and my brothers definitely would have been the popular boys. So I can promise you, and he, you know, he would have been a misfit. And people, we would have thought he was creepy. We just would have. Seriously. So he probably thought these were the pretty girls, and he wanted to. But I also think that a large motivation for him is that he wanted to see if he could get away with it, to see if he could. You see what I'm saying?
I'm hearing
And
you.
to be frank, he almost did. He only made he made one mistake only. And that is, in my opinion,
Kohberger?
What?
You think Kohberger only made one mistake?
I think he made one. Yeah, well, to get caught, I think he made. Yeah, absolutely. You want to know? I think he made one, maybe two mistakes. Okay, let's just go with three. So let me just do three. I'm going to tell you what they are. Number one, I think he practiced with the K-bar when he got it, and opening the sheet, closing it. But he did it. He practiced with it without gloves, and so when doing that, I think that he got his DNA in there, and he didn't even realize he did. Okay,
Damn.
so let's start with that. That's what I think. I think that he was practicing with it, and not only that, I bought a K-bar just to see what it was, and then I fucking immediately returned it. It's huge. It's huge.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
I bought it on Amazon. I wanted to see what it looked like, and I'm like, oh God, fuck my life.
But that's what Jeff did.
I did too. I returned it right away. So, I'm good. But I think he practiced with it, practiced opening it up real quick, pulling it out of the sheet. And then I think that his second mistake is that he either had his phone. He should have left his phone every motherfucking time off airplane mode at his home every time. He should have never have had his phone on him. He should have never put it on airplane mode. He should have never, ever, ever. Every time he was going past your house, he should have never had his phone. That shit should have always been at home. Period. When you put your phone on airplane mode when you're, when they think that you might have done this crime, and it's at this time frame that coincides, you see what I'm saying? You're making yourself look, like a suspect. I mean, it's suspicious. And by the way, juries convict people for probable cause all the time. You don't necessarily need to fucking have all the scientific evidence. If the shoe fits, wear it. And so a lot of times juries, they'll convict you on probable cause. And there's a lot of probable cause with this man. And we don't even know what he had on his computer, because there's
hell no, we don't.
Yeah.
That boy has
so I think that was his
took pictures.
No. That was his second mistake. And as far as his car zooming by, I don't think that was really his third mistake, because you can't really see it. But I think his third mistake was saying he was out stargazing. That's the most retarded come up. Who the fuck? I thought that was the dumbest thing ever. Just, yeah. So the two major mistakes: he played with the knife, he fiddled with it, practiced with it, opening the sheet, opening it up, pulling it out of the sheet, but with bare hands. But he did everything else right. And I think that had he left his phone at home all the time and never put it on airplane mode, I think that he probably would have gotten away with this. What do you guys think?
I think that he didn't do a fucking thing right.
Well, tell me why.
Because because he's sitting in jail right now. So you fucked up somewhere. Now, that's just my personal opinion, though. But hey, again, I could be absolutely wrong.
Oh, so how many mistakes do you think he made? Oh, well, maybe his computer, right? His computer.
How many mistakes do I think Kohberger made?
Yeah.
We're gonna be hearing about a lot of them pretty damn soon. I promise you that. Come right to getting into August, going into September. Watch.
Yeah.
That's my personal
You know,
opinion. Mhm.
another thing I wanted to,
Don't kill me
I
now.
think that was Jake, the gentleman that called in earlier, that had the privilege, and also I know if you work in a jail, I know it's a tough job. Trust me, I know. I wanted to know, don't they have to log in on the computer? So wouldn't they be able to see a history? And if this is a man that has been, is being tried for a quadruple homicide. Don't you think that, they record your calls? You don't think they're going to record his internet searches? And so he has
Hell
to log
yeah.
in for sure.
That's what I was saying to
So
him
do you
too.
think that he would be so foolish? You think he'd be so foolish to log in on the computer and actually go to Facebook? And also, I know that with my brother, you can't even get on those sites. But that's prison. I'm in jail. But if you think that he did it on a cell phone, I just don't see him having the connections just yet. Because I know that when he says purgatory, I guarantee you he had to do at least 30 days in the hole, because of the fact that he would be considered in this man. That guy knows what I'm talking about. He's just like P. Diddy, probably everybody does. If you come in and you're a high target, just like Alex Murdaugh, you're going to go into solitary, which is called the hole, or maybe he calls that purgatory, in order to let the prison relax, calm down. Facts. We know we have him, in order to integrate him into general population. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I guarantee you I'm right.
You said I guarantee you I'm right.
Well, I know I'm right. Actually, I fucking know.
I'm hearing you.
I ain't disagreeing. That talks to their brother twice a fucking week for 30 years. That's been in prison. Level 4. I fucking know, and I've done time. I already know. Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I don't think that when he just goes in right away into jail, right, and then he has to do 30 days into the hole in order to get probably protection, I would imagine, and then he comes out, I don't think that he's going to have the connections just yet in order to even get a phone. So I'm going to have to disagree that he actually created a Papa Rogers Facebook account when he was in jail, because I don't think that he'd have that opportunity based on his having a cell phone. No fucking way. And that's my opinion, but I could be wrong.
Hey, at least you stand on it.
Society sent me. I feel so bad. I know I'm like, feel so bad.
For what?
Pretty. Well, maybe I'm being a little too spicy, and I don't mean to be. I'm just,
Yeah, you're good. You're chilling.
This
I'm over here messing with. I was messing with this, new little logo right here. Reading this and looking at that and listening to. What the hell is that? Never mind.
Yeah,
That's not that video is not going to be real. That's clickbait. Next.
By the way, I never have your channel going when I speak to you, so I can't even see any of the chat. And quite frankly, I don't even go back and look at it.
Why?
Well, I don't, because I do me, and if somebody has something to say, when I drop back in, they can say it to me. I'm not going to go back.
I got you. That makes sense.
Look. I mean, that's just not something I would do. I will dip back in until either somebody has something to say, they can say it to me, and I'll be like, really? And then I'll be very, very kind. I've learned. Very, very kind. Because Elena will be in there. She'll be like, well.
What are you doing, Bravo?
Oh man. Yeah, Jelena. Daddy and I were talking about Jelena the other night, man. We got a lot of love for her. She's something else. She makes my heart happy. She's somebody I would have been friends with when we were talking about.
She's funny.
I like Jelena. That's all I'm gonna say. She's a pit bull for you.
Yes,
for you.
Yes, she
She's
is.
a pit bull.
Yeah, she is for sure. She's definitely held it down.
With a big fucking heart.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
Never stop. She's always done. That's a fact.
And the one thing about her and Leisure, when they're upset with people, they say very few words. And I told Daddy, I said, listen, anybody that's listening knows that any man, any woman that, has had to be a little bit tough, knows that you're going to say less when you're serious. you don't need to do exclamation points. You don't need to do all caps. You're going to say in a simple sentence, maybe 1-2 sentences, period. That's it. And you're going to be, that's it. And that's what Lisa and Delana do. They're very emphatic and just not rude at all. They're just like, boom, boom. And then you're like, oh, damn. That's business. They mean business.
You're damn right. They definitely do. They definitely do. Hold on. I'm here. I was messing with this little overlay part because I wanted to fix this up while I was sitting here talking to you. Did it? Let me see how it looks now. Does it look like shit or should I quit? Let's see. Moment of truth. The top right logo is what I'm talking about. They're probably like, what the hell is T doing? He's not even listening. Here it is. Right here. Let's see if it looks good.
So I wanted to see I wanted to see like if I'd love to get another person's perspective on the theory. Okay, so Chatty Yum Yum and T-REV, that's my girl. I talk to her sometimes. We'll talk for 7 hours. It's just she's a really dear friend of mine, man. I really love her. And you and her seem to have a very similar perspective.
Right.
You know, I have a different perspective, but listening to your guys' I mean, there's some probable cause. I don't know. I think that you guys could be onto something, and I wanted to see if anybody else wanted to call in to give. If you have that perspective, I'd like to hear about it a little bit because I think you might be onto something, and I'd love to be challenged because I think that's what's really good to challenge your mind and be like, okay, let's fucking think about it another way.
I'm with
it. So long as it's not like conspiracy theory shit. It's got to be reality. We got to be dealing with rational mind. But there is a chance that he actually ran into her, which I never even, I didn't think that would have been it. But in your mind, T, he ran into her and then she ran to her room. Correct?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening to you. He ran into her.
Well, I'm asking you.
I'm looking at this logo. I was messing with it, listening to you. I thought you were still telling the story. My bad.
No, I'm
seriously. That's how locked in I am trying to get this. I'm trying to make this stand out a little bit more. But hey,
bro, you and Chatty really remind me of each other because I'll talk to her, and I don't know what she does. I don't know if she's just so I don't know if she she just listens, and you guys are. You guys kind of have this.
I'm just over here working on. I was literally just working on a little logo, trying to get but it doesn't. I don't know if I like it, or as far as for the up right hand corner. I feel like this one's clear.
Well, let's do a poll.
We'll definitely work on it. You know, that's that. But this is I like the transparent mix like that. So boom. What do y'all think? What do we think, Chad? Is that shit ugly or is that shit? You know, talk to me. Talk to me nicely, you know? Talk to me nicely. All right, I'm here. Let me lock in and get off of that. I'll work on that shit later. I get stuck into that's why I'll be forever. Y'all wonder why I take forever sometimes? My ass, when I get onto something, I'm literally a perfectionist now. Like it's got to be that way until or I'll punish myself. I'll be like, you can't look at chat until you get past this. You know, that's what I'll do. Do you think you said Diane? Nice to see you, by the way. Diane said, do you think there could have been 2 people involved with this? One is researchers and one is serial killer that answered BK's questionnaires. Yeah, absolutely. Played that off in my mind a few times, and I'm not weighing that option out, Diane. Actually, I do believe that Kohberger did this, right? But I also am not weighing out exactly what you just said either, because there is similarities or there's things that in some of the statements to me that stand out, like vehicle number 1. Why would you put a number fucking 1 if there was only one? Doesn't make sense. So, you know, there's things, like I said, I need to know, because could a death be being sealed too? Could something else be? We need to hear everything. And is there any other investigations that come and correspond with this investigation?
So can I ask let me ask a clarity question for Diana, if that's okay. So
you good.
You can probably clear. No, you can probably tell me. So is she saying she wonders if there was a two people, like one being a researcher, not saying two people went in the house, or what is she? I don't understand. Saying one person and then a researcher. So, or is she saying two people went in the home? Come on, T.
Is she saying that what now?
Come on, bro.
Say that one more time.
Distracted.
No, I was reading what Bullish said. Bullish said he liked the white.
I already know.
You know what time it is.
All right. I know what time it is. I fucking know you. I've been on your channel for so long. I've been on your channel since Kylie.
Well, I was catching up with the comments because I was messing with the thing. I didn't want people to think I wasn't seeing. I've always curious about what the hell people are saying.
I used to go by West End Girl. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
I had the cigar. I was smoking a cigar.
I do remember that actually.
Fucking A. I know. I used to go by that. And then I thought, maybe I should soften my image.
Damn.
And so I get flowers.
He said, this is why y'all are wrong. Don't know anything about the actual facts. I wouldn't say, I couldn't say that any people are wrong. I've heard people talk about plenty of things that they're wrong about. You can't say anyone's wrong if we don't know what the truth is.
Well, what does she think?
I'd love to hear. I'd love to hear from Twizzle Stick. He said, you're all wrong, but yet come up and tell us what right is then. I'm giving you the chance to come up on panel right now. You can call in, come up here and fill us in. If you can pitch it loud, I'm down to give you the floor always. And I mean that sincerely, not asshole-ish either. I mean that sincerely. Come up here and educate us.
Absolutely. And, honestly, I'm so
you might
that.
because some people lay out things fluffles. Some people can lay out things very fast. If they're going if you're going based off of just facts, then that's all I want to hear about. So come and lay it down. If there's facts that we're missing out on, I want to hear those.
Absolutely. I have mad respect for that. Actually, honestly, I really wish that. Listen, guys, I'm going to tell you something. I know that it's kind of scary to call in, but once you rip that Band-Aid off the first time, it's so much easier, and you don't have to stay on the phone that long. You can just call in maybe for 5 minutes or whatever. You don't have to do that long, but
right.
The water's warm. Water's fine. Come on in.
His
I'll
Elantra.
get off when you call in.
Yeah, the Twizzle said, how did BK get to Moscow? His Elantra. Next, Black, from what we're being told, his Elantra. Go ahead. Well, I guess he might be thinking underground tunnel. How did he get to Moscow? He was in an underground tunnel riding with Escobar, or I'm sorry, not with Escobar, but he was in an underground tunnel riding with what's that dude's name? El Chapo. Some shit.
Oh, I know. What the fuck are we talking about? Like fucking Al Baghdadi?
Homie was busting up in there like back in the old days, going through the. Are you gonna?
Listen.
Shit, am I gonna be able to stay awake? I'm wide awake, baby. I'm wide awake right now, actually.
I don't know. Listen. A tunnel? You're gonna have to help me with that. So you think that he dug a tunnel from Pennsylvania to all the way to Washington? That's completely across the country. And then
I'm asking you how he get there. They admitted they had footage of his car.
No idea what that means.
Moscow. How did he get there? Like footage of his car in Moscow is how he got there. From what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you're right. But by the way, his car was there. So how did his car get there if he didn't drive it? I guess that would be my question. Did he fly it in? Did he take a?
To be honest with you, I don't think any of us know the facts. So I think you're right about that because none of us know the facts. Not you, not me,
how do you think his car?
The only people that know the facts are Bryan Kohberger and the 4 victims that are dead. They know the facts.
I don't understand this tunnel.
Allegedly.
This is. I don't understand.
If it's him, they know the facts. Or if there's somebody else involved, they know the facts. Or if the person that killed himself beforehand, they know the facts. Other than that, none of us.
Oh, you mean Bryan Kohberger? Or Kohberger?
Hey, look, I don't think Bryan Kohberger was involved with this, but I'm leaving that option out there because it's been talked about. And I'm not going to shut that down. I'm not going to close my mind down because you could be blown away in seconds when you close your mind down. So nope. That's why I listen to everyone when they come up here with these and people think, yo, that shit's crazy. Doug sounds like he's smoking crack. It's like, okay. I've seen shit like that come out and be true.
So let me ask you guys a question, and everybody in chat. And I'd love to hear a bonus. How many people think that while he was on his way there, we've all driven on the highway, right? That 2 undercover cars that were not police, pulled him over on the highway for tailing a semi, and that shit wasn't fucking calculated in order to get their body cam to see him. How many people think that was and they're undercover, fucking SUVs pulling this guy over, and they're not even marked vehicles. Just 2 of them pulled him over in different states, and they're saying that it was just happenstance. How many people think that was happenstance, and how many people think that was just like
hogwash,
methodical? That was us doing our thing. What do you think, T-REV?
I think that I don't know what to think no more. My brain shot out on this case specifically. Like when it gets into a stale conversation like this, like
All right, well, I can go.
Not you specifically. I'm just saying this the topic of as far as like Kober. Or here's somebody calling. Who's that?
Okay, good. Answer it.
Okay. 920. You're on the show. What's going on? How you doing tonight?
Hello. Is this T?
Yes, ma'am, it is. How are you doing? You were live.
I'm doing good. This is Low 12.
Low 12. How you doing, Auntie Low? Talk to us now.
Pretty good. You just brought up that Bryan Kohberger, and I think it's very odd. No, I'm just speculating, but I'm expecting to hear his name in this trial because I think BK is going to try to blame this on him.
Damn, that's a good speculation right there.
Because he was into knives and machetes, and what if somehow he got a hold of his knife or bought it from him, and that has a serial number with Bryan Kohberger.
Damn.
I do think that BK did do it, but I'm expecting Bryan Kohberger to be blamed.
That's crazy.
I've always thought this. Just speculating.
I mean, I'm not saying it's crazy as in you're wrong, because I've thought here and there, like maybe I don't know. Could he have done it? Could he actually throw his name into the fire and try to use that as a defense at some point? But then it seems like he's going. Well, when you hear the lawyers speak about shit like, oh, he went for rides, but he wasn't doing this, that, and the third. It already seems like he's trying to get away from not being there at all. But we know how many times we've seen in cases where people will deny, and then all of a sudden now they'll come out and say other things. So it's, I don't know. It's all over the place, Auntie Lo. I swear it is. It's all over the place.
Yeah,
what can happen?
It just seems so funny that, he's killed, then they leave, and then they get picked up, and what's mentioned? That shooting, that guy dying, being killed by the police. I don't know. It's always been on my mind. I don't know. Just something to throw out there going down the rabbit hole.
I think it's a very good speculation and thought too, because what more better? I mean, why not? Yeah, why not blame it on the dead guy? Why not?
Yeah.
If you
you have
nothing to lose now.
Yeah, I would like to know who called in that disturbance on Kohberger.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Shit. Oh, Kohberger. Who called that in? That's a great question. That's a great question.
And why did they have to shoot him? I don't know. It just
doesn't make sense.
No, I don't understand what happened there.
Yeah, there's definitely.
But I had to call that in.
I'm saying, Lil 12, you remember? Hold up, you remember when his friend called, right? Or Darren came on and all that, and the whole factory reset. There was some weird shit with that, for sure.
Yes, there was.
100%.
I don't think he had anything to do with it, but I do think that BK is going to try to blame him. I've always had that feeling. So I don't know.
Damn.
But there's somebody that was, is no longer here, and I do believe his car was seen around that area at one time too. So you never know.
They're trying to say. Go Didn't they try to say
Wasn't
that
he working
the vehicle with the as you just said what you said? I'm thinking of that vehicle from that one trash can, the trash can shot. If you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
There was another video where you could see this car. This car comes around, right? And it has a sunroof. That
yeah,
video.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I don't think he was there at the time or anything. I just think BK is going to try to throw it on him because he's not there to defend himself. And I don't know. I just think it's a possibility. I could be totally wrong. And
no, I think
I don't know. I just
could be onto something
it's just
too, though.
odd. But his dad bringing that up, when they were picked up, and
yeah, why did they? That is a good point too. Why did they bring that up?
Yeah, why was that brought up of all things to the police officer?
Most definitely, I agree. 100% agree with that. That is why
he was into.
Brought up.
Yeah, he was into knives. I don't know.
That is true too.
To me, there was some kind of a veteran or VA conference or something that weekend too that was going on there in I think in Moscow. The weekend of the killings, I believe.
What was it called again? That was going on, you said?
I think there was some kind of a VA conference or get together or something going on, because that's what I first thought when I heard this. I thought it had something to do with the veteran. But then it was never really mentioned that much. But I just thought that was kind of odd. I'm pretty sure I heard that there was some kind of a VA get together.
You may be absolutely right about that. I'm trying to remember.
And that's kind of, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that happened. I'm not positive, but.
Well, you've been following this shit.
For so long.
Oh, it's okay, bro. You're fine, Auntie Lo. I'd say you followed this a lot and if you were wrong, we will correct it. It's not that big of a deal because I know you're gonna be close to being on point. What you're saying is something that I heard, but I believe it was from Dateline when we heard it.
I don't know where I heard that, but I do remember hearing it right at the very beginning, and I thought, "Oh, a VA." And killed with a knife. That's the first thing I thought of.
I'm thinking that it's the what's it called? I'm thinking that we heard it from that Dateline episode or a Night Watch. One of the two. I remember us watching and hearing it.
I don't know. Can't remember exactly where I heard it, but could have been. Because we were really watching a lot of stuff at that time.
Oh man, we weren't missing anything.
Oh my God, this case just drives me crazy.
Does the same to me. That's why I'm always back on it. I can't. It's the same with Sebastian too, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that case is something else too. I hate to see what they're doing to this case with Sebastian. He just got lost in the whole thing. It is just so. It's so sad.
All of it.
What they're doing. Yes, it's.
No.
They're trying to pass a new law through Congress that you can't harass or bully the parents or a victim or a missing child. And if that goes through, that is going to change the way YouTube operates. For sure.
No doubt about that, for sure. I agree 100% with that. You are absolutely
sure
right.
It's called HR, I think 8866.
Damn.
Is the law. Yeah, I saved it, and I should send it to you. But oh my gosh, I haven't heard what happened to that. As far as I know, it's still going through Congress, and it's pinned onto something else. So who knows? But I actually think they need to do something because it's just gotten so out of hand with cases.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that's been happening. That's for damn sure. People being super weird.
Yeah.
Too much.
Well, okay, I will let you go, but I heard Bryan Kohberger, and I thought, okay, that's it. Now I got to call in.
That's funny. I appreciate you, Lo. Thank you for calling in and being a voice. I'm glad to have you here as always. Lock your doors.
Thank
Stay
you.
vigilant. I can't wait till the Super Bowl comes on so I can watch the Eagles get bent over and get their ass beat.
Me too.
Shout out to all the Eagles
Okay.
fans in here because I'm going to watch you guys cry after Pat Mahomes bend your ass over next Sunday. Woo!
Okay.
We'll be in
Thank
Discord
you.
watching that one.
Yes, we will.
I will be. Thank you, Auntie Lo. Thank you for joining me here tonight, having a conversation. Always enjoy you. Lock your doors before you go to sleep. We love you.
You too. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Lo. Lo's a sweetheart. Always has been too. Shout out to Loaded. My name is Lo 12. Auntie Lo. Hold on, let me move this back over to here. My man said, I love that. She's crazy. I like spicy. You know what I mean? I like me a spicy chick, you know. Where the hell is that playing from? You know what I mean, Paul? Where is it playing from right now? Can somebody tell me where this is crazy? Hold up. I'm about to lose my mind, y'all. I got sound coming in over here. All right, there we go. We're good. Good grief. I'm about to hurt myself over here looking crazy. You hit that like button. Hit that like button. If you're just coming in, smash that like button. We're still on this bad boy. Yes, we're still taking phone calls if you want to. And no, you don't have to. But yes, hit us up. We're in the mix. 656. You can get, you can get in the mix too. 656. You were in the mix. Just make sure you ain't. Never mind. I ain't gonna say that. I'm just building around this logo. I think I fixed it, right? I think I fixed it, but we're about to find out. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. I want to bring up this video, though, of where I had at. Share screen. Hold up, y'all. I'm here. I was looking at some of the true crime news from today, just the stories that are out there. There was a couple that were grabbing my attention. Especially that one where that 63-year-old or whatever met someone on a dating site and they came by to rob his ass and killed him. That's crazy to me. But then again, it doesn't blow my mind. How many times have we seen stories like that where people are literally getting their wig blown back because they're at the wrong, they're trying to get some poo-tang, and next thing you know, they're calling over some dudes that are thirsty for some money, and they figured, they got a lick. That's what they call it in the hood anyways, a lick. Like, damn, what is T-REV talking about? He's talking like fucking gangster. No, that's just that hood knowledge. That's all. But I think this one might be it. I'll bring that logo back. Cause I don't know how to. What was that? Who just opened that door? Okay. 1 second. Thank you. Finally sent. I think this might be a go on this logo right here. Maybe. I brightened it up a tad bit. If not, I give up on it and I'll work on it later. Okay. Hit share. Bing bong. Grab that. Hit this. Which one's better? This one or this one? You can't even really see the Rev Gang strong on it, though. You can't. Nope, not seeing it. Watch, I'll bring it up on this screen. Oh, you can't see it. Huh. Here you go. Now you'll be able to. So you see what I'm trying to go for here, though? I just got to mess around with the color, and I'll get it right. I think it's fire. I need to remove some of this, maybe lighten it up a little bit, take this out of here, maybe. But you see what I'm going for. Something a little something. I need to move that too. I need to mess around with it. Oh well. Walk through floor plan. Let's check it out. The floor plan walkthrough, which we've already did it before, but hopefully they touched some of the things that weren't there. Actually, you know what? Fuck a floor plan walkthrough. I want to play this. That's right. This is the whole reason I even pulled this up in the first place. All right, so I got a video. Obviously, most of you know this video. You're going to know this video. You're probably familiar with it, but here you go. I got you. I'm here. Oh, these are Twizzle. Y'all are funny. What's going on, Cheryl? Did it? In the beginning, sister said they used a knife to cut up the rugs. Nice to see you, Crafts. Yeah, this place right here, they're walking all over, dragging all types of shit all over the place. Straight up bullish. T-REV and Low, both Kohberger or Kopakas. My bad. I missed a lot of the Kabas because I was messing with that. Eagles winning? No, they're not. They're getting spanked. I put 1,000 on that. Let's get your newest thoughts. I got you, Brandy. I got you. I'm glad you did. I appreciate you, my friend. So I like the white. Bet it up. You see, you like the white. So you mean this is that old classic footage. If you ain't from the beginning, you ain't gonna know it. And they were all up in there. Like, I'm gonna bring it up over here too, just because I want to share the screen. So let me grab this. Go to that video. Cause it's just that video has always struck me. Like when you see them sitting there and they're swabbing on the floor, you're thinking like, damn, is that blood that they're swabbing on the floor? They talk about no blood, but like, I mean, there had to be blood. Like, what are we doing? So hold up. Rap gang logo with border. Nope. Where the hell is my music podcast? No, that's not it. That's not it. God damn it, Bobby. I am the king of the hill. Oh yeah. I need to make that full screen. That shit's ugly. I need to fix that. Kind is the new cool. That's definitely a fact though. You know? Definitely is. But you want to hear my new thoughts? I got you. I'm coming right now. So my new thoughts when it comes to this case is just, I think that it is Kohberger. I think that Kohberger's the guy, but I mean, that can subject to change. Subject to change for me. But why do I think that? Is just that DNA at the scene, the vehicle that I see drive around this Linda Lane area, and the way that this vehicle does drive around the Linda Lane area. It's just the things that people were able to do scientifically with some of the camera sounds, etc. If some of them things check out the way that they were told, like you hear in this trunk shut, and just the matter of times that he had went around until he allegedly parked on the opposite side, maybe walked down that little hill, went to that back door, boom, 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 got in there, did his thing, and then scoop, he was gone. I personally do believe that he did this. I do. But it's subject to change, though. If you show me something different than what the hell they got here, it could definitely change. That's a fact. But yeah, this is fire, though. I do like this. I ain't going to hold you. That's actually dope. Put that on the shirt. Well, you said definitely him, in my opinion. Love it. You should call in more. I always appreciate your opinion. I called in once when BK was arrested. I remember you called in. I actually remember what you sound like too. You said yes, she did in the garbage. She did in the garbage upside down, bound with foil and blanket. She was still alive. So I want to go over a couple things too with you guys as far as when it comes to this case. Horton. One second. Where the hell is my notepad? I know I put it in my Dropbox. I have so many notes on the Idaho 4 case. So what I'll do is I'll put some in the Google Drive. I'll put some in a drop. I use Dropbox too. So I'll put in dump files because I have them all the time. But it's like I gotta try to find my newest ones. Where did I put them at? Because I factory reset this bad boy. Had to move it onto a couple, I think about 2 terabyte hard drive, and I always lose my notes because of that. That's why I need another PC. 100%. Okay. Drop, sign in. All right, I'm signing in now. Jay Clark, well, there was 5 to 8 males on camera walking around, and you really couldn't ID them. Are you talking about the food truck footage? You have to be talking about the food truck footage, right? I know what you mean, if that's what you're speaking about. Because there was a lot of weird things. I remember I was on the phone with Terry Pat, talking to her for a while, and she would always have me watch this food truck footage. And when I watched the food truck footage, I could keep seeing this vehicle drive by through the window. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's all right, Katie Bug. It's nice to see you, my friend. I hope you've been doing well, by the way. Nice to see you again, as I always say. It has been a while. I was like, damn, where's she at? But, I didn't take you off that list. I left you there. It's much love, my friend. But I want to ask you guys a few questions, and crime scene investigation type questions. Facts versus fiction. I want to see what your answers would be, and I'm going to be looking at them as soon as I ask it. What confirmed evidence do investigators have linking Kohberger to the crime scene? Let's see what the questions are rolling out here. And that's a simple one, right? Facts versus fiction. I'm going to call this section of this live Facts versus Fiction. And you're more than welcome. Exactly. DNA. It's DNA. You said allegedly speculations are discussed here. Absolutely. You haven't heard it everything that you hear here is allegedly in speculation, in case I'm reading it directly off a document. If it has not came from law enforcement, it is absolutely not the truth until proven otherwise. So, app on your phone, you can save notes on your PC. Yeah, no doubt. I need to do that. If you use OneNote, okay, I did see that. DNA and data. Okay, DNA isn't confirmed, so it's not a fact. I mean, the DNA is the reason why he's behind the fucking bars, right? What else? What other reason? I mean, that's what they approved him to get locked up with. Correct? Or am I wrong? Because I swear it was the DNA that sealed the deal on him getting the arrest warrant. Correct me if I'm wrong. Twiz, I agree, but where's that cam with Bryan walking, or for sure photo of him behind the wheel? I need to see that. I mean, you're not always going to get a photo of somebody behind the wheel either, though. I've seen people get convicted that you can't see them in the vehicle. So I don't know why people just have this image in their head, and I'm not saying anyone in here specifically, but I am just saying, think about it. When are you really seeing somebody on camera besides when they pull up to a friggin' ATM and literally look dead at the camera, etc.? Is there a camera around this house that he did walk by? Because that's why I keep bringing up the fact that Christy Gonsalves said, what solidified the timeline was the Ring camera watching the girls get home. That right there is what got me. Like, okay, so if you watch the girls get home, then you might have been watching a car drive around too. But we know that rain cams are activated by what? You got to be near the rain cam. So, that kind of throws me off a little bit there. So I'm like, damn, maybe did he get close enough to that rain cam to activate it to where he got put on camera one time? I'm curious. There's stuff we don't know. I'm telling you right now. And we do need to know. Now, let's go to the second one. Was Kohberger's DNA found on the sheath of the knife? And how strong is that evidence? I'm just testing you. I want to see where you guys are at. Again, was Kohberger's DNA found on the sheath of the knife? And how strong is that evidence to you? What does that evidence mean to you? Is that one of the reasons why you believe it's him? Or is that one of the reasons why you don't believe it's him? Because it was found in the snap to the sheath. Huh. Yes, DNA is DNA. That's how I'm looking at it. His own sister thought he may have done it. Very telling, which I haven't heard that from her, Peppy 22, but why would they put that out there if she didn't talk to them? I do find it odd that was put out into the public, and if she didn't say that, you feel she would have debunked it. I'm serious. I feel if she didn't say that, then she would have debunked that shit to the public, because now people are putting out her own sister thinks she did it. I think that's kind of messed up. Sheaths with DNA but not bloods. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It's on 48 hours. 48 hours. Thank you for reminding me about the 40. I need to go back and refresh on some of these episodes, Peppy. Thank you for sharing. I definitely need to go back and check it. Trev, you need to know to show all that. Trev, yeah, they need to show all that, in my opinion. That's a fact. Well, I mean, as far as like showing them in the vehicle, I just need to know it's him. That's it. I just need to know it's him. That's it. Whether it's a Pennsylvania license plate or you walked by a camera, a side shot, whatever. But you guys do need to remember this too. We're going to be literally watching a sitcom in there. They got 63 terabytes of what? A lot of that's footage. I guarantee a lot of that is footage. And it's footage. It's going to be a sitcom in that bad boy. We're going to be full screen over here with our feet up like, damn. That's some bushy eyebrows on that damn camera. You see those eyebrows? See them bushy things? That's what we're going to be seeing. You said it's on 48. Yeah, 63 terabytes. I'm pretty sure. I think he was there, but maybe someone else. Hold up. Let's get the exact number. So I can, be a little more accurate. Also, I do want to know, does the crime scene suggest a planned or an impulsive attack to you? To me, I'm going to answer this myself. I do believe that this was a planned attack. Planned all day. 100%. Now let's jump down to here. In the case, okay, here you go. In the case against Bryan Kohberger, the prosecution has provided the defense with a substantial amount of evidence during the discovery process, and this includes over 68 terabytes of data. Damn. It says comprising tens of thousands of documents and photographs and digital materials. The defense has described this discovery as extremely disorganized, which could pose challenges in the review and analysis of the materials. The extensive volume of evidence underscores the complexity of the case and the significant resources both the prosecution and defense must allocate to manage and review the information effectively. I bet you they didn't even go through it and comb it even super nice. I don't know. I just don't see public pretenders doing that. And that's why they never really grow. Because they don't want to do that. They'll just come up with one thing and they keep fighting that one thing like they're doing right now. Well, they got the DNA wrong. We only been fighting against it for 2 years and keep getting told to go fuck ourselves, but we're gonna keep fighting over it anyways. It's happening. That's what's going on. I'm telling you. We're gonna keep fighting over the same thing because we want to win off of we're too lazy to go dig through everything else. They probably could keep digging and find some other shit, but they're not doing that. It seems like they're honed in on this DNA, which we know they're going to be. But I remember when they tried to throw in the kitchen sink a long time ago, 185. Usually we'd be at 1,000 by now, but you know what? That just makes me want to work even harder. Makes me want to go even that much harder. We got that many more stories to cover. We got that much work to keep doing. Yep. I don't like it. How many hours? 5, 6, 7, 185. I'm falling off. I don't like it. He said, Trey, and why, friend? He said, if it's his DNA, why won't the FBI show the work? It's a good question. Because it's a gag order. It's a gag order. They got that shit gagged. They're not really going to bring out all the, they're not bringing out all the big guns yet. It's my personal opinion. You said FBI is weird because it's Knight of Malta and Green College president. Malta, my friend. I like Malta. Can't believe it's been so long since it happened. 2 years and some change. Let me bring this thing up real quick, though, for you guys. Let's go over to here. I'm trying to remember which one it was that I made. That's right, because I was asking what's her name questions, right? I was asking her a few questions, and this is what we're gonna have to see in the courtroom. This is why I wanted to play it. And this, I remember this video right here. Here we go. Here we go. Y'all remember this shit. Yeah. Here we go. Here you go. This is the people that, all right, so this is, I laugh about it every time, and I always hit Lauren up and will be like, yo, can you believe that people think that I had this dude call me fake phone call? Hold on, I got you. I'll bring the sound. You don't know sound? I got you. Hold up. But I'm like, can you believe and so she's taken up for me multiple times because I worked with her hand in hand and literally got her the number. So hold up. I'm bringing it up. I got you. Like, we literally worked to tackle it because they called me and were like, or she hit me up and then we talked, and then she goes, then I talked to her and him, and they both thought it was him too. I'm like, hey, look, the only reason I think it's him or did it all was because his friend Casey Arntz got on the internet and literally said, that's him. So if somebody's best friend comes out and says, that's him, you think that I'm going to sit there and not possibly think that that's him? With her going, that's 100% him. I'm just saying. Whatever the hell that was playing. I have no clue, but that was wild. What the fuck was that? That was weird. I didn't even hit a button. All righty then. Okay.
Mm-hmm. We even talked about it on our channel. The speculation that's been going on for 2 months that a podcaster named T-REV received.
No, the reason why I say that that's not him is because, and if it is, I'd be blown the fuck away. I don't believe it's Bryan Kohberger no more. Like I did when the friend was coming out and saying what they said, but it changed. And that's why I worked with them, because I wanted to find out. Who knew if one of the family members thought that the guy that called into the show is the murderer bragging or in some way playing around. So yeah, I wanted to get to the bottom of it. And yeah, I put the number out to everyone and was trying to do some shit. That was definitely a weird alien effect, and I don't know where it came from either. But
a call from somebody that
we're gonna need to speed this up.
And then it circulated the web far and wide within the true crime community that this person was likely Bryan Kohberger. After Bryan Kohberger was arrested, friends of Bryan Kohberger came forward and said, this sounds like Bryan Kohberger. Voice analysis, you can find plenty of them all over, excuse me, the YouTube and the web. It's made national news. People wondering if indeed this could possibly be Bryan Kohberger that called into T-REV's channel. Dr. John and I even discussed this, what it would mean if it was indeed Bryan Kohberger, and we weren't able to confirm it then the night we discussed it on Friday. We had to say, we are not sure, but we want to talk about this and what it means. And so we want you to know that we have actually at Hidden True Crime been working around the clock to try to confirm this in every possible way. We have been using resources. T-REV has been willing and helpful as well with some information. We've included the Hidden True Crime team on this. We thought if we can find visual snow posts on the web, we can certainly put a rest to this question mark that everybody's had for a very long time. You know what I feel like right now, by the way? I don't know if you ever watched Maury Povich, John, but I feel like we're in the Maury show where they're doing.
You are not the father. I used to actually have that one on here. I'm just coming. He said, I'm just coming. How y'all doing tonight? What's going on, Monarch?
In like the DNA envelope, and they've got it. They've got the results.
Right.
And
you feel like
you're about to open it.
You're about to announce somebody's baby daddy.
Yeah. I'm like kind of like, just hanging on to this. We have the answer. We have the answer.
You have the manila envelope.
Yeah. Fiddle DD says that they are on the edge of their sheet. I just read someone else's in Australia. Forgive me. It's late. Yes, you are the father, Amy in Boston says. So, okay. I will not state any further. We have the answer here at Hidden True Crime.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
I hate this dude, bro.
The final answer is
the fact that this dude made people wait this long just to friggin' say, just for him to come out and say, hey, yeah, that was me that trolled or just called this night when I was drunk. Like, you literally made it go this far to where people were believing it was you. And I didn't even bring it up. I didn't even put this shit out until people took it off my channel, and I looked and it had 1 million views in 30 minutes. Talk about the killer who called in the T-REV's podcast on somebody else's freaking Twitter. I was like, what is going on? A killer called into my podcast. So now I started searching and looking for it. Then we found it. And the next thing you know, I'm hearing that his best friend, Casey, said, that's him 100%. I'm like, oh, shit. So, of course, you're going to start thinking stuff. But that's why I went the extra mile. That's why I got the phone number. That's why I was able to work with them after they got off a Dateline episode to figure out if it was the truth or not. So people putting out these false allegations of made up phone calls, like, okay, she can debunk that for you right here.
It is not Bryan Kohberger. John and I have now talked to the gentleman that called into T-REV's podcast in December. Mm-hmm. We've talked to him now a couple times. We've gotten to know him. I cannot tell you what we talked about in our conversations. John can confirm that we confirmed the information that he relayed. We've confirmed the voice. We've confirmed the phone number. We've confirmed a background check. So we won't dig into his privacy anymore by sharing anything that we talked about, right, John? Like, we're going to keep that.
Right. So we know it's not Kohberger. We've definitely ruled Kohberger out. I'm sure the FBI may have done this a while ago, but speculation was still rampant. So we wanted to finally try to get an answer to this.
No, I got you.
As you said, that there was some compelling evidence here. Casey Arntz, who was a friend of Kohberger's for 4 years, thought it was him. There were people on TikTok doing voice comparisons. They thought it was him.
And it doesn't help. It doesn't help that there's a gag order on FBI. So everyone's like, well, I'm sure the FBI's figured it out, right? But how do we know? And certainly the true crime community deserves to know what's going to assess this case.
Yeah. And also the caller, whom we will now call Demo, the caller was insightful. The caller actually, as I pointed out, the caller had a pretty good handle on Kohberger's motivations. And so that was compelling too. In other words, without even looking at the voice, I think there was some behavioral evidence that it could have been Kohberger. So
yeah, Julie Holden is stating that they'd love to know why he made some crazy comments about like 10 Sigma Chi members asking how to commit the perfect murder. We can't share again what this person stated to us, but we can ask Demo ourselves. So we're gonna invite Demo on right now.
Hello, Demo.
Hello.
This is
This is the big reveal. You are the caller that everybody's been speculating about for the last 2 months. Thanks for joining us.
Will the real Demo please stand up?
A straight snitch.
Hello.
You can call me Mad Dog too.
Till I make them bounce up and down like a mad pig.
Okay, all right.
Well, I'm not defending myself. All I did was called a stupid YouTube thing.
Run it back. Hold on. Run that back.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Come on, run that back. Hold up. What's going on here? Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Hello.
You can call me Mad Dog too. That's the other name I go by is Mad Dog.
That may not help your case, by the way, but okay. All right.
Well, I'm not defending myself for anything because
no, I know.
All I did was called a stupid YouTube thing, so that's it.
You have regrets?
That's on
you have
you,
regrets
bucko.
going in?
Absolutely. Never do that. Ever. Never call into anything. It's not good, especially
We
on
had
the
to do some
YouTube.
coercing to get you on here. We definitely had to do some convincing.
Absolutely. Sorry. I'm trying to get my camera right here.
Yeah.
You're good.
Well,
You're good. It's YouTube. Don't worry about it.
T-REV in helping with this and saying, we appreciate T-REV. T-REV said, hey, look, I trust the hidden truth.
All right, run that back. My
Not
bad.
good,
I ain't mean to hit
especially
that.
We had to do some
YouTube.
coercing to get you on here. We definitely had to do some convincing.
Absolutely. Sorry. I'm trying to get my camera right here.
Yeah.
You're good.
Well,
You're good. It's YouTube. Don't worry about it.
T-REV in helping with this and saying, we appreciate T-REV. T-REV said, hey, look, I trust the hidden true crime team. He gave us some important information as well. And he said, look, I just want to know either way. I reached out to T-REV tonight too to say, hey, do you want to jump on? We could have had like a whole reunion. What would that be? Like it's either a big class reunion.
I was
Talk
sleeping.
to that guy.
I was sleeping.
Yeah, it's been a hard 2 months for you.
Literally, I was sleeping when they hit me up, or else I'd have been on here cooking his ass. I'd have cooked the shit out of him on this live stream if I was on. They hit me up. I was passed out, sleeping, streamed like for the last 3 days before that. And oh boy, I'm so mad that I didn't. I'd have been on that bit.
And
it's not been hard. It's just like he's up to no good.
Going
So
on,
it's,
Andy? You're all good,
yeah,
my friend. It happens.
Not into it.
Could you talk a little bit about that call? Could you talk a little bit about your interest in calling in?
Yeah, could you tell us a little bit about that? Because
Let that man cook.
yeah, right.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, that's more like it. And then we do got to throw this in there too.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you.
We don't care.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So earlier in the day, I was watching stuff on my phone about the Moscow
Right.
murders, and I came across T-REV, and like he had people calling in, and he seemed like he was pretty cool, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, great. And then I went about my day and did some stuff, and then later in the night, I was hanging out at my house and drinking some beers.
Look, the only thing, this is what I did. I hit him up because people put out this clip from my own show that he was possibly the killer. I didn't even know. I'm the one that called a message about this shit being out there like that, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna upload my own content. I'm the one who took the original phone call. Like, what are y'all doing posting this shit up anyways? One, and then two, after I did that, I ended up hearing again from Casey Arntz about and then other friends saying that it sounded directly like him. What the hell are you gonna say when people who's friends with this person are saying it sounds just like him? So I started saying, if his friends are saying it is, then I gotta say, yeah, I do. But until I see some definitive proof, then okay. But if their friends are saying it, yes, I do believe it's him, allegedly. And that was it. And then they were able to find it. Why? Because I worked with them. I gave them everything that they needed. I gave them the phone number, the timestamp, the everything. Shit. And the fact that he came on here, like, he's the idiot. He's an idiot. You want to know why this dude's an idiot? Because I hit him up multiple times and said, hey, bro, let's put an end to this. If you are, people are saying they got a hold of you in text messages. Let's put an end to it. You're putting it out there. The families, I said this directly to him. The families could be thinking that you are the murderer, bro, because some of the people's some of Bryan's best friends are saying that's definitely him. So can we come out and put this out? Instead, he ignored me the whole entire time. He probably made a paycheck off of them, got a quick little grand or something. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm speculating when I say that, but it could be the truth. They could have paid him a little grand to get up on there and get this quick content, whatever. I wouldn't pay that motherfucker half a penny. to come up on here. She said we had to do some pooling. Would you send him a couple bucks to get a beer? Fucking 12-pack? Old drunk, goofy looking. Man, that boy's face looks like a damn pubic patch. I don't know, man. Get this dude out of here.
His channel came up again, and then it seemed like not much was going on, so I called in. And that was it.
Catching up.
So
good, man.
basically,
Nice
the
to see you,
call
my friend.
that has people all up in arms was just a dude hanging out at his house, having some beers, going, I wonder if this is why this happened. That was it.
Yeah. Well, I give you credit.
I agree, though.
You had some good insights into the case. So the call was interesting. I think part of the problem was that your call was interesting enough that people took it seriously.
So I'm trying to get my camera right here. Well,
well, he cares so much that he would just leave families out there thinking that he's a killer. Allegedly. I'm just saying. Mr. fucking pubic face over here. Freaking face is like a damn hairy ball sack, you weird looking. Yeah, I say you talk shit about me, and I gotta send some shots back at your goofy ass. Over here looking like motherfucking. I don't know, man. I don't like dudes like that that'll leave shit out there on the table, especially when it comes to the devs of pretty much people's childs, or adult child, but still young adults literally brutally murdered, and you're talking and saying things very similar and weird, and you don't come out till what, 2 months? Where you thought this shit was funny? I bet he's on troll accounts getting off on it. He probably still watch the show right now and talk shit in chat. He's probably one of the daily dudes. Call him knee pad Chad in this bitch. Weirdo. Yeah, I know these people, man. These type of dudes got 50 accounts, come in here talking shit from 50 different ones, but wouldn't even touch the grass or punch the hair off a fucking frog. You know what I mean?
Honestly, I was embarrassed about my insights. To be honest with you, it's like, well, it seemed kind of silly. So
yeah, I believe it is him. Yeah, I believe it's him.
Tell us. Well, I'm going to ask you questions, and you just answer what you want. You can say I don't want to answer that, but we talked earlier today, and you sort of shared what you were trying to convey on the phone.
Yeah.
To him, do you want to explain that? Because
this dude right here and Smoke would make best friends. Dead ass. This dude right here and Smoke, they would fucking make killer best friends. They're both weird. They're trolls. They do dumb shit. Yeah.
There are a few people asking here. We can see these chats coming through. I don't know if you can see those, but people are asking, what you were trying to convey. I think. Well, I'll let you talk.
I wasn't trying to convey anything other than this. This would be the same thing as some two dudes that are walking off the soccer field or the whatever and going like, hey, what do you think happened with this? I think it might have been that. Oh, really? Like it's just conjecture. That was it. There was nothing interesting about it. Like I don't have a perspective on the case itself. It was like, oh, why do you think someone would do whatever they do? And then you just talk about it. That's like how people get along.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And can I state some things about you that were said on the call about where you worked, like for everyone that's heard the call? So you work at, like what you told me was the accurate story. You worked at a bar 10 years ago.
Okay, we know this. I got it wrong. Sorry that I was so uneducated at the time that I did not know about Sigma Chi's in America. Because guess what, boy? I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth, and mommy and daddy didn't pad me into college. I quit in 8th or 9th grade and don't know what the fuck a Sigma Chi was until I even touched the Idaho 4 case, and didn't even know what it was then until I heard the breakdown of it after then. Just saying. I ain't scared to admit that.
Ago.
Yeah.
You stated that to T-REV. So I'm just repeating.
Probably longer. Probably more like 15 years ago, but I don't know. I'm not doing math on my I'm not filling out a job application. So
yeah. Right. So you were there at this and I want people to know, we've done our due diligence. We have looked into Demo. We know a lot about
you
Demo.
looked into me.
Yeah, we looked into him. So yes, he did indeed work.
So I'm a bad lover.
I know everything about you. No, I don't know everything about you. But I do know a good amount, and we'll make sure that people stop trying to find out everything about you. And that's what was sort of happening with all of this,
I guess so.
Yeah. So you had these kind of casual conversations when people would come into the bar and sometimes it could be a Sigma Chi person. There's a Sigma Chi chapter near you as well.
No, wrong.
No, wrong. Okay, tell me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I must have worked with I don't know how many, and I don't want to get scrutinized for my numbers again.
Wait, yeah.
So I must have worked with at least.
Oh, boo fucking who? You got families that lost 4 people, and you're over here crying about, I don't want to get dropped again, and I can't even come forward, but I want to be take a part of a show and call in and then have it believed that I'm the killer. Shut the fuck up.
One,
it makes me
to
mad.
30 Sigma Chi's while I worked at that bar.
Mm-hmm.
Probably more like 5 to 10, like I said the first time. But, you know, it's like they say stuff like, oh, hey, and this isn't like while you're clocking in and doing whatever. This is like, you know, after work and you're having some beers together because it's a bar, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead. If you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? My answer has always been, I don't know, because honestly, I'm probably not smart enough to do that. But people ask questions like that. It's not an uncommon question to ask. And in a weird way, I feel like I'm starting this whole thing over again that got me in trouble in the first place. So
well, yeah, and we can move on. And so let me state this: it doesn't matter how many numbers you said. It doesn't matter. People. As he explained, he was enjoying a night at home. He called in. He wasn't a journalist calling in saying, "Here are the facts of what happened to me 15 years ago." You called in. It was a casual conversation, and I already see some discussion going on in chat about what it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what this innocent call in. It, you know, that we've all been speculating on for 2 months fairly. I think at this point we need to say, here he is. It doesn't matter. Those things don't matter anymore, and that we need to give you a break.
If I was trying to
speculating on this,
yeah, if I was trying to confess to a murder, or saying I know who did this murder, I wouldn't call the T-REV podcast or YouTube channel or whatever. That's crazy. Who would do that? Right. So yeah, no, it's not that.
The cap.
Yeah.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
You know, and like John was very compelled with. He thought it was very compelling what you said, right, John? I mean, again.
Well, I think that I think Kohberger was very concerned about committing the perfect murder. So I think it was interesting that Demo was hearing the same thing from Sigma Chi members. You know, I know some fraternity people.
I heard Demo worked with the Sigma Chi workers, right? That's what I heard, and then I heard he was saying things like this.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that to you, Pookie Bear, but it's just... Oh, God. Sometimes you make Daddy so angry that...
You know, that's what I heard he was doing in there.
Well, and I've never heard him talk about that, but, you know, I can understand how if a bunch of Sigma Chi's are drinking and having a good time, you know, partying, that maybe that's something they would talk about. So...
that people talk about this all the time. I mean, not all the time, but like people say,
yeah,
oh,
right,
you would kill someone, how would you get away with that? Oh, well, I would do this and I would do that and I would do that. Blah, 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 blah. Conjecture.
Come on,
It's a thing. I mean, maybe I live in a weird, closed off part of the world, but I don't think it's that uncommon that people talk about that kind of stuff. I mean, we have like murder.
Yeah, I'll play it. I got
murder shows all over the TV. I mean, how many shows on your TV are about murder? On your Roku or your whatever. Like, it's crazy to not think that that's...
How about that? Sucker. Mr. Pookie Bear.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that to you, Pookie Bear.
You know, he didn't mean to do it to him, Pookie Bear.
That wouldn't be a thing that people talk about.
Right. I mean, the bottom line is that the bottom line is you did nothing wrong. You just called a show, and there was rampant speculation, and it affected your life. And I mean, so we're not, you know, don't hear us as we're not grilling you.
It affected his life, my ass. It affected maybe 4 other lives who were dealing with loss. That's about what it affected. Little asshole.
You about
we're not
grilling you about doing something wrong. I think we're just trying to hear your side of the story. And
and I'm not trying to chastise you. I'm just like, when I say like what I'm saying, I'm just saying like this is like how people talk like this. What are you? It's dark, but that's how people talk.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that you're a murderer. And I all I did was called a show, and that was it.
Right. Right.
And
You
I will
call the
never
show
do that
in there.
again. And I advise anyone out there to never call anything. Never, ever call a thing.
Oh, we're
Because
playing it. I'm playing
chances are your phone number will be released, and then you're going to get a bunch of phone calls and text messages from a bunch of kooks. No one wants that. I said kook, by the way. Kooks.
Buddy, you're like the third person out of my whole entire 2+ years of doing phone calls on here that I've had to put your number out so we could try to find out who the fuck you are, because you were such a weirdo that everybody thought you were the killer. How about that? Why don't you speak about that? D-Blow. D-Blow. But you were too busy. I know. You were too busy at the Sigma Chi squirming and screaming.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to do that to you, Pookie Bear, but it's just... Oh, God. Sometimes you make Daddy so angry that...
You know? That's it. That's it. He's one of these.
No, ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's what's up. You fucking donkey.
Okay, right. We got it. Yeah. No misunderstanding there.
Yeah. No misunderstanding. I think the bottom line is, guys, like we've been judging the heck out of this conversation you had for 2 months, and it's time to stop.
Yeah, it should be put to rest for sure.
You know, this is someone that he regrets calling in.
Absolutely.
And now he's talking about it because we've asked him to, and he's willing to.
Buddy.
But he's doing this now to clear things up, not for more attention. He's saying, "Can we put this to bed? Can we stop?" So I hope that we can now do that as a community.
Oh, and we should mention that the only reason we're having this conversation is because I thought that you were Dominion Energy calling me.
I lucked out. I had the right phone number, I guess. I had the right phone number for Demo to answer. Thank heavens.
I thought I was going to get a rebate on my energy efficient appliances.
Sure. It wasn't the first time I tried calling you though either. So I just lucked out this time. I was persistent.
I'm sorry, Demo, but we can't help you with that. We're not a utility.
Well,
I'm not sure what we are, but we're not a utility.
If I'm ever in Las Vegas, can I stay there? You guys got a room for me?
Yeah. Hey, yeah. And you know what? If I'm ever in your area, maybe you can show me a good bar. Clearly,
I'll put you guys.
I don't know if I want to go to the bars where you were because of the conversations happening.
You definitely don't want to go to the Sigma Chi house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go there either.
You can go and watch this video right here. Here it is right here. Look, because people claim that I set up and made this dude call just like they did with old Chokey Smokey, who faked and fucking trolled and turned it into something it wasn't. Mr. Right here, breaking. Did Kohberger call the T-REV podcast? Question mark. We have the final answer. Only reason they have that final answer is because why? Your boy T-REV worked with them and gave them all the information they needed to get this bitch. Woo!
Either.
Yeah. So, we really appreciate you coming on, and whatever our community can do to dispel this rumor would be very helpful for
exactly.
I think we need no.
And I tried to dispel it. Lauren knows because we've had the conversation. I've been trying to dispel it. I showed her every message I sent to him, text message. I wrote him a very long message saying, "Hey, sir, can you please give me a call back so we could put this to bed?" There's a video out there with over 2 million views that somebody posted saying that you were the killer. Can you please reach out to me? Never did. Reached out to him again. Reached out to him multiple times. Even started leaving voicemails. Then said, you know what? I got to give it a chance. Let me put this number out here, see if we can find this person. And he still would not answer, still wouldn't answer, played games, waited for months. Then comes out on this show. I wonder if he made a little pocket change. Probably paid that Water Dominion bill. You know what I mean?
Who are you? An idiot sandwich. More. I mean, we could sit here. There's nothing else. Here he is. You know, in the flesh.
There's a positive side to this. And that is that you have all these people looking into my call into a live stream on YouTube.
And it sounds like you were getting off on it, Pookie Bear.
And that distracts them and gets them out of the road of the actual people that are doing the work, which is the FBI and the police. So I don't know, maybe I'm going to get like some kind of award for that. They're like, hey, you kept them out of the road.
Yeah.
And
right.
I'm joking. I'm not going to get into
No,
it,
I know.
but like, you know what I mean? It's crazy that you make a call. I should never do that. So like, yeah, my message would be to people, like, never call into anything that's live stream on YouTube, and never call into anything.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you right now.
Don't
Watch
put your
out,
neck
Rick.
out. It's stupid. Because then, and you guys seem like very nice people, and
Thank you.
but do you want to get your phone blown up by strangers about something that is benign, as like, I wonder if this is what happened? It's crazy.
Right. Right. And that's what's happened to you. And it's happened to many people when they.
Let's read it right here. Okay, so here's the conversation between me and Lauren. I'm looking at it right now on my thing. Hey, would you be willing to do a quick live on our channel with both John and me discussing the recording, answering some of our questions? We'll make it very clear none of us know, but share about Casey Arntz, what others have said, what John thinks about the recording, psychologically speaking, and we could request experts to reach out. I know after Dateline and a long week of interviews, John needs a bit of a break. He doesn't do the public stuff very easy. We've been meaning to reach out to you, and if you'd come on our channel, if you're willing, I can ask John what days would work for him. And then she goes, hold up, I can ask John what days would work for him. And I'd like to know what your schedule is like. I do think we could finally start getting some answers, some professionals, or even some of our sources that are connected to the official law enforcement to take a look into this. Lauren, we find the call very compelling, and we even spoke to Dateline about it. I said, yes, I'm very willing to. No problem. Anytime. Just let me know. I love you guys' work. Both of you are awesome. I'm getting blown up about that call over and over, and everyone is going crazy over it. It took me an hour just to go through today's inboxes just based on that call. It's absolutely insane. She says, great. I'm speaking to John right now. We'll decide on some days, times that work for us to let you know ASAP. Then you can let us know what works for you. I didn't even go on the live. I didn't even do that. We got straight to it. I said, yes, ma'am. I look forward to it. Tell John, I said, you guys did a great job on Dateline, and you guys make a great team. And I absolutely love the research both of you do. It's so informative. Thank you. T-REV, we are thinking of doing a live show on Friday night. It would begin at 5:30 U.S. Pacific time. Not sure what time zone you're in, but I am working on getting a voice recognition expert for the show as well. And if this works out, would you be free then to come on our show this Friday? This was January 17th of 2023. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, John and I think it's Bryan who called into your show, and we want to get to the bottom of it and talk about what it means if it is indeed him. Now, John also thinks you handled the call exceptionally well. I said, yeah, that's perfect time. 7:30 my time. I'm starting to think it's him for sure. Myself, it's crazy because of his friend. She said, great. I'll keep you posted and plan on 7:30 your time on Friday. T-REV, we're not prepared for tomorrow. Can we reschedule? The voice expert canceled, and we want to do this right. Hopefully within the next week. Let me get back to you ASAP. But you're off the hook. You're off the hook for tomorrow. I'll be in touch with them. I said, just let me know a good date and time, and I'll be ready. T-REV, can you do a recorded interview with me today? We hope to go live, but we're having a hard time scheduling everyone at the same time. So I want to do an edited video, and any chance you have 20 to 30 minutes to spare today. I said 100% tomorrow. I said I'm running around the doctors, the therapy, etc. I'll definitely have a free schedule tomorrow. She said, sounds good. Tomorrow, Thursday, I could be free as soon as 9 a.m. Pacific time and as late as 2 p.m. Pacific time. Let me know what time you want to work tomorrow. Then she goes, hey, T-REV, I hope you're healing and getting rest. We spoke on the call of your YouTube channel last night. I've also listened to the call and answer machine on your channel of the Dave blank. So I realize you need to keep his privacy, but not giving out his number. But I have an incredible team of people and get this. But I have an incredible team of people and get this. I am 42 years old from Utah. And as I've lived in Utah, grew up in Utah, went to college in Utah, reported the news all over Utah. If this Dave is the same age from Utah, we're going to have some connections. Would you be willing to give me the spelling of the last name so I could do my own digging? And if any mutual friend appears, I will definitely not go to real life or anything. I just want to see what I can find with an FB search and BGC. And I also won't share what I find on YouTube or publicly either. I'll just share anything with you privately. I said, yes, ma'am. I reverse searched it. Sorry. I said, sorry, I'm recouping from my dental surgery, which I was at the time. 1 second, let me get you the phone number that he called from directly for you. Give me 1 minute. And then I gave her the full name. I said, reverse search it. I'm grabbing it. I said, my business phone, it has the number in it. So I went to it. I sent her the screenshot of the exact phone number, the date, the time, which was December 15th at 12:32 a.m. Now, he had called in again December 15th, 2022 at 12:33 a.m. So he called a few times. He called a couple times and finally it got through at 12:33 a.m. in the morning. And that's the live stream that's up still right now on the channel that you could go back and listen to it and, hear the same thing. She said, thank you. This info is safe with me. I said, yes, ma'am. I fully trust you. All I shared with I've shared it so far with only 4 of my mods. And if they could get an answer, that's all I wanted to do it for. Want to hear something interesting? I said, I was live on another on a members only session. And he called 4 times and texted me and to text me that I was a piece of shit, exact words. But then when I called back, it kept going straight to voicemail. It doesn't make any sense to me. I just want to figure out what is going on. And did somebody spoof that number or is somebody trolling? That's all I want to know. She goes, we won't say a word. I am grateful that you trust us and we're going to figure this out. Once we do, we will have you on to share. There are phone apps that you could use to make it look as if someone else is calling you and it isn't, and she goes, is calling you and it isn't the case. Can I ask what FB profile you assumed it was? I have my suspicions, but curious if I'm on the right track. I've already done a background check on Dave blank, blank, blank and have a bunch of info. Can I see a SS of the your piece of shit text? So I sent her that one. I sent her that exact one. I said, your voice is viral all over the internet, bro. He goes, you're a piece of shit. January 18th, 4:05 a.m. I said, okay, I'm reporting this to the FBI again 29 days later, and you leave everyone to think you're allegedly BK who called in on my show. I said, I made contact with you. I made contact with you, called you, and I'm the piece of shit, ? Answer to the FBI when they confirm if you are, or confirmed if you called or not. I said, I'm reporting your response to them, just as well as my first voicemail I left live on my podcast, and you didn't want to answer. If that truly isn't you, then you let the world know the truth instead of ignoring 80,000 phone calls that I dug through to get your phone number, Bubba. I said, TikTokers, his best friends, people think it's him, and Twitter made that clip go viral the day BK was arrested. So if you want to do the right thing, then let the world know. I said, damn, 20 days later. So I showed her that. She said, thank you. So to clarify, you rested if you could spoof the number and it worked. Tested, I meant. Yes, somebody definitely tested it and it did work. So they were able to spoof the number. I said, but mods were able to clone the number for just $1. I said, she goes, we're getting a good amount of info. Hopefully I'll have some more for you soon. We're getting close. Things are off record, but we are making headway with confirmation. Yes or no? We have info. Any chance you're up? ? If you're up, DM me. We need to go live right now. Would be happy to send you our StreamYard link. And that's when I had got on late. And then she apologized for all the stuff that people were saying in chat, etc. But yep, there's a lot more in there. But biased and think Washington State is what? I'm probably in a smaller town than you. Have you heard of? I don't think so. Let me finish hearing that. I just had to read that to y'all real quick, though.
They do one little thing like this and the world speculates.
Yeah.
So,
and I think it shows that how there were so many coincidences that happened here, right? The Casey Arndt said it was Kohberger.
that she really believed it was Kohberger.
Right. You had people putting
A friend of Kohberger's.
Oh, that's what we talked about earlier today.
Yeah,
Okay,
you had people that knew his voice that were doing side-by-side comparisons, and unfortunately your voice, I mean, I don't know Kohberger's voice very well, but I guess your voice is not that dissimilar from his. So I think there was like a confluence of things that had to happen.
Seems unlikely.
What's that?
It seems unlikely.
Right.
I mean, like accents, like a Utah guy, like, you want to go eat? You want to go eat? Like someone from the East Coast doesn't say, you want to go eat? I mean, it just seems like a bunch of horseshit, kind of.
Well, in fairness, you didn't say that on the show.
Yeah, exactly, John.
If you had said it exactly like that, we would have dismissed this whole thing right away. But
okay, but it's a thing.
Your signature.
It's a thing. I don't know. I mean, again, I think you guys are like seem super awesome and nice, and I appreciate getting a chance to just, get my name out of this like baloney. It's
Dude,
crazy.
I was trying to do that the whole time.
Yeah, we hope we can help. We hope. I want to say this. Again, we were all speculating because we all wondered, is this Bryan Kohberger? There are all these things, and it kept building. And I do want to say T-REV has been helpful for hidden true crime. I'm just speaking for ourselves. And
Really?
told me to say, yeah, he helped give us some information to help track you down. And he said that he trusted the hidden true crime team to figure it out and to let him know either way. I don't know if he knows yet. I
didn't. I was sleeping.
I've tried to let him know, but we're just speaking for ourselves.
I wouldn't trust T-REV if I was you.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, our relationship.
He gave you a number.
Our relationship so far has been okay, but
I gave him another dumbass.
A show one night, and so
yeah.
so far so good with us. And I told
You're right.
that I would help where I could, and I appreciate you coming on, and I want everybody else here to. I mean, I just think we need to put this to rest. Is what.
Agreed.
We did the work, and
we solved this mystery.
Yeah, there you go, right there. There's the message for you guys right there in front of your face. Look, that's the message right there. So I cropped out his number. You're a piece of shit. And then goes into this, and that's what I said to him. So reporting this to the FBI again 29 days later, and you leave it. You know what I mean? That's like I literally was sitting there saying your voice is viral all over the internet. Let's put it into this shit. It was that easy. He wants his name out of baloney. Sorry, dude, you're tainted. Now it's like you had sex without a condom. You thrust yourself into this. This dude's a joke. Woo! I told you. I remember people speculating about this, saying I faked a phone call. This is it. But yet I gave her every single piece of phone number, every screenshot to everything. I think that's funny. He said, who is this lady? This is Hidden True Crime. Okay. Hidden True Crime. And where are they at right now? Let me see. 235,000 subscribers on YouTube. They're pretty good. Trust me. They were on Dateline. They got good backgrounds. They're good. They're smart people. And they worked well with me on there. And I'm glad that they worked with me because it was good to have some professionals really digging through what happened here with this goofball right here. If I didn't have them, I don't know if this would have ever came to an end. We could literally still be talking about, was that Bryan right now? If it wasn't for them. So, but let's do this. Let's go to, people said they wanted to hear that phone call. I got you. You can hear it. Here it is right here. Let me pull this up. Bryan Kohberger, Call A Podcast. Damn, there's so many videos on that. That's crazy. What is this one? I think this is the phone call. 1 second. We're about to listen. Hold that 1 second.
To kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
Welcome to our new video with lots of excitement. In the small town of Moscow, Idaho, where the air carries whispers of the surrounding wilderness, a chilling tale begins a tale.
Shout out to you, Jersey. That's where my daughter's at.
Of the region. Our story revolves around a man named Bryan Kohberger, accused of a crime that has etched a harrowing mark on the tight-knit community.
Hey, what's up, Dave? You live?
Hey, what's up, man? Is this T-REV?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. I found you today. I watched your live earlier this afternoon and been watching this one. And the thing that strikes me kind of weird about all this is that I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members. And, you know, the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
In a surprising twist, information surfaces that challenges the narrative. I debunked a crucial element of the case.
We even talked about it on our channel, the speculation that's been going on for 2 months that a podcaster
Yeah, I even put a fucking video out on it, y'all.
named T-REV received a call from somebody that, and then it circulated the web far and wide within the true crime community.
Remember, this is on my channel. I literally had this video. Literally made this video and used a freaking AI voice on that bitch.
That this person was likely Bryan Kohberger. After Bryan Kohberger was arrested, friends of Bryan Kohberger came forward and said, this sounds like Bryan Kohberger. Voice analysis, you can find plenty of them.
You know?
All over, excuse me, the YouTube and the web. It's made national news. People wondering if indeed this could possibly be Bryan Kohberger that called into T-REV's channel. Dr. John and I even discussed this, what it would mean if it was indeed Bryan Kohberger, and we weren't able to confirm it then the night we discussed it on Friday. We had to say, we are not sure, but we want to talk about this and what it means.
If you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
Hi, my name is Brian. Would you be able to give me a haircut tomorrow by any chance?
Despite this attempt at debunking, the shadow of doubt still looms, with some people believing that the person on the show might indeed be the killer.
Within hours of Kohberger's arrest, a YouTube clip from a crime podcast emerged, immediately went viral, okay? The users of the podcast were saying, hey, this is Bryan Kohberger. I didn't believe it until we interviewed someone who knew Bryan Kohberger in high school. She heard the clip and said that is definitely his voice. Now, is she a certified expert? No, but it made me take another look. Take a listen for yourself.
One thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
Now, again, it's him talking about the murders as removed from them. The host of that podcast initially was unsure as well whether it was Bryan. Now believes it was likely him. He goes by T-REV, so we'll call him that as well, and he joins us now. Thank you very much for coming with your splendid YOLO hat on. You only live once. Good choice. So, Bryan Kohberger, you believe he called into the podcast. Why?
I mean, with friends reaching out and saying, or people like her that spoke out that said that it's, you know, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, you know, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. But, you know, I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well. And they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet.
All right. Well, good. You did what you're supposed to do. Now, what struck you about the kinds of comments that this man made to you on the podcast?
Oh, man. Why would 10 people come up and ask you how to get away with murder? I mean, make that make sense to me. Why would 10 human beings like ourselves come up and say, hey, how would I get away with murder? And that's nobody's going to do that. And realistically in life, who is coming up to me or you or anybody that is around us right now and asking us, hey, do you know how to get away with murder?
Bryan Kohberger, a seemingly ordinary man, now stands accused, sending shockwaves through Moscow. But as our narrative unfolds, we find the defense challenging a fundamental aspect. The
Facts.
Decision of
YOLO had, he was on my ass.
In this sparsely populated area.
Yeah.
Police department, show yourself. We have a search warrant for the building.
I have concluded a very fragile truce with Sigismund, and if anyone should disrupt my plans with headstrong acts of violence, there will be consequences.
Police department, show yourself.
Who knows, right? Ain't no doubt. What's going on, Creole?
Flashlight?
Glad to have you, my friend.
Talbot, bedroom door is locked. You want us to boot it?
Yeah. You need anything in your clipboard?
No, I'm good. Okay. He's got it. Thank you, guys.
Just one locked door?
Yeah. And we didn't boot it because the keys actually worked. What?
Oh, sweet. Oh, even better.
It's locked because there's only one option. I'll talk later. Yeah.
I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, see what we can see. Are there lights on in there?
There are some, yeah. And we can turn them all on. Very sparse. Fancy computer.
Really?
Yes.
That I wasn't expecting. Mallory's going to be all over that.
Fancy.
So he was told he could do a triage here. And then once it's packaged, he can't do anything until we get a warrant in Idaho for it.
Correct.
So he can triage it while we're still here.
Cell phone tracking complexities. The defense argues that connecting a phone to a tower provides only a vague location, especially in a region where a single tower may cover vast expanses. They contend that obtaining a cell tower dump, while seemingly incriminating, doesn't definitively place Bryan Kohberger at the scene of the crime. In this vast expanse, hundreds, if not thousands, may have pinged off that tower during the same time frame. Prosecution's counterargument. On the other side, the prosecution paints a different picture. They emphasize the significance of the phone's connection to specific towers before and after the murders. The abrupt cessation of signals during a crucial 2-hour window raises suspicion. Was Kohberger driving away from or towards the crime scene? The narrator delves into the intricacies, acknowledging the circumstantial nature of the evidence while underscoring its potential impact. Focus on the white Hyundai Elantra. As the plot thickens, attention shifts to a critical piece of the puzzle, the white Hyundai Elantra, allegedly linked to Bryan Kohberger. Surveillance footage becomes a linchpin, capturing the vehicle passing the King Road residence multiple times on the night of the murders.
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
so
I was behind you the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So.
Yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh.
So even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines. Like there's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
Web of cell phone data and surveillance footage. A theory emerges that Bryan Kohberger might not have premeditated the crime, introducing an element of spontaneity or panic. The knife sheath left behind adds a layer of mystery, challenging the prosecution's portrayal of Kohberger as a meticulously organized perpetrator. Eyewitness testimony. The eyewitness testimony as a cherry on top. A surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, recounts a harrowing encounter with a masked figure on the night of the murders. The description aligns with Bryan Kohberger's physical attributes, creating a captivating yet contentious piece of evidence. Dissection of eyewitness testimony. With a critical eye, the narrator dissects Mortensen's account, emphasizing its vagueness and the potential for bias. The absence of a blind photo lineup raises questions about the reliability of her identification. This testimony masterfully unravels the layers, leaving the audience to ponder the strength of Mortensen's testimony in the larger tapestry of the case. In the labyrinthine web of the Bryan Kohberger case, a new chapter unfolds, a clandestine discovery rooted in the Instagram musings of Emily Alant, the confidant of Xana and girlfriend to Hunter Johnson. The narrative crescendos as Emily's Instagram post from late June surfaces, a casual poolside day immortalized with the words pool, lake, repeat. Donning the hat of an online detective takes the audience on a riveting journey, unraveling a digital tapestry that could reshape the narrative. Focus on Emily's Instagram post. The audience is guided through a Google expedition, scouring for locales near 1122 King Road. A tantalizing discovery emerges the Grove at Moscow, an off-campus student enclave. The plot thickens as parallels are drawn between Emily's June pool escapade, the July 6th pool party, and Bryan's later encroachment into the victim's vicinity come August. The prosecutor's request for Snapchats from June 29th to August 1 serves as a temporal anchor, creating an intricate mosaic of potential significance, mystery, and revelation. I invites the audience to reflect on once unbreakable bonds and sudden divergences in Emily's behavior. And then, a chilling revelation disrupts the narrative, an assertion that Bryan Kohberger's name reverberated through a spirit box before law enforcement even knew of him.
Oh, shit.
Which four of the Idaho victims are here with me today?
Haley.
Haley! Woo! Let's say Haley. 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 Where did this guy come from? What is the name of the person responsible?
What is the name of the person responsible? What is the name of the person responsible?
What I hear is Bryan Kohberger. That's what the hell I hear in that bad boy.
In the dark corners of Moscow, where cell phone signals waver and surveillance footage
going on, my
captures
friend?
fleeting
Welcome,
moments,
welcome.
the story of Bryan Kohberger unfolds, a tale of uncertainty, contested evidence, and the quest for justice. The courtroom drama awaits, where the threads of this narrative will be woven into the fabric of truth or obscured in the shadows of doubt. As the trial looms, the audience is left yearning for more revelations, eagerly and
What is the name of the person responsible? Bryan Kohberger. That's what the hell I'm hearing in that bad boy right there. Loud and clear. What is the name of the person responsible? Bryan Kohberger. That's actually wild. Shit still blows my mind. Kohberger. I don't know, maybe it needs to be like that. You know what I mean, Bo? Sound like Bryan Kohberger. That fucking guy. Fucking prick. Guy's a prick, you know? Fucking ass. Oh, there we go. The guy Bryan Kohberger. Fucking prick. That's what Papa Sal would call him if he was here right now, you little prick. You know, Rev, I told you that guy was a fucking prick. Told you he was. No one listens to me, though, you know? I'm trying to think if I should take this off here or not. Rev getting strong right there. I could put it there, but nah. We'll pass on that. We'll just do this. You know what I will do, though? is that I'll put the phone number right there at the bottom on that logo. That's actually fire. Text. So we'll go here. Okay, that should work, to be honest with you. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it up top on the screen. And this shit's bigger now. Oh yeah, it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong, boy. Give me that 1 second there. Just making sure I put a border on this boy. Should put call in there, right? But we'll see. Y'all are probably like, what the hell is Rev talking about? Like, what is he reading? Nah, I'm messing with this logo still. The logo. Trying to get this logo right. Looking for red. What about that one? Oh, hell no. That's ugly as hell. Damn, I didn't. That actually is fire, though, right there. Ooh. Then again, I like the white, though, so. Damn. It needs a little bit more fire. Never mind. No, it don't. I lied. Border. Hang in there with me. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Shit. I'm trying to get this like matched on perfectly with this. Part of the rebranding process, you know. I wouldn't even call it rebranding. I'm just saying something. Okay. Hopefully that shows and it stands out. So I have that there. Style. Effect. Go back up to here. Hit it with that. Yeah, that stands out probably a lot more, though. Or that bold text. Let me know, because I'm about to put it up on the screen in 2 seconds. It's going to be right up in the right-hand corner. You see the one I got up there now in the right-hand corner of this video? That's what I'm doing. I'm messing with that. So what I'm trying to do is get this. I just added a few things to it. Never gonna get it. Okay. Maybe this does work. It looks like it might, but you just never know till you do it. Fly like an eagle. Run into the future. We said time keep on clicking. Let's go with red. If I spent this time to do this and this is whack, I'm a snap. You know what I mean, pal? That guy, he was over here talking shit. I had to punch him right in the damn head. Pull up on that old Dave dude. Thinks he's fucking cool. Knock the damn pubic hairs right off his motherfucking head. Boy. Show his ass what time it is. You better act right, boy. You know what I mean, dude? Talking that hard gangster shit. Right? Thinks he's holding it down. Got the crown now. Got something for your ass, boy. How about this? Take a look at this shit, boy. Oh, goofball. Yeah, don't mind this. I talk to myself every now and then. You know what I mean? Just give me 1 second here. Logo watermark. All this for a logo watermark. I hope you got enjoyment out of it. Let's see. Okay. I missed every single comment because I wasn't looking. Sorry, y'all. Horrible host tonight. 615, you're live. What's going on? I don't think they can hear you. What's going on? Yeah, I'm here. Hold on, I had to bring it back up so they could hear you. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm literally over here just adding talking to myself.
You're what?
I was editing this this logo that I worked on today. Trying to get it to come out right, pop right, rebranding. Or not rebranded, but making sure because I am gonna leave this to straight up true crime, this full channel, because I built, like I said, 45,000 subscribers, recipe music off of it. So that's why I switched it over to the other channel to be that music, and if I do paranormal, etc. over there. So I combine those will be the two. I think if I went any more and started making this, that, I'm not trying to have like 50 channels. It's going to be two. One's going to be what I do on top, and the other are going to be the other things that I do. So, I mean, the reason why I moved it is because I want it to be that one content. Some people don't like the mixed up content. I understand that. So that's why you have genres. So you kind of got to follow either a genre or go, you get what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
That's my thing. But
I got you.
You know how that goes.
Idea.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Calling in, see what's going on.
Shit, downloading this right now. I hope this might be it though. I like it. I put the phone number at the bottom. I don't know though. I don't know. Here we go. One try. Here she goes. Okay. Delete this one off of here. Yeah, you can see the number. Okay. That's cool. You got that one or that one? I like this one. Yep. Okay, we're good. You can see the number under it right there.
That was fine.
See what I was doing? I was over here working on it. I appreciate you, Stacy. Thank you. All right, so it looks like that's not bad. I'll leave that there.
You're delaying on my phone and coming through my headset.
Damn.
Delay.
Oh, headset.
Well, I can take that off and I have to unmute I don't want to know what you're saying. Well, never mind. I'll just take it off and talk to you on here, right? Okay.
I'm showing everyone this. There it is. That's what you see in the right hand corner up there. This is what I was messing with, y'all.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
In the middle, I was just messing around with this. I might add to it, take off, redo some.
No, it looks good. You should leave that up. It looks good.
I was just messing around with different. I might move it over a tad bit, but who knows? There's some stuff to mess with. I'll look at it. It doesn't look too bad. I could do better.
No, it looks great. It looks great.
Yeah, we got to talk about that one too. Huh. What about that one?
Talk about whistles.
No, I'm just looking at the different thumbnails I have up here too.
Am I on the live? Or
yeah, you're on live.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Because I took the headset off, so I can't hear because it's delaying.
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Huh?
I said, yes, ma'am. You're live. Oh yeah, remember they were here. I made this logo right here for the grandmas. They be joking, all the grandmas that call in. So I got grandma down here doing what she's watching the kids. Then you got people standing here watching. Had to make this one. I got to mess with this one too. The one that I got up on the screen now. I was messing around with
plane crash one.
Can't rap. Yeah, that's funny. Danger. I added that team up. True Crime Podcast. Kind is the new cool. 1, 2 got a little theme in there, but also got a little family theme in there with the murder theme in there because that's exactly what we're covering. A bunch of bloodshed. You know, that's why. If you look at it the way that I did it like this on purpose. But I need to go back and mess with it. I might take that border, that red border off around it, and then move some things around.
No, it looks good. Leave it the way it is. If you're happy with it, I mean, it's yours.
Nah, I'm looking at it and criticizing the hell out of myself right now. That on air is covered. Oh hell no.
Do you want to stay on this Kohberger case, or do you want?
Hell no, I'm about to move on to a different one pretty soon.
Okay, well, I got some suggestions. I'll put them in chat, but you haven't been reading chat, so.
I couldn't see because I was messing around with the logos and stuff.
Well, jury selection starts tomorrow for the Evelyn Boswell case.
Right.
She was a 15-month-old little girl that was stuffed alive upside down in a trash can in East Tennessee.
What a scumbag.
Very, very sad. And then let's see, then you've got Stephen Stearns coming up this month for the SA charges. And you do have all that info. I sent it.
All right, I'll check
So we
that
can
out.
dive into that, or
So you're saying the
whatever you want
trial
to.
starts tomorrow?
The jury selection for
Okay.
Megan Boswell, the mother of Evelyn Boswell, starts
Yes,
tomorrow.
ma'am.
The trial will start this week.
Hmm.
But Stephen Stearns' first trial is towards the end of the month. I
got
sent
you.
you all the court documents and everything.
I got you. So we'll definitely
And
be diving
then
into that.
the murder charge is October, I believe. That trial starts. I don't know.
Yeah.
You have it all in your email. I'd have to go back and look. But
I have to go look at it. We'll definitely dive into it for sure. For sure. Oh yeah.
Shannon Grace, I need to see Stearns and Jen Soto on trial. I absolutely agree. Jen Soto needs to be charged.
Good luck. It seems like they're letting her dumb ass off the hook.
No, she's not off the hook. She got partial immunity, and so that she'll testify. But they didn't give her full immunity so that they can charge her after. Now, whether they're going
Instead
to
of
charge her or
partial,
not, I
she
don't
needs a
know.
full blown
But
ass beating.
she admitted that she suspected something was going on. I mean, you have all the information. I've sent you everything. Just about. I mean, there's
Well, it
hundreds
seems
and
like that might.
hundreds of
It
pages.
looks like that what we might be doing today, going through today.
Pull it up. I mean, those are the official documents that nobody else has. The only thing that is out is 60 charges of CSAM.
The friends
The
seen
other
together in
ones
this
are
picture
not
posted
out.
just hours.
So, and you're more than welcome to pull them up. So we can dive into it if you want to.
Ain't no doubt. This
Before
was
their murders.
God, I made
Ethan
this.
Chapin.
I made a documentary for what was it, an hour and 16-minute documentary on Idaho 4 case. I forgot.
I was talking about Madeline Soto.
No, I know. I see my old work pop up, and I forget about these different things that I've already done. It's like, yeah, that's how fast I keep going.
Well, it's good to change it up just a little bit. That way you don't get burned out.
Mm-hmm. Well,
whatever you want to do.
Another one I cover later on, but I get back on is Madeline Soto.
Angela, Kohberger's nose is huge, and his unibrow is ridiculous. It's hideous, actually. Looking at chat.
Crazy shit. I'll tell you that much. But give me 5 minutes with that bish. Whatever you want to discuss. Does T know Delphi? Boy, I followed Delphi since the day that happened. Real shit.
That was
like I literally was on the couch watching Nancy Grace the day that they got killed, or when they were found.
Oh,
She
that's
had it.
horrible.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Those poor girls.
Yes. Yep. I seen it. I definitely have, man. I've seen it all on that one for sure.
I'm glad justice was served for those girls.
Yeah.
But
I mean, definitely
they-
let Richard
that man cook.
let him cook. You know. I think it's him. So I know a lot of people don't think it's him, but I think it's him. Show me otherwise. But
well, I mean, he confessed to it, but there is, and I'm not taking up for him because I think he's guilty. But anyways, just speaking, there's people that will falsely confess.
Somebody
to
making me
things
tap
for
out. I'm just
whatever their reasons might be. Some of them are off the wall, but I think he did it. And he's where he needs to be, and those two girls should still be alive. Their family were deprived of watching their children graduate, get married, future grandchildren. It's very, very sad.
Yeah, I don't know why it was removed.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said y'all making tea tap out. Nah, it's more like it's about there's a few other things I was looking at earlier too, like multiple cases, like the one I talked about out of Chicago with the shit happening on that dating website, Grindr, I believe it was called. I was looking at multiple different things that had to do.
Anything about that?
You didn't see anything about that, you said?
No, I haven't seen anything on that one.
I mean,
seen on the plane crashes, there's now 3 of them in the last few days.
well, this one was I seen that part. But this was let me find it. And I'll tell you in 2 seconds. Yeah, right here. So you have no, that's not it. I'm wrong. That's not it either. I'm wrong. Where's it at? I literally had it tucked. Okay, here it is. I swear this is it this time. Yeah, so I was looking up different things, and this is where I found it right here. So just like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. What U.S. Army identifies soldier in D.C. plane crash. The U.S. Army has identified Captain Rebecca Lobach of Durham, North Carolina, as a soldier who died in a recent plane crash in Washington, D.C. Captain Lobach had been an aviation officer since 2019, serving with the 12th Aviation Battalion at Fort Belvoir in Virginia. Israel conducts airstrike in Gaza, wounding 4 Palestinians. The Democratic Republic of Congo faces. I seen that. The passenger plane evacuated in Houston due to engine issue. A passenger plane was evacuated at Houston airport following an engine-related issue. The Federal Aviation Administration reported that all passengers were safely evacuated, and an investigation is underway to determine the cause of the problem. Then you have Ukraine dismisses U.S. push for truce in elections as failed plan. Then you got, what else we got here coming? Oh, then we have here. Woman finds, this is the one I was talking about right here. The woman, huh?
Did you see the latest press conference from the NTSB on the DC crash in the Potomac River? The Black Hawk and the plane. The Black Hawk was actually at 200 feet where it was supposed to be. The plane, the Learjet, was at 325, give or take 25 feet. So it wasn't the Black Hawk's fault.
Did you hear about this one here? I talked about it earlier, where the woman finds brother dead in basement after being attacked by 2 men met on a dating app.
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
In Chicago, 63-year-old George N. Levin was discovered deceased in his home, having been bound, beaten, and gagged by 2 men he met via the dating app Grindr. The suspects Jeter Woon Bello Morales, 21 years old, and Jefferson Ubilla Delgado, 29, face charges of murder and robbery. They were apprehended after being seen using 11 stolen cards and phone for purchases and withdrawals. Both men, recent immigrants from Ecuador and Venezuela, denied involvement, claiming they received a phone as a payment for services. A judge has denied them pre-trial release due to the crime's severity. Now they just got arrested yesterday. Well, on the 1st. Then you the Glasgow gangster filmed brewing alcohol in prison cell. Did you hear about that shit? Oh, what were you saying?
Did you see the one in Newport Beach, California? A man shot a woman in her head, and there was pursuit face in Southern California. I'm from Southern California originally, but you don't see cars driving down the pier. Anyways, the suspect drove down the pier, and it was kids, children, families fishing, and the guy got out, and it's on video. They shot him dead. I mean, it's wild. It was wild. That
is
happened.
crazy.
Yeah, it's not something you see every day.
Well, I feel like I'm about the same way. I might have to lay my ass down too. It is 2 something. What I've been on 7 hours? Yep.
You've been
7, almost 8.
Yep.
So yep, it's about time to go get that rest so we can be right back on later.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good. Jay Clark had a question I was going to try and answer. I'm trying to find it. It said, yeah, plane crashes are nuts. No, I can't find them. Part pays. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, well, I'm about to get my butt off here too, so I'm gonna end this off. I appreciate you, Trey.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
I appreciate you.
Everybody in chat, have a blessed night. You have a blessed night. Please get some rest.
Definitely. That's what I'm about to go do. Get a little bit of rest, get back up, and, get back to it. We got work to do all week. So.
Well, I got to be up work in like 3.5 hours. So.
Well, you better get some damn sleep.
I am on the take man nap. So.
God bless you.
Y'all have a blessed night. God bless you. God bless you, chat. And
you too.
Everybody, sweet dreams.
Thank you, Trey. I appreciate you. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant before you lay down. God bless you. Shout out to her. We appreciate her. You know what I mean? Pow. We appreciate her and all that stuff.
Block his ass. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
All right, let me stop with that.
Let that man cook.
All right, y'all. Y'all know how it goes. We'll just end it with this one. I feel like the way we're gonna end it over here will be a little bit different from now on, but we'll let it rock with this positive message on the way out. Love you guys. Appreciate you coming by. Make sure you hit that like button, hit the share button. Send me whatever cases you were looking at right now that you think we need to cover. Because when I come on tomorrow, I know I'm gonna be looking for a few things, and I've already seen a few things that caught my attention. But light that damn email up or text me at 219-885-9693. You can get a hold of me there. I will check through there thoroughly. Thank you guys, and I will see you on the next one. I love you, Rev Gang family. Until next time.
Yeah, man, I've been waking up these last couple days and just not feeling like myself. Feeling deep down with this depression in my mental health. I know we all feel that way. I've talked to a lot of people in the Rev Gang and I know they feel like that too. And that's why a lot of us relate. We felt that pain. We wake up every day and stand up for those who feel it also. This is more than a movement. I really love this shit. I put my heart and soul into it too. Look, man, let's get to it. Wake up every day, Going through depression, learned another lesson as I count my blessings. Rise above the pain, make a new impression. Backs turn on me for the fame, casting shadows of doubt every time that you speak on my name. But I won't be a stepping stone for the clout or the fame. When the truth comes to light, the fakes will burn out in a shame. I'll keep rising above while they stay stuck in the game. Turning every light of fuel for my flame. Never flaunting my wealth, but still played in the game. Boy, gave from my heart just to get stabbed in my back. Now I'm treated like an enemy, cause loyalty they lack. Jealous of my rise, envious of my path. While they plot and scheme, I keep my goals intact. The envy fuels my drive, ignites my inner wrath. Facing all odds, I'll never let them pass. Bringing light to the lost, the ones we need to find. Families torn apart, left broken behind. Just them felon kids who vanish in the night. We'll keep raising our voice until we make it right. Voice of the voiceless, echoes in the dark, shining through the shadows, igniting every spark. Together we'll stand strong, never back down, fighting for justice until the lost is found. Haters throw the shade, they try to drag me down, but I rise above the lies and wear my strength like a crown. The whispers feel my fire, but can't dim my glow. Every step I take forward leaves them stuck at the dope. Innocent lives lost, kids gone without a trace. We fight for justice every day to bring light to the case. Too many tears shed, too many hearts torn apart, and we won't rest till we bring peace to every heart. You don't need anyone to pave your way. You've got the strength to rise and slay. Remember, success is in your hands, and the love from your true ones is all you need to stand. That's a fact. When the world tries to bring you down, just look around and wear your crown. You've got the fire, the drive, the spark to light up your night. Look, stay ahead of the fate. Keep your balance up straight. Don't let a sucker in your circle that is turned to a snake. I remember you were here but couldn't look me in the face. If you want what I got, you gotta really feel the pain, boy. It takes commitment. You really gotta love what you pitch. This ain't a job to me. I wake up and really live this. I feel the pain from these victims. That's why I stay to myself, cause all they want is your wealth. They see you getting money, then they start to want it themselves. That's not what it's about. You're thinking of clout, while the mission's making a change for the families losing their mouth. I used to be the person with no
Trapaholics
voice. I was silent from the start, really with no choice. And if I could go back, I would hug my mom and help everyone off drugs so nothing would go wrong.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Never mentioned, people doing dope, dying in my kitchen. CPS at the door, cause somebody called the system. What you know about failing with a family with no vision. Grew up in the hood, never knew what love was. Always waiting for my dad by the window like a bus. I evolved into me and found out what love was. I ain't letting off the brakes until God picks me up. Boy, I'm parking on these haters, staying in my path. I jumped on the mower cause I had to cut the grass. Every time I see you hate, it makes me wanna laugh. Cause you're jealous of my grind and try to emulate my craft. All of you are weak, fighting bullies of the weak. Waking up every day, trying to walk us like we're sheep. I got my eyes open so I close them when you speak. Cause you really don't exist if you're something I don't see, boy. My people standing tall, don't ever lose sight. Keep pushing through the darkness until you reach the light. Don't let the haters be your downfall. Rise above their game. You've got the power within, let them remember your name. We fight for the voiceless, for those who can't be heard, bringing justice and peace with every spoken word. Together, we stand strong in unity and might, creating change in this world, shining bright in the night. Remember your strength, don't ever let it fade. In a world full of shadows, be the light that you made. Keep your heart true, let your spirit be bold, and together we'll write a story that's worth being told.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.